45193. Nazareth Hill by Ramsey Campbell. Copyright 1997 by Ramsey Campbell. Read by Kimberly Schraf.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. A man and his teenage daughter move into an apartment house that once served as a mental asylum where patients were tortured. The family and their neighbors witness specters and eerie scenes of past horrors. Strong language, violence, and descriptions of sex. 1997. From the book jacket. Ramsey Campbell has been hailed as a master of the psychological novel. His ability to convey the twists and turns of the human mind is unparalleled in modern fiction. Through the struggles, failures, and triumphs of Campbell's characters, we see the best and the worst of the human race. In Nazareth Hill, Campbell focuses on a small, highly dysfunctional family, a teenage girl and her father. The emotional turmoil of the girl's adolescence is matched by her father's midlife crisis, and as the novel unfolds, it becomes clear that this battle is only one stage in a centuries-old war between authority and rebellion, between suspicion and innocence. Oswald Priestley was widowed 10 years ago, when his daughter was just a child. He's done his best to raise her and give her proper values. But now she's a teenager, convinced she knows everything about life and that her father knows nothing. She's moody and sullen. She talks back. Her grades are dropping. And to make matters worse, she's taken up with a boy from the wrong side of the tracks. Amy Priestley is a normal teenager. Her boyfriend may be lower class, but he's kind and intelligent. Amy doesn't remember her mother. She does remember that as a child, she was afraid of Nazareth Hill, the abandoned asylum that looms over the town. Now Nazareth Hill has been made into apartments, and she and her father have moved in. Their neighbors are a little eccentric at first, and as time passes, their odd quirks become less amusing and more dangerous. Amy is convinced that something in the building's past is contaminating its present. Her search for the truth irritates her increasingly irrational father, who is also trapped in a role dictated by Nazareth Hill. When the truth becomes known, no one wants to believe it. Not Amy's boyfriend, not her former allies among Nazareth Hill's tenants, and especially not her father. It is said that the truth shall set you free. In Nazareth Hill, the truth brings captivity and death. About the author. For his psychological suspense, dark fantasy, and horror novels, Ramsey Campbell has received 3 World Fantasy Awards and 8 British Fantasy Awards. He is the author of The One Safe Place, The Long Lost, The Count of 11, Obsession, and many other books, including several short story collections. Ramsey Campbell, his wife, and their children live in Liverpool, England. Other books by Ramsey Campbell. Ancient Images, Cold Print, Dark Companions, The Doll Who Ate His Mother, The Face That Must Die, Fine Frights, Editor, The Hungry Moon, Incarnate, The Influence, Midnight Sun, The Nameless, The Parasite, Waking Nightmares. For John and Anne, Eminently Lunchable. Acknowledgements. As always, Jenny was there throughout the writing, and Tam and Matt helped by just existing. Pete and Dana Atkins also knew, in Cape Cod, exactly what a writer needs while at work. I've always thought that specifying where a book was written has no use other than to make the reader envious. But in case I'm wrong, let me admit that in the process of being penned, this novel traveled back and forth from Wallasey to Albufera, Rome, Cape Cod, and straight on to Danvers, and having returned home yet again, went to Manchester and to Swansea. Still, the only place a story is ever really located is inside the author's head. Contents. Rooms Nobody Sees. Side 1. 1. New for Old. Side 1. 2. Besides Those Invited. Side 1. 3. Down from the Height. Side 2. 4. The Breath of a Spider. Side 2. 5. The Rumour of a Book. Side 2. 6. In the Dark Room. Side 3. 7. The Absent Guest. Side 3. 8. Not Such a Game. Side 3. 9. The Secret of the Tree. Side 4. 10. Lifting Up the Voice. Side 4. 11. A Summons in the Night. Side 5. 12. First Words. Side 5. 13. Face to Some Face. Side 6. 14. Seen from the Outside. Side 6. 15. The Whisper of the Past. Side 7. 16. The Past Decides. Side 7. 17. A Public Disgrace. Side 7. 18. An Answer to a Call. Side 8. 19. Kept in the Family. Side 8. 20. The Guardians. Side 8. 21. The Last Message. Side 9. 22. Preparing for the Worst. Side 9. 23. A Different Story. Side 10. 24. More of a Cell. Side 10. 25. Nearly There. Side 10. 26. The Silencing. Side 10. 27. The Spider House. Side 11. 28. Beyond the Hill. Side 11. Set Us All Free. Side 11. Rooms Nobody Sees. Years later, Amy would remember the day she saw inside the Spider House. She knew as soon as the family came out of the church that they wouldn't be going for a drive. Half an hour ago, she'd seen the rusted moor over the yellowish cottages of Partington, but now the late October sky had fallen on it, or rather, a fog had. Above the marketplace, surrounded by dark gray roofs pinched steep, and beneath the hem of the fog attached to the sky, the hulk of a building riddled with black windows squatted in its park. Her parents were lingering in the church porch, while the priest remarked on how tall she was growing, which only made her feel smaller, unless it was the sight of the building too big for the town that did. Then the priest said, "Watch out for witches," and took his bright scrubbed face into the church, which released a faint scent of incense to mix with the moist autumnal smell. "Funny thing for a priest to say," Amy's father remarked. "He means the day, Oswald," said her mother. "I know it, but just the same, a priest. So long as he doesn't think too much that's of yore is a joke." "Don't be digging up your antique words. You sound more ancient than me." "She isn't ancient, is she, Amy?" "Only like you." "That's you put in your place," Amy's mother told him, and pulled at her polo neck to cover more of the little ruff of flesh under her chin before zipping up her padded jacket a last inch. "Well, are we bound for home?" Amy's father unzipped the top of his an inch to compensate, letting his broad throat slump. "Looks like the day for a spooky stroll." "Careful you don't give her nightmares. I'd be happy to stay by the fire." "We haven't heard from my younger lady yet. What's your idea of a Sunday well spent, Amy?" All the business with jackets was making Amy's arms feel restricted by hers and eager to swing. "I don't mind a walk." "That's right. You keep us fit," her father said, and raised his bushy eyebrows at his wife as he lowered his mouth at both ends and in the middle. "We're too fond of hopping in one car or the other at the least excuse." "Some of us don't have the option if we want to go to work." "So long as the books can do without you and the elements are like this." He closed the gate of the small, steep churchyard after the family. "How's this for pleasing everyone, Heather? We'll sit by the fire with my roast and my pumpkin pie when we're back from a healthy trot over the top." "A little trot." "Over the hill and back again," he said, which might have sounded like a nursery rhyme to Amy if she hadn't known which hill. She was 8 years old, halfway to 9, and more reassuringly with her parents. She grabbed their hands through 2 bunches of padding as the family turned along the main road. They couldn't walk abreast for long. At the first sharp bend, the 40-foot-high wall, which held back the earth beneath a terrace of cottages, leaned out so assertively that the Priestleys were crowded off the token pavement. An iron cross as big as Amy and as mossy as the gritstone bricks secured the wall, but she always expected to see the invisible belt buckled by the cross give way, spilling a chunk of Partington across the tarmac. Instead, she heard the faint rumble, made monotonous by distance, of the motorway. Below the bend were the first shops: Hair Today, Twist the chemist's, the post office, which was also a wine shop, as could be deduced from the breath of the red-faced postmaster. For the moment, the house in the park was out of sight, but most of the side streets to the west of the main road meandered towards it as though, Amy imagined, it had taken hold of them. Hers didn't, and as she and her parents turned the corner of the Scales and Bible, beyond whose frosted windows she heard the bony click of dominoes, she found she was glad that home was on the other side of the main road. All the same, she liked the streets near the marketplace. Their bulging bricks, yellow as sand, the lintels of darker stone that gave each window a permanent frown, as if the cottages were intent on remembering something they never quite could. The sights of small, compact rooms beyond those windows that weren't veiled with white net, which Amy realized was meant to look demure, but which put her in mind of underwear. On Moor View, which presumably had one from its upstairs rooms, a hand appeared beyond a window white with soap and rubbed an oval of glass clear to display a woman's preoccupied face. Along Gorse Cottages, the first cross street, 2 little girls in witches' masks and pointed hats were waving premature sparklers pale with daylight, wands whose magic they were trying to invoke. At the junction of Moor View with Market Lane, where the outer corners of the houses were rounded rather than square, a man on a ladder was handing up slates to a man on a roof. Beyond the lane of houses, squashed together, twice as tall as they were broad, the shops crowded along Market Approach, Cards and Bards, and the Cozy Cafe, and Furry Friends, the pet shop, and Hiking and Biking, and Nitty Natty Nora, and Hat Ahead, and the Cakery, and the Chopping Block, as the butcher's son had renamed the shop, as if to prove himself as witty as his neighbors. Passing his shop brought the Priestleys into the market square, and now there was very little between Amy and the Spider House. The market stalls had been cleared away as usual late on Saturday afternoon, amid an hour's worth of clangs and clanks that had resounded through the town, and the square was deserted, watched only by a black cat in the window of one of the farm produce shops, which boxed in the square. A few scraps of sodden litter moved feebly in a breeze, which felt to Amy as though something large and very cold had expelled a breath. The car park beside the marketplace was the quickest way home, but her parents' fattened hands were leading her into Little Hope Way, past the Sweet Tooth and All Your News. In a moment she could see only the building beyond the rusted open gates of the park on the hill. Its double doors alone were as broad as most of the houses of Partington. 3 narrow windows were set in a great deal of wall to either side of the doors, and 2 more sets of 6 gaped above, the smallest beneath the roof. Where the front of the building wasn't black with slime, it was scaly with moss. 4 chimney stacks, so big they looked misshapen, occupied the skeletal roof, through one of the many holes in which Amy thought she glimpsed movement, as if the house was only pretending to be dead. She was at the end of the brief street by now, and being led across Nazareth Row. "All right, Amy," her mother said. The ruin was pretending to retreat, but held its ground and rose above them, and as it did so, it grew. Amy tried to grasp her parents' hands more firmly, because they felt as though she had hold of little more than padding. "Yes," she said, and tried to believe herself. "If anything ever is wrong, you'll be sure to tell us, won't you? Don't ever let things stick inside your noddle and get to the point where you can't talk about them." "She said there was nothing, love. Leave her be before she gets like... Leave her if she wants leaving." "Really, there's nothing," Amy said, in an attempt to head off whatever subject had made her mother's fingers stir uneasily. "I just wish we didn't have to go by the spider house." Her father stared down at her without breaking his stride. "Why are you calling it that? You know it's got a name." "No need to shout at her, Oswald." "I wasn't, was I, Amy? We wouldn't call that shouting. But you know the name. That's what we're seeking to establish." "Yes, Dad." "There's my lady. Sing it out, then." Amy would have preferred not to say it aloud while the house was growing so fast, revealing that it was as deep as it was broad. Now she was through the pitted wrought-iron gates in the variously askew railings, and the gravel path was making so much noise underfoot that she considered using it as an excuse not to speak. Her father's gaze wasn't about to relent, however, and so she murmured, "Nazareth." "Turn up the volume a notch or two. You'll be getting no marks if you answer your teachers like that in school." "She isn't," Amy's mother started to protest, but Amy interrupted, louder. "Nazareth." "And why is it called that?" "Because this used to be Nazareth Hill, you said." "That's it, Nazareth Hill. Nazareth. That's been its name ever since I can remember. So why do you insist on calling it the other silly thing?" Amy didn't know. Perhaps its ominous stillness reminded her of a spider crouching in its web. Perhaps because, since she'd glimpsed her father's fear of spiders, despite his efforts to conceal it from her, it somehow stood for fears of her own that she would rather not define. She hadn't the words to express that idea. "I'm sorry," she tried saying, and thought she had placated him enough that he wouldn't mind her steering him and her mother off the path, placing the solitary oak tree between the family and the ruin. Acorns crunched beneath her feet, and the undergrowth, wet with fog, insinuated a chill through her soles as she passed into the shelter of the gnarled, ancient branches. The cracked trunk, as wide as the whole family, cut off her view of Nazareth, and then her father grabbed her waist with both hands. "Let go a moment," he told her mother, and swung Amy onto his shoulders. "I'll show you there's nothing to be frightened of." Amy found herself sailing up towards a twisted branch thicker than his arm. The remains of a rope swing dangled from it, and as the rope, which looked and felt drowned, brushed her face, she thought the branch was about to thump her head. Her father ducked before she did, and only a few drops of water tapped her on the scalp while he bore her out from beneath the oak, encompassing her hands in his. As his footfalls on the soaked grass turned shrill with the grinding of gravel, the house reared up against the overgrown summit of the hill beneath the rubbed-out sky, and came for her. She thought her father meant to fit his hand around the dripping, greenish brass knob and open the massive, moldering doors. Until this moment, she hadn't known how much she didn't want to see them opened. But he veered towards the nearest hole where a window had once been, and jogged her with his shoulders to tell her this was just a game. The movement sent a drop of icy water from her scalp to crawl down the nape of her neck. "Now then, look here," he said, in a half-joking tone that the ruin threw back, flattened and chilled. "Tell us what you see." The long, secretive windows were too high for her parents to see in, Amy realized. Only she could. And before she had a chance to resist, she did. She saw a smaller room than she was expecting. Its floorboards were littered with grayish plaster that had fallen from the walls and ceiling, where it had been replaced by various colors and textures of fungus. The room was so dim that she could barely distinguish the far wall, from which an unhinged door leaned into an oblong of blackness. Nothing was about to loom out of that blackness, Amy told herself, not if she spoke up soon enough. "It's just a room," she said, with all the voice she could find. "That's all? Just a room in an old mansion nobody cares for?" He was addressing her mother as well, who'd begun to chafe her upper arms, as if that could have some effect through the padded jacket. Though he'd said that was all, he hitched Amy up and tramped to the adjacent window. "Same in here, I'll hazard." It was, too much so for her liking. Even if she ignored the oozing greenish fur of the walls and the bony fragments scattered across the bare floorboards, the doorway of this room was open too. It was black as a strip of film on which something was preparing to appear. She shivered, not only because the trickle of water had found her spine. "Can't see anything bad," she told her parents and the room. "Any spiders visible?" "No, Dad, I said." "Then that must mean there aren't any, mustn't it? There's no earthly reason for making any kind of a fuss." "I suppose." She ought to have agreed with more enthusiasm, even if his idea made no sense. Dissatisfied with her response, he strode to the next window. "I can't imagine you'll see anything in here, either. Let us know when you've had enough." "I think she has already, Oswald. You've made your point, I think." As he turned towards her mother, Amy disengaged one hand, intending to use her collar to catch another drop of water before it ran down her back. She was facing away from the window when she heard a faint movement behind her, a muffled shifting of metal, the kind of noise abandoned cans might make if a stray animal was among them. She twisted not just her head but her whole upper body around to see into the room while she dabbed at her neck. Then the drop of water escaped down her spine as she was overwhelmed by a shudder so violent that it wrenched her other hand out of her father's grasp, that she overbalanced into the room. It was smaller than the others, a cramped cell whose bare walls streamed with moisture, and it smelled as though its contents had been kept locked away for many years. Perhaps whatever was imprisoned had died there, because she could see it crouched in the farthest corner, its withered limbs clenched like a dead spider's legs around its ragged, scrawny torso, its blackened twigs of fingers digging into its cheekbones as though it had torn all the flesh off them. Nevertheless, those fingers moved to greet her fall. They unstuck themselves from either side of the yawning grimace revealed by the shriveled flesh, and reached blindly for her. Her legs slid off her father's shoulders. She might have grabbed the edges of the hole that had once been a window. She could have closed her ankles around his neck, but her thoughts were too slow. Hands seized her waist and dragged her off her perch. She kicked wildly and felt her left foot strike her father's back, and then she was standing on the chill, wet grass where her mother had set her down. "Keep your feet to yourself, if you don't mind," her father protested. "That hurt." "Don't blame her, Oswald. You nearly let her fall. She's had enough now. Are you fit, Amy? You're fit, aren't you, sweet?" Amy felt as if she was swaying, although, as far as she could judge, she was standing quite still. Her mother crouched to peer into her eyes. "You didn't see anything nasty, did you?" Amy's knees started to knock. She thought she heard them drumming like a substitute for speech. "Are you cold?" her father suggested, and audibly wanting this to be the case, "Is she coming down with a cold, do you think?" Perhaps that was all. Perhaps the glimpse of the cell and its occupant was the beginning of a fever, the kind that gave you nightmares even when you were sure you were awake. Amy drew a breath that tasted of fog and sent a shiver through her while she tried to brace herself to ask someone to lift her up so that she could see she'd been mistaken. Then her mother said, "Let's get you home in the warm." At once that seemed a decidedly preferable alternative, but the scrutiny wasn't over. "That's all that's wrong, isn't it?" her mother said. "That and nearly toppling in." Amy was prepared to swear to it if doing so took her away from the ruin, except that she was suddenly afraid her denials might be overheard, might bring an object which had ceased to be a face into view over the window-sill, to prove it was real. "I think so, Mummy," was as much as she dared say. "Of course it is. Just look at you." She stroked Amy's hair back and pushed it under the padded hood before steering her towards the gates. The gravel bit dully into Amy's feet through her shoes, slowing her down. It seemed to be delaying her father, too, and when she was past the oak, she risked a glance over her shoulder. She might have thought the ruin was creeping up behind him, the fog having sneaked down to encourage it, to give the impression that within the grounds only the building and the bedraggled tree were solid. All the windows were dark as holes beneath a rock. "Hold my hand too, Daddy," she pleaded. "Here I come," he said, but hardly did. "So long as you weren't shivering because of me. Neither of us would harm you for the world, I hope you know." "Of course I do," Amy said, stretching her free hand out to him as far as her arm would reach. He plodded towards it, and at last was close enough to take it loosely in his padded grasp, to which she clung in order to hurry him along, with her mother, through the gates standing in patches of rust on the gravel. Then the pavement of Nazareth Row was soothing her feet, not threatening to trip her up like the approach to Nazareth. She urged her parents along Little Hope Way to the marketplace, where as they turned towards the car park, she allowed herself another backward glance, disguised as a smile at her father. The ruin was dissolving into the mist, the edge of which drifted like a series of visible breaths in and out of the lockjawed gates, the advancing breaths of Nazareth. She tried not to rush her parents across the square in case they noticed her panic, but the shops with metal pulled down over their faces looked as though they were hiding from the sight she was struggling to believe she hadn't really seen inside Nazareth. The car park, its desertion emphasized by the hundreds of rectangular white outlines on the glistening tarmac, was no more reassuring. At least the main road was beyond the dormant barrier, the shops and inseparable houses winding homeward, and better still, intervening between her and Nazareth. The fog was waiting at the first bend, panting silently, but that needn't matter, except that her father halted short of the bend and slapped his forehead as though to crush an insect. "I should look in on the prices. I was saying to you, Heather, with all that hi-fi equipment I saw being delivered, they need their insurance topping up." "You're never going to plague them on a Sunday, Oswald?" "They won't thank me if they're robbed overnight or the house catches fire while they're not covered, will they? You can never be too safe. I wouldn't call that plaguing anyone." "I only meant they might appreciate their day of rest," said Amy's mother with a wink. "Who knows how they may be occupying themselves?" "Let me make a note, at any rate, so they don't slip my mind again." "Catch us up," Amy's mother said, already trotting downhill. Amy looked back to see her father unzip the pocket that contained his electronic notebook and pull off a glove with his teeth so as to type as the fog edged closer behind him. It was moving only because she managed to appreciate, and he was beginning to pace down the hill, if very grudgingly, as her mother ushered her into Pond Lane. Amy had never known it to lead to a pond, only past 2 ranks of cottages to 6 pairs of the newest houses in Partington. But now the fields below it were a lake of fog. Her mother unlatched the gate of the first new house and preceded Amy up the jigsaw path through the small but elaborately planted garden, all its darkened leaves sagging with dew. She turned her keys in the door and shied her gloves into the base of the coat stand as a preamble to typing the code that quelled the alarm. "Close the door, sweet, before the cold follows us in." Though Amy closed the door as slowly as she could, there was no sign of her father. She'd shut him out from the warmth of the waffles of radiators, the line of her paintings climbing above the plumply carpeted stairs, one for each year of Amy's life. Her mother was tugging Amy's gloves off to throw in the coat stand, unzipping Amy's jacket and peeling it off with a vigor that yanked Amy's sweater out of the top of her corduroys. But Amy felt as if she was somewhere else, until she heard a scrabbling behind her at the front door. It was her father's key, of course. "I hope that's you for the day," her mother said to him. "I wanted to see how our treasure was. How are you now, Amy?" Amy saw the closing door sweep a trace of fog out of the hall. "I'm all right now we're home." "We'll see how you're doing tomorrow, shall we?" he said, and having already begun to address her mother, "I may ring the Prices to see what they'd like me to do." "I was thinking of an early dinner so the invalid can go to bed." "Dinner in an hour, then. Best place on earth, the land of Nod." "Have a nap now if you want, Amy." "Just let the mat have another go at your shoes first." Amy wiped a crumb of mud on the upside-down welcome as her father watched before delivering herself a nod of approval and heading for the kitchen. "Hot chocolate, sweet?" her mother said. "Yes, please." As the kitchen stuttered alight, her mother said, "I'll bring it up to you," with a firmness which seemed to give Amy no chance to stay downstairs. She had to believe the house was bright enough to keep out anything that lived in the dark, and besides, mustn't the clanking she'd heard inside Nazareth mean that the thing in the corner had been chained up? Perhaps it had been a dog that had strayed into the building, broken chain and all. Whatever it had been, surely if she never told anyone, didn't even think about the glimpse, it would leave her alone. She switched on the light above the stairs and shivered only once as she trudged up to her room, where she lit up the overhead light and the gnome with a bulb in him on the bedside table as well. Her dolls lined up at the foot of the bed, or dangling their ropey legs from her bookshelves, looked as glad of the light as she was. She hauled the curtains shut with their cord before levering one shoe off with the other, and the other with her foot, then stuffed her feet into the rabbit-faced slippers she'd been given last Christmas. She straightened up Greedy Guts, whose egg-shaped body had slumped over its stomach on the top shelf, and took down A Child's Cornucopia, her best book. She had often been read to sleep with rhymes or fairy tales from it when she was younger, but it was special mostly because her mother had bound it for her at the bindery in Sheffield. Each of the leather covers was etched with a golden peacock's feather that was also a pen. The first time Amy had seen her transformed book, she'd thought it had grown wings. Now it seemed heavier than usual. Perhaps the fever she wanted to believe she'd caught had weakened her. She folded her arms around the book and sank onto the bed, where she opened the cover with a satisfying creak of the ribbed spine. At that moment she heard her mother's muffled voice below her in the kitchen, as though the sound was rising from the book. "So what were you thinking of, Oswald?" "When was that, dear?" "You know good and well. At that wretched old house." "Yes, they should have pulled it down years ago. It's an eyesore and a temptation to the young." "Amy didn't want to go near it, so what were you trying to prove?" "I don't know if prove is the word. I just thought it was time." "Don't put on that tone. I'm not one of your customers. Time for what?" "I'm sure neither of us wants her growing up frightened of her own shadow." "She isn't, and you know it. All her age play at being scared of that place. It's like a fairy tale to them. Do you know what I think, Oswald? I think it was you it affected, not her." "Now, whatever makes you say a silly—" "You started at her when she mentioned spiders. It was yourself you were concerned about, not her." "I'd like to fancy at least it was both." "Fair Doss, I'll give you that. But what was the point of carrying on at her?" "I simply wish she wouldn't go on about arachnids. You won't tell me they don't bother her when she keeps bringing them up." "That's because you do, for heaven's sake. And if you don't, we know when you're keeping the subject to yourself. I wish you had today. If she'd seen anything in there, it would have been because of you." "I was trying to help her not grow up like me." "There must be better ways of helping. And we'd rather she grew up like you than—" "I wasn't thinking that, love. It wasn't in my mind at all. We both have plenty to offer her. We just have to watch what we pass on to her." "I pray it's that simple," Amy's mother said, almost inaudibly. And then the house was silent. Amy thought its warmth meant that her parents were comforting each other. About what, she would rather not know. Perhaps her father's nagging had indeed caused her to see worse inside Nazareth than was there. She began to leaf through A Child's Cornucopia while she waited for her mother to bring her hot chocolate. She couldn't help wondering which fairy tale her mother thought Nazareth was like. Here was the house that helped lure Hansel and Gretel to the old cannibal witch. Here was Red Riding Hood going inside a cottage, and eventually inside a wolf, until the woodcutter chopped her and her grandmother out again. Both tales seemed to have lost some of their appeal, and Amy didn't altogether like the flapping of the pages in the midst of so much silence. Then 2 pages near the middle of the volume parted, showing her a poem she hadn't encountered before, Mad Hepzibah. Maybe until now the pages had been stuck together. "Come dance with me, young and old, out from the tree. There are songs to be sung, there are marvels to see. Come dance with me, young and old, under the moon. You'll have wings on your shoulders, and dew for your shoon. Dance away to the moon, Mother Hepzibah, flee. In the morning they'll come to play prickles with thee. Let them come to my hovel, whoever they are. I've games that I'll play with them, says Hepzibah. They've come, Mother Hepzibah, come with the dawn. Your cat she is drowned, your friends they are flown. Good day, Master Matthew, for that's who you are. Will you trip the old dance with me, says Hepzibah. Bring her with us, stout fellows, bring her to the oak. She'll dance us a jig till her neck it is broke. 'Tis no dance with no partner, and it's Matthew I name. In a 12-month from now you shall see me the same. I'll come for to find you, wherever you are, and we'll dance in the air, says old Mad Hepzibah. Amy had reached the foot of the left-hand page when she heard her father calling her. She let the book close on her forefinger. At some point she must have dozed, because her Save the Children mug was standing next to the illuminated gnome. A wrinkled skin had formed on the surface of the chocolate in the mug, which she didn't even recall being brought to her. She gulped the barely lukewarm drink as her father raised his voice. "Amy? Dinner?" "Coming. I just wanted to find out." She laid the book face down on the pages she was reading and switched out her lights. Her father was walking from the kitchen to the dining room to collect the dish of lamb he'd placed in the hatch. Her mother was pouring soft drinks. Both parents confined themselves to smiles at her until her father had performed his Sunday ritual of carving the joint and spooning out the vegetables, at which point he said, "How's the invalid?" "I'm fine, I think." Amy had the impression of saying so on his behalf. "Maybe I was just cold. I wasn't really scared. I'm not scared now." "That's the main thing," he said, and raised the grayer of his eyebrows at her mother. "We're in agreement, aren't we?" "If Amy says it, I'm sure it's so, because she's the only one who knows." Amy wasn't certain what she knew. She felt as if she couldn't quite focus the conversation, or herself. She set about chewing the first mouthful of lamb, which she was unusually and uncomfortably aware was flesh. It wasn't going down, only growing larger. Her efforts must have shown on her face, because eventually her father said, "Has my roast run out of charm?" "I just don't think I'm very hungry, Dad." "I suppose it can be resurrected, but it won't be the same. Can you be tempted to some ice cream?" If that was intended to make Amy betray that she was hungrier than she'd admitted, it didn't work. She shook her head. "Would you like to go to bed properly?" her mother offered. "Yes, please." "Off you scurry, then," her father said. "You can leave the washing up to us this once. We'll be up when we're done to see how you are." Amy wished she knew. Some of the mouthful of lamb had lodged beneath her tongue, and she dashed to the bathroom to rid herself of it before attacking her teeth with a brushful of toothpaste. She washed her face and untangled her hair, which the fog had rendered wild. In her room she pulled on her pajamas and wriggled under the portly winter quilt, on which she turned over A Child's Cornucopia to finish reading the verse. But the pages at which the book lay open were full of a poem about an old washerwoman who scrubbed clothes so hard she wore a hole through to the far side of the world. Amy turned to the previous page, then to the one that followed. Both contained stories which, like the washerwoman poem, she already knew. She was ranging back and forth through the book in search of Mad Hepzibah, rubbing every right-hand corner between finger and thumb, in case the verse was trapped between two pages stuck together, when her mother intervened. "I shouldn't start waking your mind up if it's sleep you want, Amy. Your father's just finishing the dishes, and then he'll look in." Amy thought that might be time enough to find Mad Hepzibah, but her mother lifted the book out of her hands and replaced it on the shelf. "You're like me," she murmured. "My mother always said they wouldn't be able to screw the lid down on me until I'd found out the end of the book I was reading." She sat on the bed and took Amy's chin in one cool, gentle hand, while she stroked her forehead with the other. "That won't be for a very, very, very long time. I only meant you and I love books. Shall I tell you one of the stories my mother used to tell me at bedtime?" "Yes, please, Mummy." "Let me think of one." She carried on, stroking, as if Amy's forehead was a lamp from which she could conjure a tale. But then she said, "Don't mind if you have to make allowances for your father now and then. He's got the harder job, having to deal with people instead of just books. I know what he's like. He's my dad. True enough, we all know one another inside out. Let's always stay this close." She took Amy's hands in hers and embraced her with her deep blue gaze, and let her wide pink lips relax into the smile that felt to Amy like being kissed to sleep. Once upon a time there was a princess called Amy, going on 9 years old. Amy listened to the tale of the princess and the enchanted castle, where every room contained a prince who wasn't quite good enough for her. One prince turned out to be bald when his hair came off with his crown. Another left a tooth in the piece of her cake she gave him to sample. A third got so worked up by telling her how beautiful she was that his glass eye popped out. Amy laughed at each of them, although each laugh had farther to travel to the surface of her drowsiness. She wanted to stay awake until her father came to see her, and perhaps she would have a chance to search through a child's cornucopia before she drifted off to sleep. She must have nodded off because she missed the end of the story. Her mother was silenced and had let go of Amy's hands, indeed was no longer in the room. Here came Amy's father, his silhouette flickering with a light she had never seen in the house, and all at once, though she didn't know why, Amy wanted to cry for her mother and dodge out of the room. But her mouth gaped like a wound, and she couldn't move. The light flared up, and she saw where she was. It wasn't the bed in which she had fallen asleep, nor did she recognize the room. 4 hats hung in a line on the wall to her left. 3 black bead necklaces adorned a dressing-table mirror beside them. That was all she had time to take in before the flames behind her father in the doorway leapt up so fiercely that their reflection in the mirror illuminated his face. His eyes looked brighter and more dangerous than the flames. His grimace bared his teeth and their gums too, but his voice was calm as ice. "Your mother's dead, and you're mad," he said, "and you're staying here in Nazareth Hill." She didn't know if the cry which responded was hers. It was so distant and muffled, and so unlike any noise she would have wanted her mouth to produce. A light invaded her eyes, and as she blinked wildly to regain her sight, she saw her familiar bedroom, her father stumbling through the doorway as he wrapped his dressing-gown around himself, her mother following him. "Quiet now, quiet," he urged in the voice she knew. "We're here. Were you dreaming?"
"Yes," Amy pleaded. "I didn't like it. It was nasty. It was horrible."
Her tongue was functioning again, and she was home, with her parents holding her hands with the hands she'd always known. Soon they and the room would feel solid enough to persuade her she had only been dreaming. But for the moment she was clinging harder to a thought than to her parents. Whatever she did, she would never again in her life go anywhere near Nazareth Hill. 1. New for Old. Heads, Not Feds was the smallest of the shops at the upper end of Market Approach, but its window displayed more items than its neighbors, Pawnucopia and Charity Worldwide put together. A notice in the bottom right-hand corner of the window, "These pipes are for ornamental use only," did little to obscure the view. Someone or a wind had knocked over the 4-legged sign that alerted users of the market to the existence of the shop. Amy unfolded the sign, "Heads Not Feds, Everything Legal," to the length of its chain, and planted it on the pavement. Then she hitched her Mexican canvas bag over her shoulder and let herself into the shop. Wind chimes announced her arrival, but Marty barely glanced up from thumbing a price tag onto the contents of a box on the counter.
"What kind of pipe is that?"
Amy said over the strains of a tape of Walk Right In. "Electric. Press here and you don't even need to suck."
"Competitive."
"Just in time for Christmas," Marty said, and jabbed one stubby thumb at the tag. "Maybe we'll see where the money's hiding. As long as you're up on those classy long legs, why don't you make me a space in the window?" Amy dropped her bag with a thud of books on the bare floorboards, which she always thought looked earthy from the years when the shop had been a greengrocer's. She had to move bead necklaces and ammonite pendants and incense holders and hologram badges and crystals nesting in padded boxes before she was happy with the spot she chose, between an African carving and a book of Eastern philosophy, for the new pipe. She went outside to see how it caught the eye, and returned as she heard a shutter rattle down a shop front in the marketplace.
"I'd buy it," she said.
"You might get some funny looks at home."
"I get those anyway,"
said Amy, fingering the stud in her left nostril. "You'd be disappointed if you didn't, wouldn't you? I remember feeling that when I was sorting out who I was." Marty glanced past her and frowned. "There's a look I can do without, though." Amy turned and saw only the top of a head, its scalp cropped even closer than Marty's, ducked low as if to butt the window. Then the security guard from the marketplace straightened up from scrutinizing the electric pipe and marched into the shop, donning his cap and tugging its peak towards his small, suspicious eyes. The notes of the wind chimes were almost drowned by a spitting hiss of the phone that was clipped to his belt. "Can we give you any kind of a hand?" Marty asked him. "Better keep them well away from me." He devoted a few moments to clattering the compact disc boxes in their racks until those at the front of each row had toppled forward. Then he pointed his bony, mottled face, which was so hairless it looked plucked, at Marty's broad, calm, pouchy one. "I won't ask where they've been in front of this young lady," the guard said. "You'd rather wait until we're alone, you mean?" "I'd find out then if you're a feller or what, right enough." The guard bared his top teeth with a sticky sound, then produced a concerned frown that wagged the peak of his cap as he said to Amy, "Don't tell me there's anything for you here." Whether his concern was genuine or not, she hated it. "There's my friend Marty." "Where?" said the guard, before using the sole of one foot to indicate Marty. "Oh, that. Short for Martin, is it?"
"Martha,"
Amy said, furious with herself for having been provoked into responding. "And you know it, Sean Pickles." "How would anybody know that without getting closer than decent folks should? I wouldn't let you work your Saturdays in here if you were mine." "You don't get an offer like that every day, Amy."
"I couldn't stand it,"
Amy said, which wasn't enough.
"Maybe you should stop your sister Denise working in the tobacconist's if you're so worried," she told the guard.
"She's 16, and that's legal."
"So am I,"
said Amy, adding nearly in her head. "You're the only thing in here that should be, then."
"Which means you aren't,"
Amy said, and felt as if she was back in the Partington primary schoolyard, scoring argumentative points too petty to be proud of.
"Aren't you supposed to be seeing that everything's locked up for the night?"
"I'll be doing my rounds, never fret. That's why I came, to say if you want to go home through the precinct, you'd better finish with her. If you want to walk through now, I'll lock up after you."
"Forget it, thanks. I don't want to take you away from your prowl."
"If you don't walk up with me soon, you'll have to go all the way—"
"Do you know how boring you are?"
Even this seemed insufficient to put him off, and she was wondering how terse she had to be when the chimes sounded again.
"Hi, Rob,"
she said, so enthusiastically that her boyfriend hoisted his brows and eyelids and sharp chin to mime a pretense of surprise.
"Rescue me."
"From... oh." Rob tugged at his earring and gave the guard a single blink of the eyelashes Amy envied. "I remember when we met," he said. "Guilty folk do." "My first week at school it was," Rob told Marty, who'd emitted a derisive snort. "He got me in a corner and wanted to know what sort of a name Robin was. 'Some kind of a bird, are you? And for a bit of variety, bird's name, is it?' And poke, poke, poke in the ribs. And when I told him, of course it was, even that didn't cheer him up." The phone on Sean's belt hissed, and he slapped it like a gunfighter. "So," he said tightly, "here I am. Here we both still are. Pathetic, really, isn't it? So what are you going to do about it? Maybe tell our friend what we used to call you at school." "It'd be like the rest of the rubbish you talk." Sean exposed the underside of his upper lip before stalking to the door. "Some of us have work to do instead of playing silly bloody games," he declared, and did his best to slam the door behind him, but its lazy metal arm defeated him. "Obsolete," Rob and Amy chorused, an insult they'd made up between them. And then Rob said, "What did he want anyway, Aim?" "To lead me to market." "Best place for," Marty said, and thought of an improved word. "Hams like him. The sooner he's for the chop, the better. Has to do something to bring home the—" "I won't say it," said Rob. "I'm glad that's over," Amy said, and to Rob, with the roughness she knew he didn't mind, "And what did you want?" "Wondered what we were doing on Sunday." "Don't mind. Maybe go to Sheffield or Manchester, now all the shops are open, if we're up early enough for the bus. Anywhere that isn't here. I don't mean here, Marty." "I know. Only the man from the jar had one thing right. You better hadn't hang around unless you want to be locked out." "They shouldn't be able to lock so much up. They never did when I was little." Amy grabbed her canvas bag, and when doing so failed to displace her anger, punched Rob's chest. "Was that for anything in particular?" he said mildly. "For being a man," said Amy, knowing her anger was futile, which made it worse. She opened the door and shoved him out with a hand beneath the warm, silky hair that spilled over the back of his neck. "See you on Saturday," she told Marty, and followed Rob. Most of the shops that enclosed the marketplace were shuttered. Branches of a travel agency and a wine merchant and a pasta chain, which made Amy imagine bonds composed of spaghetti, and 2 clothes stores and a family video library and a bookshop that sold more greetings cards than books, and a store full of televisions and cameras and hi-fi piles, all gleaming black. 4 years ago, the leases of the properties around the square had been bought by Housel, a Sheffield firm, and now only shops you saw in every English town could afford the rent. Housel still permitted the market to continue, though most local people bought their provisions from the giant supermarket that had opened in the mall off the motorway. Pickles and an older guard were striding around the tiled square, checking that shops were locked, and both jangled their keys at the couple crossing their territory. Rob and Amy ignored them, except to hold hands more firmly, and strolled between the 15-foot-tall gates into Little Hope Way, towards the sky over the moor. The afterglow had turned the western sky the lucid green of a ray of light from a prism. Against the glow, the jagged ridge and its filaments of heather were outlined with a clarity they never had in daylight, the clarity of the single star displayed by the blackness advancing from the east. Amy began to imagine the distances that darkness brought to the sky, but her attention sank to the hulking lump of dusk on the hill across Nazareth Row.
I used to call that the spider house when I was little. Arachnological. What was behind that? Why did I, you mean? Someone else asked me that once, I think. I used to because... A window to the left of the front doors lit up, driving the memory, which she wasn't trying very hard to recover, back into the dark. I forget. Sometimes you have to. Sagacious, Amy said, and kissed his thin cheek to let him know she wasn't satirizing him that much. Are you coming in, or what? I've got a wad of history to write up. I'll call you later. Bien, Amy said with feeling. History. Boring dates of boring people doing boring things. Don't put yourself to sleep. Having relinquished Rob's hand, she gave him a push. Partings always made her feel awkward, inclined to linger, increasingly unable to think how to leave. I don't expect I'll be going anywhere, she said, and walked up the gravel drive that divided the wide lawn in front of Nazareth Hill. Though Housel had gutted the interior before rebuilding it, they'd left the facade almost unchanged. Cars were parked on an extensive rectangle of gravel to the left of the building. The photographer's Land Rover, the homeopath's Morris Minor, the Celica belonging to one of the librarians, the journalist's second-hand Porsche. As Amy came abreast of the sprawling, stooped oak tree, the building the color of bone greeted her with a silent explosion of security lights. She stepped off the drive onto the white stone threshold of the plate-glass doors and checked the mailbox beside the twin columns of 9 bell pushes to find an envelope, brown as wet sand, addressed to her father. She held one end of it between her teeth while she used her key, and saw herself grimacing above a huge, protruding tongue as the door swung inwards. She'd hardly set foot in the building when the doors met behind her with a sound like the echo of a distant tolling bell. Whenever she arrived, she thought she was meant to feel as though she'd entered a country house or an expensive hotel. The floor of the broad corridor was fattened by a carpet of an even darker brown than the panels of the walls, the lower halves of which were paled by a glow from behind the skirting boards. 3 mahogany doors were set into either wall, but 4 of the doors led to empty apartments a year after Nazareth Hill had been renovated and advertised as the most desirable residence in town. About 20 paces took her to the stairs, which were spread from wall to paneled wall with carpet as thick as the heel of her hand. She couldn't hear herself climb. The only sounds were a trickle of central heating through a concealed pipe and a faint clawing, presumably an attempt at escape, by the cat that belonged to the magistrate who lived on the middle floor. Amy kept slapping the banister, though the brass tube felt clammy, to summon forth a low, grudging, hollow note for company. On the top floor she jangled her keys all the way along the corridor, where 2 dim, blurred versions of herself slithered over the panels. One appeared to be gnawing a bone, and to have placed the number 13 on its head, as she gripped an edge of the envelope with her teeth, while she unlocked the mortise her father had had fitted, and then the Yale lock. The inner doors were all shut tight, which meant that the farther end of the paneled hall was dark. Smells so slight she recognized them only from familiarity greeted her. Leather bindings, incense lingering in her bedroom, the larger of the 2 long, thin rooms to the left of the hall. She elbowed the switch just inside the entrance and buttocked the door shut as the hall lit up, revealing its framed illustrations from a Victorian children's book, which as a baby she'd pulled to bits and which even her mother had been unable to restore. She seemed to remember disliking the oversized heads and excessively wide eyes of all the subjects of the pictures, but now she would have disliked objecting to them when it had been her mother's idea to frame them. All the same, having transferred the envelope to the hand that had held the keys, Amy stuck out her tongue at the old woman being tossed over the moon in a basket as she let herself into her room. By now, she'd made it feel reasonably like home. The overhead light in its multicolored globe found her in the mirror of the dressing table opposite the door. As she ducked to see that her complexion was no worse than the last time she'd looked, she appeared momentarily to assume both the necklaces decorating the arch of the mirror. She hung her embroidered peaked cap next to its two friends on the wall, between her Clouds Like Dreams poster, the four pallid androgynous faces of the band keeping watch by the door, and the bookcase, where books and compact discs and tapes crowded together beneath the neat top shelf full of books her mother had bound for her. She dropped her tapestry coat near the wardrobe and her school uniform on top of the coat, and once she'd changed into a t-shirt and skirt and tights black enough to suit her, remembered to take her father's letter into the main room. Unlike her bedroom, but like the one facing hers, it had a window. Through the double-glazed sashes, Amy saw the whole of Partington, the streets trailing downhill like dimmer tendrils of the marketplace, to capture the luminous snake of the main road, whose head and tail were chopped off by the darkness of the moors. Several stars had pierced the eastern sky, but the night above the marketplace was always blank. As Amy dropped the envelope on the glass top of the polished oval dining table, she saw the older guard locking the scrolled iron gates beneath the extinguished early Christmas lights. She tugged the velvet curtains shut and slipped a tape of a Vile Jelly concert into the player in the hi-fi stack. The sound level indicator splashed her hands with red as she straightened up and headed for the kitchen to brew herself a cup of herbal tea. As she switched on the fluorescent light, the topmost branches of the oak stirred beyond the kitchen window, against the dark hump of the summit of the hill, the first step to the greater darkness of the moor. The tree continued to fumble at the air while she hung a tea-bag in her mug and awakened the red eye of the electric kettle. The light from the kitchen must have startled a bird off its perch. Vile Jelly sang, "We're just a spark in the darkness of time," as she retrieved her bag from where she'd dropped it in the hall. By the time the electric mandolin solo was over, she'd spread out her school books on the dining table. The kettle summoned her with a hiss of steam and a click of its switch, and in the silence between songs she heard a restless movement near the door of the main room, a stealthy shifting of metal, and a murmur suggestive of a breath, the expansion of the radiator. It was blotted out as Eve Exman broke into "Stay with me till we see each other," while Amy poured water into her mug. She fished out the hanged limp bag at last and consigned it to the plastic bin, and waited for the branches outside the window to finish swaying, then slapped the light off before they finished. "Fix your head," she told herself, and tramped away to confront her school homework. Shakespeare's art is one of inconsistency and contrast. Discuss with reference to Macbeth. Amy remembered enraging the English master by insisting on wanting to know how Lady Macbeth could have breastfed if she'd had no children, which he had eventually declared was the oldest and most boring and irrelevant question about the play. She gazed about the room, if not for inspiration, then to distract herself from the lingering, unresolved question, at the mock leather suite with arms like sculptures of Swiss rolls, the actual leather lending distinction to some of the books that her mother had bound, the television squatting over the video recorder next to a pair of shelves overflowing with her music tapes recorded from television. Then she leaned over to grab from the arm of the sofa the handset that controlled all the audio and video equipment, and would have turned the music low if the track hadn't commenced its 60-second fade, which allowed her to be certain that she was hearing a knock at the door. She pushed her bandy-legged chair away from the table and ran down the hall to peer through the spy-hole. A figure in an ankle-length black dress embroidered with silver was already dwindling into the globular section of corridor, and Amy recognized the way its hair was drawn back straight into a ribbon, only to multiply its curls and shades of blonde halfway down the slim back. She tweaked the latch and heaved the door open. "I'm here, Beth." Beth Griffin turned from not quite aiming her key at her lock on the far side of the corridor. "Don't let me interrupt if you've friends in." "There's just me." Beth rubbed her high forehead and let the hand trail down her long nose to brush her mouth, which was so small it might have been her shyness made flesh. "I thought I heard you talking to someone as you came out." "Not me. Maybe you had my tape." "Maybe." The bass riff, which heralded the next track, had thundered out, but Beth sounded less than entirely convinced. "So," she said, discarding the subject with a vigorous shake of her head, "I know at your age listening to music that loud needn't mean you haven't got a headache, but have you been having fewer?" "None since last week." "And when's your—" Beth peered along the corridor towards the sound of a door opening, although it wasn't on the top floor. "Your time," she said. "Should be after the weekend." "And you have the headaches mostly in the daytime, you were saying." "Some of them are called teachers." "Just like the olden days when I went to school," said Beth, having blinked at the Priestley's hall as if in search of the closing door. "Carry on with the Nat Mur. Take a tablet whenever you feel the need, and if that doesn't help, you know where I am." "I'll turn it down if you want to come in." "I won't now. I will be later, won't I? I'm presuming the meeting is still on?" "Should be." "It'll be worth it, won't it?" the homeopath said, and when Amy let her unenthusiastic response stand, "We'll all be meeting, finally. All of us there are." "I may go out." "You'll be missed." "Well, I'd better—" Beth swung her keys in a gesture that suggested her door had become a magnet, and followed the hand with the rest of herself. "I hope I'll see you later," she said, before abandoning Amy to the secretive light of the corridor. Away from her office, Beth was sometimes painfully unsure of other people, and surely that explained her uneasiness throughout the conversation, Amy thought as she shut herself in. All the same, as soon as the control was within reach, she turned the music up. "This is the way your world ends," Eve Exman and the rest of Vile Jelly yelled, "so don't make any plans." Amy couldn't think for the volume. But maybe once it cleared out her head, she would be able to work. The guitars howled like missiles and sirens, and just as they became unbearable, they were cut off. That was the band's joke, because after 5 seconds they would rise again, fiercer than ever. But the lull enabled her to hear a key turning in the lock, and she found herself welcoming company as she hurried to wait in the hall. 2. Besides those invited. "I've called a meeting of my fellow Nazarilians for this evening," Oswald said. "But before I leave you, I'd like to be certain we understand each other." Betty Raystrick leaned over the tray, whose scalloped oval framed a turn-of-the-century seaside photograph, and pulled the knitted cozy down on the teapot, as though she was adjusting a baby's bonnet. "You aren't saying my hubby didn't know his job?" "As if I would, Mrs. Raystrick. I'd rather say he was devoting so much time to his clients that he forgot to be concerned for himself." "That means for me as well, and it was going on for years." "I'd say that shows how long he must have been hiding the strain." Oswald gazed into the widow's wrinkled face, on which age appeared to have redistributed some of the white hair, and tried to penetrate its stoicism. "Maybe if I'd looked in more often, I might have noticed something." "I don't see how, when I never did." "He must have been determined not to worry you. What I'm driving at, You shouldn't have to be responsible for anything he kept from you." "Shouldn't I feel responsible for not seeing how he was going?" "Feel? Well, none of us can help what we feel. But I don't think so in your case. Responsibility now," Oswald said with sudden inspiration. "I'd lay that at the door of whoever burgled this house." "Your firm aren't going to care who, are they? Only what they have to pay." "That rather is the nature of the business, I'll admit." "And how much that'll be is up to this man they're sending from Manchester to see what Stan didn't insure." "I should have asked Stan or you to let me look everything over. That's what I intend to do in future if my clients will allow me." Bracing himself with a breath which he hoped wasn't noticeable, Oswald said, "I keep thinking of a case like yours." "God preserve whoever it was." "Amen," said Oswald, and not much less awkwardly. "What the survivor did when she knew the adjuster was coming, I only mention this, she took all the jewelry that hadn't been stolen, you see the similarity to your situation, and some other items, and left them with a friend, so that when our chap, not ours, I should say, made the valuation, she seemed to have been—" His breath ran out with a croak, and his nostrils itched with the breath he used to say, "fully insured." The silence struck him as exposing the words for an unreasonable length of time before Betty Raystrick said, "What was her name?" "You'll pardon me if I can't give that out." "But you're telling me she got what she asked for." "That was my point, exactly. She wasn't actually a client of mine. You'll appreciate I heard about her off the record." The fibs Oswald had expected the widow to welcome were multiplying beyond control or sense as she gazed rather sadly at him. "I just thought I'd let you know that other people," he said, not far short of a plea. "Well, you did. Thank you for putting yourself out on my behalf." The widow dug her ivory-handled stick into the carpet and levered herself to her feet with the nimble stiffness of a figure in a pop-up book. "Safe home?" she said, using the stick to dislodge the pink snake of a draft excluder, so as to let Oswald out of the house, and he was trying to think of a suitable wish in response to her words, when the front door withdrew its tongue of light. "I tried," he muttered, and unlocked the Austin to fling his briefcase in before following it almost as roughly with himself. The dashboard lit up and showed him the time, which it would have been impolite to check while he was in the house. Already 6:10. He swung the car across the narrow lane, sent it backwards until a twig of the hedge squeaked against the rear window, threw it into first gear, and drove uphill. He was doing his best, he tried to convince himself, as he braked at the main road before driving into Moor View opposite. Close to half of that street was safe because of him. Fire and theft, he thought as he passed cottage after small neat cottage, and the Crowthers at No. 5 had a plan that in due course would pay for their 11-year-olds at university. Lester Keene, 2 doors up, knew his policy was keeping pace with his stamp collection. The Whitlaws on the corner of Gorse Cottages were insured against any harm their Dobermans might do. "Never be too safe," Oswald murmured, as he turned onto Nazareth Row, from which several huddles of cottages faced the park. A few seconds later, the Austin coasted left onto the gravel. With its imposing facade and long, elegant windows, Nazareth was as near as the town came to a mansion. Only the 4 disused chimneys rearing against the charred sky gave the place a slightly eccentric air. Oswald lined the car up close to the much-traveled Porsche and paused a moment to admire the stature of the building, then strode around to the front, ducking as a security light attracted a large fly or a moth. As the fierce lamp reduced the insect to ash, Oswald fished his keys out of his overcoat and let himself in. The glass doors excluded the sounds of the town, dogs barking not quite in unison, a woman's quick, clipped footsteps on a pavement, the yipping of a car alarm, and the warmth of Nazareth Hill embraced him. Together with the silence and the discreet light of the paneled corridor, it felt like balm. It soothed him all the way to the top, where only the jingle of keys approaching his door broke the quiet. When he opened the door, he found Amy waiting in the hall. He gave her the smile which pinched his lips together. She was still Amy, however much he sometimes thought she was trying to appear not to be. Her shoulder-length hair tinged green and pink, a stud gleaming in her left nostril, 3 rings adorning that ear, 2 jostling above the lobe of the other. He caught himself hoping that no more of her was pierced beneath the black T-shirt and mournful miniskirt and funereal tights. As though the burden of metal inhibited the movements of her pale, thin, oval face, she only raised her eyebrows and brightened her eyes momentarily to acknowledge him. "Had a good day?" he said. At least, he began to. But the hi-fi had no patience with his standard phrase. What sounded like the effects of tortures he would rather not imagine commenced shrieking from the speakers, and he dodged into the hall and pulled the door shut. "Amy, could you turn that down, for heaven's sake?" "Pardon?" he saw her pronounce. "Down," he said, shoving his keys into his pocket and slapping the air with that hand. She only gazed at him, but the uproar started to diminish. "There, it's obeying you," she said, audibly now. "I'm not quite senile yet, Amy. We both know it's just the end of a song, if song's the word. Please lower it before somebody complains." "Who? Do it, please, unless you want me to turn it off." The electronic agony subsided, and the next track immediately began. It was almost a ballad. "If this isn't heaven, I'll stay for a while." "I thought you liked this one," Amy said. "It's a relief." At times Oswald found the melody and even some of the words running through his head, but the nearest he could venture to admitting that now was, "I do quite." "I'll turn it down when it gets louder." "Don't need to be told again." He felt defeated, not least by having said that, which was no doubt as unnecessary as he saw she thought it was. He hung his coat in the bedroom wardrobe and was heading for the kitchen when she informed him, "An envelope came for you." "Only an envelope?" When she didn't think that worth a smile, he tried to vary her gaze by saying, "Do I have to guess where it is?" A shrug of her head and one shoulder directed him to the envelope in the midst of the scant space on the table that wasn't claimed by her homework. He scarcely needed to rip back the flap to recognize the kind of letter he'd been sent. A personal message for Mr. Oswald Priestley and his family. Have you ever wondered how you and your family would cope with a serious illness, Mr. Priestley? If you had to wait for treatment, Mr. Priestley, how long would your family be able to survive financially? "Private medical care," he said. "I don't think we need that, do we?" This time Amy shrugged both shoulders, and he dropped the wad of crumpled paper in the kitchen bin. "Will you be long at your homework?" he said. "We ought to start putting the food out quite soon." "You can now." "Don't clear away if you haven't—" But she was already gathering her books with a vehemence he might have taken personally. In a very few seconds she was across the hall, and he heard a thud on the floor of her room. The ballad ended, and just as a voice screamed, "Time to go to hell!" Amy marched back to grab the control and kill the tape. "I didn't say you had to switch it right off," said Oswald. "Well, I did. Have you eaten? Lunch? Feel free to have a nibble as we carry through. I'm not hungry." "You still need to eat, Amy." He heard himself urging food on her as he'd never had to years ago, when her waist had been as slim as it was now. "I've provided for you and any other vegetarians," he said. "I'll have something later." "Don't make it too late. And I hope you don't mean in your room." "Why not?" "I'm sure everyone would like to meet you for a kick-off, as well as which we could do with a few less plates vanishing into your room." "I thought we were having paper plates." "We are tonight, but I'm talking about generally. I've been hunting for at least one knife and fork, and I can't imagine what you do with all the spoons." Amy gazed at him until he began to feel as petty and absurd as it was clear he sounded to her. "Well, I'm seeing to the spread," he declared. Some of the topmost branches of the oak were fingering the light from the kitchen. As he opened the tall refrigerator, Amy's reflection appeared at their tips, which seemed to cast her up to hover in the air while she approached along the hall. "These are all meatless," he said, handing her a tray in the hope she would be tempted. When he followed with a tray full of sausage rolls, however, he found her gazing at the vol au vent and murmuring to herself. "What's that, Amy?" he said. "Flights in the wind." "Really? If you say so." Even when he realized she was translating the name of the snack, his unease didn't quite dissipate. He sent himself back to the kitchen, to be trailed by Amy at half his speed. Between them they set the table, although since she was being more than usually averse to the proximity of meat, most of her effort was devoted to laying out plastic utensils and paper plates. She was creating an artistic arrangement of them when Oswald finished his last sortie. "You were going to bring forth some of the hoard from your room," he reminded her. "I'm going to." "You've already proclaimed your intention. For a change, how about—" The apartment door buzzed with a sound too urgent to have time to be musical, and Amy darted towards it. "I'll answer that," Oswald said, "while you—" And raising his voice as he pursued her into the hall, "Amy, I said I'll—" He gave up and assumed a welcoming expression, because she had opened the door. Beyond it was a man almost as wide as it, the neatness of his pinstripe suit and discreetly silver tie rather contradicted by the way his shirt was barely able to contain his overhanging stomach. Until he mopped his round face with a handkerchief, which he then returned to his breast pocket, his forehead looked as moist as his slicked-back raven hair. "Am I early?" he rumbled, as though his throat needed clearing. "I lost your chitty with the time on it. Just say the word, and I'll plod back down." "Don't think of it. I did say 7-ish," said Oswald, although he'd been precise. "I'm Oswald. This is my daughter Amy. Am I right in thinking you're the photographer, Mr.—" "Dominic Metcalf. If you ever want a memory preserving, I'm your man, and you're—" "I sell insurance." Oswald had anticipated how Metcalf's face would grow guardedly polite. "Don't worry, not to you, not now. That isn't why I asked everyone in." "It'll be good to rub shoulders." The photographer's gaze strayed over the framed illustrations along the hall and came to rest in the kitchen. "Do I recall some reference to food?" "I hope there'll be enough. You won't have eaten, then?" "Advisable to leave a corner of the old tum free, I thought." "Make a start, by all means." If Oswald hadn't quite suited his tone to his words, that failed to trouble the photographer, who surged through the doorway as if he had only now been invited, and gave Oswald's hand a belated, pudgy shake before veering into the main room, where he sprawled in the nearest armchair, despite its eloquent creak, and visibly restrained himself from swinging his legs over an arm of the chair. "I'll be up and about once I get my breath," he panted. "Shame they didn't put in a lift instead of all those stairs." "Stairs don't get stuck," said Amy, having closed the door and followed the men into the main room. "Stairs and a lift as well, then, young architect. Is that what you aim to be when you grow up?" "I think we're in at least two minds about how we'll end up when we're even older. Isn't that the situation, Amy?" That earned Oswald such a glare for being patronizing that Dominic Metcalf regressed the subject. "Do we have any sense of what this place used to be?" "The council offices were here when I was Amy's age, before we all started to be administered from Sheffield." "Sheffield's not a dirty word, is it? I've a studio there." "I've clients, and this young lady goes to school there. Don't you, Amy? I should think at least half the town goes off there every weekday, or to Manchester." "What was it first?" Amy said. "Here? Why," said Oswald, and found he meant both words as a question. "More offices, I shouldn't wonder," the photographer said. "Offices breed offices, you know." "It's too old." She made that sound as though it was the fault of someone present, and Oswald was about to take control of the conversation when the door uttered its buzz. "Why don't you see what Mr. Metcalf—" he commenced, not rapidly enough, because she was already out of the room. "Dominic, by now, I hope. Or Dom, if that sticks in your teeth." "Dominic's no bother. Excuse me a moment," Oswald said, and leaned into the hall. Amy was admitting their next-door neighbors, the male half of whom gave her a grin which he maintained while striding up to Oswald. "Leonard started," he announced to the photographer. "And here's Lynn when she's finished inspecting." His face appeared to have been intended for a slightly larger head, and to have been put on not quite straight, an asymmetry which his grin exaggerated. His tall but stooping wife had minutely curled short hair not unlike a poodle's, except that it was even redder than her husband's, and bright, quick eyes which were busy examining the illustrations in the hall. "Are these from a book?" she asked. "That's right," Amy said, not necessarily in answer. "You're librarians. Wasn't there a book about here?" "About what was that, dear?" "This place, Nazareth Hill." "Now that I couldn't tell you. My stamping ground is discs and tapes." "Stamping ground?" she repeated, so as to nudge a dutiful laugh out of her partner. "Does the idea of a book set off any bell with you, Leonard?" "Not a tinkle. I could consult the screen for you if you remind me. Amy, isn't it?" "Nice to see a book being put to so much use." His wife turned from the big-eyed children trooping after the Pied Piper, and said to Amy, "So how do you spell yourself? The usual way?" "You can spell when you want to, can't you?" Oswald said, and sent Amy an apologetic look too late. "I just meant our Pamela's taking to putting an H on her end. She's imaginative that way. Nice to see, we think." "She's 12, Leonard said to Amy. "She was wanting to meet you, but she's shy when there'll be people." "You could zoom next door and see her if you like." "And if you hit it off, there might be some extra pocket money for you when we need—we mustn't say a baby, but a sitter." "Go now, if you've time, before it's lights out," Lynn suggested, and blinked at a knock on the door. That's never the hermit come out of her cell." "I know who it is," said Amy, and answered it without bothering to use the spy-hole. "Hi, Beth." The homeopath twisted round as Amy sidled past her. "Are you really not staying?" "I'm coming back. There's just my dad and— oh, here's some more people." Oswald hurried to welcome Beth Griffin and whoever else was approaching. "In you come," said Lynn to the homeopath. "Nobody bites." "Don't be too—" Oswald called after Amy, but the door of the neighboring apartment was already closing, and now his guests overtook it. Ursula Brain, a florist redolent of her trade. Ralph Schrift, who examined the framed illustrations, cocking his head and levelling an upturned palm at each of them, as though considering them for the gallery he ran in Manchester. Paul Kenilworth, a violinist who murmured, "I hope nobody is troubled by my practicing," and betrayed some pique when several of the guests had to have that explained. While Oswald produced drinks for the party to serve themselves from the sideboard, more people arrived to be let in by Beth, as if doing so was a form of therapy. Peter Sheen entered, toying with an expensive, personalized ballpoint, as much an emblem of himself as of his journalism. Teresa Blake raised her wide, flat face and surveyed the gathering much as she might have scrutinized them from her magistrate's bench. Max Greenberg seemed barely able to see them with his watch-repairer's vision, despite thick lenses which appeared to float his eyes out of his face. Beth retreated to her apartment to fetch chairs, and the first of the doors she'd left ajar invited in the owners of classic carpets, Dave and Donna Gouge, who had carpeted the whole of Nazareth Hill, and whose his and hers names were greeted by Lynn Stoddard with an approving squeal. Alastair Doughty, a printer whose hands looked flushed from being scrubbed, turned up just in time to help Beth transport 4 straight chairs, which they lined up beside the door of the Priestley's main room. A pause ensued while those who weren't pouring themselves drinks looked at the chairs, and then Leonard Stoddard said, "Shall we call the meeting to order? We're all here, aren't we?" The florist raised a fist towards her mouth to emphasize a prefatory cough. "I think there's still—" "We don't need to wait unless everyone wants to," said Oswald. "I didn't mean this to be anything formal. I just thought it would be useful for us all to meet and talk." "About anything special?" Dave Gouge said, seating himself at one end of the sofa and pulling his shirt-sleeves over his wrists, while his wife performed much the same actions at the other. "Security occurred to me. I haven't lured you here for a presentation," Oswald assured the party, several of whom had begun to look wary or tricked. "I think a building is never as secure as it can be until the people in it have discussed how." "You'll have some notions, I imagine," said Ralph Schrift, swinging one of Beth's chairs away from the wall so as to sit astride it and rest his elbows on the back. "Leonard!" Lynn patted the arm of her chair to summon her husband away from Amy's videocassettes, which he was tidying under the pretense of examining the handwritten titles. "There was something we wanted to bring up, wasn't there?" "There was." "The tree outside," Lynn said to the magistrate. "We were wondering what the position was." "More or less upright, I should say," Teresa Blake responded, which by now was also a description of herself. "The legal position," Leonard said, with one syllable doing extra duty as a laugh. "We thought you'd know whether it can be cut down." "Pardon me, but who'd want to?" said Beth. "It's part of the character." "I've known some of those I could do without," Peter Sheen remarked, extending and retracting the tip of his ballpoint with the hand that wasn't delivering frequent sips of muscadet to his mouth. Max Greenberg's eyes swam to find him in the twin bowls of the lenses. "You're speaking of people, are you? Or places?" "I've come across plenty of bad examples of both." "Each makes the other," "Which brings us back to the tree, I believe," Leonard said. "That's a bad word, maybe," said his wife, and gave him back the subject with a reproachful blink. "Fair enough, then. Dangerous. We think it's seen better days and ought to be dealt with before it keels over. If it does, it'll come straight for this side of the house." "It scratches at the window as it is whenever there's much of a breeze," said Lynn. "Last night it kept our Pamela awake." "I don't see how she could hear it through the double glazing," Paul Kenilworth said, with a kind of perverse satisfaction, "if nobody can hear me sawing away on the fiddle." "Perhaps it's just young girls, how they get, you understand," Leonard said to the party at large. "I wasn't meaning there were any in the tree, but now I think about it, that's another danger." "We don't want children trying to climb it and breaking their necks," Lynn clarified. "Nor adults either. It's up to them if they want to break their necks, but my point is that tree could be an invitation to a burglar." "Handwritten in gold and tied up in a bow." Lynn's image brought the Stoddards to a halt, and Alistair Doughty looked up from inspecting his fingernails, presumably for traces of ink. "I know what you mean," he said, though not to Lynn. "Just the other night I had someone peering in my window." Donna Gouge sat forward, unsheathing yet another inch of her black nylon thighs. "Aren't you on the same floor as us?" "That I am. Middle," he explained, for the benefit of anyone who mightn't know. "There I was, nodding off in front of the evening stripe on the box. And this, I'll call them a bee in front of the ladies, this bee sticks their face right up against the glass." "Not a window cleaner?" Dave Gouge said. "Not at getting on for midnight, and not with a face like that either. I'd cross the street if I saw it in daylight, and let me tell you, I've been on the lookout for it ever since." "Male or female?" Teresa Blake inquired, lowering herself onto a straight chair as carefully as she was balancing her brim-full wine-cup. "God knows, and maybe not even its mother. Swinging about it was. You'd have thought it lived up there, sticking its tongue out at me, and then it was off before I could get to the window." "We can certainly look into deterring trespassers," the magistrate said, having rendered the wine in her cup more manageable. "I don't mind talking to our friends at Housel, since my sitting on the bench seemed to impress them. Shall I tell them they might want to put some gates up?" "Anything that keeps us private," Dave Gouge said, with another tug at his cuffs. The general murmur suggested that his listeners thought agreement was too obvious to need putting into words, except for Beth. "Won't there be a right-of-way by now?" she said. "There ought not to be," Teresa said, as though addressing a contentious lawyer, then softened her tone. "The land hasn't been public since it was railed off and this place built." "As what, do you know?" Oswald said. "I don't need to." "That's settled, then," Ralph Schrift declared, placing his cup on the seat between his legs and clamping the sides of his face with his hands to direct it at Oswald. "You were going to tell us your plans for us?" "I thought we could take a few minutes to discuss organizing ourselves," Oswald said, a proposition which the door seemed to greet with a derisive buzz. "I'll just," he said, and tramped out, expecting to find Amy without her keys. But the newcomer was a man with a round, startled face, his eyes almost as pale as his shock of blonde hair. "Sorry for the lateness. It was my father," he said, and delivered a handshake whose firmness might have been intended to counteract the indirectness of his words. "I've seen you," Oswald said, feeling apologetic himself. "You're making something of the grounds. I hadn't realized you were one of us." "Down on the ground," his new guest said, which it took Oswald more than a moment to interpret as referring to the floor on which the other lived. "You won't know the place when I've done with it. George Roscommon, by the way. No garden, too large or too small." Oswald thought that a somewhat extravagant claim, but kept his feelings to himself as he closed the door, and followed the gardener in time to hear him own up to his name. "Oh, hello," George Roscommon then said. "Oh, hello," said Ursula Brain, echoing his casualness so exactly that it was clear how well they knew each other. There was an embarrassed silence until Dominic Metcalf told the gardener, "You're my fellow denizen of the unpopular floor." "That was something I thought was worth discussion," Oswald said. "4 apartments on these gentlemen's floor, and 1 on the first. I'm sure we all want to see them occupied, but I wonder if we might like to vet prospective tenants." "I'm all for keeping out undesirables," said Teresa Blake. "That's another word I can have with Housel, a vetting committee. I take it that will include any adults who aren't able to be here?" "It would have to," George Roscommon admitted. And as though further to confirm that, the phone rang in the hall. "We've been thinking up safety measures," Oswald said, as a cue to someone to develop the theme while he took the call. As soon as he lifted the receiver from its white slab on the wall, a cracked voice demanded, "Is George there?" "George!" "He's just arrived. This is—" "I'm his father," the voice complained, which at least made its gender clear. "Who else were you expecting?" "I can't say I was expecting anyone." "Can't or won't, Mr. Priestley. Would you like a word with your son?" "I'll have that when he comes down. Just tell him I'd appreciate it if he wouldn't dally on the way." "Well, I really think that's up to—" When Oswald found himself talking to an electronic drone, he hooked the receiver into the slab. He hadn't succeeded in wording a message for the gardener by the time he felt compelled to go back into the room. "My father," George Roscommon said at once. "Sorry, I know." "You wouldn't like him to join us?" "Hardly possible with all the stairs." Metcalf panted in agreement, and Oswald felt bound to ask, "Is he by himself?" "That's how he was left. More than likely he won't say he was when I get back." Only the florist looked as though she wanted to respond to that, and when she didn't speak, Oswald did. "You could tell him the security is in hand, if that would help. Now that we'll all be able to recognize one another, I'd like to propose some kind of watch scheme. Nothing formal, just keeping an eye on who's in the building and what they're up to, if that should seem called for." "No quarrels with that," Dave Gouge said at once. "None at all," Donna said. "I think that about exhausts my ideas, but not my catering. Would anyone care to fall on some more of this food?" The Gouges and Paul Kenilworth took this as an excuse to leave, pleading previous dinners, and Oswald might have lost faith in his cuisine if Ralph Schrift hadn't backed off his chair and refilled his plate, declaring, "Better tuck than I serve at my private views." He inspired Dominic Metcalf both to return to the spread and to propose taking a photograph of all the occupants of Nazareth Hill once it was fully peopled. "Shouldn't you snap us before the tree goes, if it's going?" Beth said, which both the printer and the watchmaker attempted to explain to George Roscommon before the florist claimed the subject as a pretext to speak to him. By now Peter Sheen was replenishing his plate enthusiastically as any journalist at a junket, and even the magistrate was nibbling a snack to go with her drinks, too late to hinder their effects. "I must be going soon," she said more than once, and eventually, "before the prisoner gets too restless." "Who's that?" Max Greenberg demanded. "My companion. If she thinks she's been left by herself too long, she's liable to start clawing the walls." Even once her listeners gathered she was referring to her cat, her words caused an odd awkwardness, which she relieved by draining her cup and making her determinedly stable way along the hall. Some or all of that was the cue for the party to break up. The Stoddards were the last to leave. Oswald watched them along the corridor and had finished throwing plates and cups into the kitchen bin before he heard the key in the lock. "Did you make a new friend?" he said. "Maybe." "What was she like?" "All right." Amy's replies would become resentful and even less informative if he pursued the subject, and he opened his hands towards her to signify he was resigned to having nothing to hold on to. As he headed for the main room, she said, "Do you want any help?" "Please." He remembered what he'd asked her several times and reached into her room to switch the light on. "First, if you could finally—" The room lurched out of its dimness, and he saw a spider as big as his hand flexing its legs on the bed, its web stretching from the pillow to the floor and laden with shriveled insects. "You filthy—" he gasped, then saw there wasn't a cobweb, only a patterned black silk scarf. But there was a spider, clinging to the light bulb for an instant before it withered into a wisp of smoke, which Oswald had the appalled impression he could smell. The room appeared to shrink and darken, and then, as he stumbled backwards, it regained its habitual size. "I can't get anything while you're in the way," Amy said, and saw his face. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just a bit of a dizzy spell. One sip too many. Nothing to do with you." Oswald retreated hastily into the main room, although the sight of food made him feel rather sick. "Just make sure in future you keep your room clean," he said in a voice so fierce he hardly recognized himself. 3. Down from the height. "Well, it's back to the books for me," Max Greenberg said. George watched Ursula murmur a parting remark to Ralph Schrift at the far end of the frustratingly dim corridor. The art dealer threw back his head as if to catch the laugh he then let fly as he admitted himself to his apartment, which brightened the corridor only to renew, if not intensify, the dimness. "Ah," George said, and feeling that was impolitely unenthusiastic, "Oh, yes." "A good few hours before this we'll be hitting the pillow." The watchmaker raised his bottled eyes to emphasize how he was pointing a manicured finger at his scalp. But George was seeing Ursula begin to descend the stairs, her loose dark green dress hinting at the swaying of her hips, the glossy black pennant of her hair at rest now, walled off from the wind across the moors. "So long as you don't strain your—" George responded, and in a breakneck attempt to head off the imminent word, "though I'm sure it's worth doing, the reading is, of course—" "It comes with the calling." "I see." By now they were at the stairs, but Ursula was no more than a whisper of footsteps beyond the bend in the staircase and a lingering trace of perfume, which made George feel tethered by the conversation. "In the sense of quite seeing that it would," he said, and when descending in silence proved unbearable, "with me, now, I'm afraid it's rather fallen by the wayside." Max Greenberg waited until the bend to turn on George a look of magnified surprise, not far short of a rebuke. "Don't you think you could be storing up trouble for yourself?" "Perhaps as I get older I'll find my way back to how shall we put it, the way." It struck George that if he'd been less intent on Ursula, he wouldn't have allowed the chat to round on him. "Do you study every night?" he said, and stepped down far enough to see her in the process of opening her handbag outside her door, halfway along the corridor. "My grandfather did, a chapter without fail before he went to bed. Except, of course, well, Not of course, but with him it was the Bible, rather than the one you have. Not that I'm suggesting there's any difference," he went on, his words stumbling helplessly downhill. "Obviously, neither's better than the other, assuming you want my opinion."
All this had brought him to the middle floor, where he became aware that the watchmaker was gazing at him with some bemusement.
"We aren't still talking about my books," Max Greenberg said or asked. "Well, I thought if I'm not, the books I'll be preparing for my accountant." "Ah, yes. I should have—"
George managed to swallow any further comment, though that meant he had no obvious excuse to linger on this floor, and more reason than ever to feel embarrassed. He watched Greenberg unlock his door as Ursula reached in her bag for her keys, and then Max said,
"What time have you?"
It wasn't clear from his tone whether this was a farewell or a sales pitch.
10:20,
George said, having peered at the dim gray face of his digital watch. Ursula used raising a tiny round dial to her face as a pretext for leaving her keys in her handbag.
"Almost 19 minutes past."
Max exposed his wrist with a good deal of ceremony, displaying the various hands and dials of his Rolex.
19 minutes and 13 seconds,
he said, in the accent of a gentle warning, and with a nod that acknowledged his listeners as the couple they were trying to appear not to be, trotted into his hall. Ursula dredged her keys out of her bag, and having pushed her door open, gazed at George.
"Here he is," he said. "No mistaking him. Can't tell the difference between accounts and the Talmud."
She propped the door open with the bag and walked almost soundlessly towards him.
"George." "Can't even come up with the name when he needs it, or much else either."
She halted 2 paces short of him, unlike her perfume.
"Are you coming in for a quick mug?"
Some perverse enjoyment was to be had from pitying himself at a distance, and he found it hard to relinquish.
"What are you offering?"
"Whatever you'd like to put in your mouth. You can have a nip if you're good."
"That might just do it. Better not, though, in case downstairs he starts getting how he gets. We don't want him pestering the Priestleys."
Ursula seemed unaware of stretching her right hand out to him, flexing its fingers so slightly they couldn't be convicted of beckoning. He knew how soft and firm her hand would be, and her arm, and her breasts with their nipples tilted up to greet him. She was glancing back at her ajar door.
"Say you aren't feeling abandoned," he said. "By me, I mean."
"Just making sure nothing goes in my flat I don't want in there."
"What would?"
"Nothing really, I suppose. I just thought I saw something little running up the stairs tonight when I came home. Maybe it was Miss Blake's Moggy. I don't mind having that come to visit." She peered about the corridor before turning her attention fully to him. "What were you saying again?"
"Only that the old man's in a mood to start ringing around if he thinks he's been left too long."
"I'll just have to water my plants and take Inspector Wexford to bed with me then." She relented at once, finding one of George's hands to squeeze and relinquishing it before their contact would have become irresistible. "Don't listen to me. You've enough on your shoulders. Not that you have to put up with it all by yourself. Isn't it time you introduced us?"
"Maybe soon."
Ursula tossed her head, netting the dimness with her hair. "I'd better let you go. Unless—" Her pause seemed to take hold of his groin.
"Unless, yes?"
he said with some urgency.
"I only thought You might dash down if you felt like it, and see if he's asleep, so you could wander back up. Except he might wake. It was just a silly woman's idea. Less of the silly, George said, feeling her withdrawing from him, although she was standing still. If he is asleep, I suppose I could leave him a note. Saying what? I'll think of it, he said, to counteract her sudden skepticism. That I'm not at the Priestleys, and they don't know where I am, for a start. Will you call me if you're staying down? That I will. It occurred to George that he was sounding decisive about taking the least decisive course. Let me find out what's happening, he said, and hurried downstairs, tugging his keys free of his trousers pocket. He inched the key into the left-hand door at the foot of the stairs and edged the door open, holding his breath. Smells of leather and boot polish met him. Though the polish smelled fresh, that needn't mean his father was still awake. He switched on the hall light and eased the door shut, and had taken one muted step when the old man started to grumble in the main room. "Who's that? Is that you?" "Who else is it going to be?" Louder, and with less of a sigh, George called, "It's George, Father." "See you don't leave that lamp on. That's money you're spending, and one day you'll know." "How could I forget?" George muttered, and slapped the switch. Darkness, like the heavy smells made visible, sprang from the paneled walls as he trudged towards the solitary light and his father's wheezing. "I thought you'd gone to bed." "That's what you thought, all right." His father gripped the arms of the reclining chair with his arthritic hands and heaved his upper body erect, dragging his legs after it. Above the severe stripes of his pajamas and dressing-gown, his pouchy face looked loosened by inactivity, the gray lumps of eyebrows drooping over eyes whose brown had faded like an old photograph, the cheeks increasingly unable to support themselves and the lower eyelids, the nostrils of the long flat nose no longer bothering to withhold their hairs, the bottom lip exposing its underside in a constant expression of petulance. "You thought I'd be dead to the world because I didn't know the score, did you?" he said, the last few words expiring in a wheeze. "I know how to keep myself alert, and don't you tell anyone otherwise. Here, put these away since you're up." He'd been polishing yet another pair of his boots, these for walking rather than climbing, their soles as thick as his hand at the ball of his thumb. George balanced the cloth and the tin of polish on top of them and bore them into his father's bedroom. As he elbowed the light switch, the stack of gear opposite the foot of the rumpled, untucked bed, boots, rucksacks, ropes, pitons, hammers, emitted a muffled clank, no doubt because his weight on the floor had disturbed the heap, though for a moment he imagined some small animal lurking in it, which dismayed him. He dumped the boots on top of another pair, and, knuckling the light off, strode back into the main room. "Father, I really do think you should consider finding someone who'd appreciate—" "Don't be starting. You can sell what you like once you've planted me, but as long as you can bear to put up with me, every stick of it stays." "I thought you didn't like waste." "None of it would be wasted if you used it instead of prancing about in other people's gardens. Get yourself fit while you've some legs," the old man said, dealing his own a slap which made him snarl with pain. "Father, please be careful of yourself. Gardening keeps you fit, believe me." "Pulling up daisies is your idea of exercise, is it? Look at you. You're as feeble as you ever were," the old man said, although rather than looking at George, he was lolling his head back. "Forever trailing after me and your poor mother, and whinging whenever we wanted to climb." "If that's the mood you're in, I'm going to bed." The old man brought his gaze down from his memories, and George saw his eyes were wet. Maybe before you shut me up in mine, you'll have the decency to tell me what went on upstairs." "I was about to," George said, blinking moistness back. "We had some good times, though, us and Mother. Didn't we? We had some laughs." "A few. Aye, there's always the past." His father rubbed his eyes to focus on him. "She was proud enough of you, I'll leave you that. Used to say you made something of the land when we only trod on it." "We can make something of the present, too, can't we? I thought you were pleased we landed here." "I'll like it better once I know how many rooms we've got." 5, the same as everybody," George said, wondering if his father had convinced himself they'd been given an inferior apartment. "This one, 2 bedrooms, kitchen, and the one nobody can live without." "There's more than 5 in here. There's some that are smaller." "There aren't, truthfully, I swear. Just the airing cupboard by the kitchen, and everybody will have one of those." "And watch out, swearing round here. You never know who might be listening." He was rambling, George thought uneasily. It was his age. Then the old man said, "Go on, get it over with. Call whoever it is." "I don't know what you mean, Father." "Don't give me up for doolally just yet. That's the 4th time you've looked at the phone since you came in." George couldn't recall having done so that often, and felt as though part of himself that hadn't grown up had conspired with his father to betray him. "I'll take it through," he said, picking up the cordless telephone from beside his father's chair. "Shall I make us both a drink?" "Not this late, not with my bladder," said his father, with a look which declared that he knew the offer was an excuse to get George out of the room. George ran the cold tap in the kitchen and filled a glass so as not to seem entirely dishonest, and gazed out at the gleaming husks of parked cars as Ursula's phone began to trill. 1 pulse would signify that she had been waiting eagerly for him, 2 that she was resigned to not seeing him, 3 that she wanted him to realize she was disappointed in him, 4 that she'd had enough of him. "Hello," she said breathlessly, cutting off the 5th trill. "Hello." "You're busy." "I think I'd better be." "I'm with you." "I wish you were." "Another time, perhaps." "Perhaps." Belatedly afraid that she would think, or choose to think, he was referring to more than her meeting his father, George stammered, "Soon, I hope, for you and me." "I expect so." "No," Ursula said, and having denied him the breath he was about to take, added like a mother promising a child a treat, "I'll go so far as to say you can count on it. You look after your dad tonight, and I'll look after you another." "That improves everything." George would have been happy to prolong their companionable silence if his father hadn't uttered a peremptory wheeze. "Well, I'd better." "Go and be dutiful." "And you be beautiful," he said, surprising himself. "I'll try. Sleep tight." "Don't let anything bite," George said, and felt he'd spoiled the mood. As his father wheezed more vigorously, he broke the connection and took the phone back to its niche among the climbing manuals and souvenir chunks of rock shelved in the main room. "No need to try," he murmured, having realized he should have told Ursula that. "First sign of madness," his father cautioned, and stared harder at him. "Which reminds me, who was the crazy woman who kept cackling like a witch?" "Nobody I know." "Then you must be going about with your eyes shut and your ears plugged, cackling away all the time I was on the blower to your friend upstairs." There was nobody like that. It must have been a crossed line. I thought she was laughing at me. To George's relief, he seemed mollified, at least on that subject. So what did I miss up there? He said, clawing at the lapels of his dressing-gown to cover his cobwebby chest. Mostly talk about security around the place. What's up with it? Nothing, Father. No reason to get worked up. That old tree may be cut down in case it endangers the building. I won't be mourning it. It's too dark underneath, for one thing. Too dark for what? For anything to grow, it seems like. And there was talk of some kind of security watch. Not that I imagine there'll be much to watch for. This place is built like a fortress. Nobody with any sense would try to break in. How am I supposed to know who's meant to be in? Shall we have everyone round for a drink? It can be an early Christmas party before I drive you round to see your friends. And once the weather's better, I'll take you some of the places where you used to walk and climb. You're a good lad sometimes. The old man dug his fingers into the arms of the chair and attempted to propel himself out of it, then subsided with a deflated wheeze. Give us a hand up, will you? All this waiting round has tired me out. You needn't have waited. I'd have told you all about it in the morning. The old man gave him a look that summed up a whole paragraph of rebukes. Just help me out of this. George stooped over the chair and slid his hands through his father's clammy armpits to hoist him to his feet. Tickles, his father snarled, writhing so violently that George almost couldn't hold him, and emitted a series of protests which seemed entirely random, as George, having managed to sneak an arm around him, helped him out of the chair. Not so fast! And you're squeezing the breath out of me! And mind, you'll have me! And can't you see I'm— was some of what he said before they succeeded in reaching the hall. When George attempted to steer him towards his bedroom, he said, I want the— George held that door open and shut it as his father wavered to the toilet, slapping the tiled wall at each step. Then there was silence, which an eventual flushing betrayed as having concealed a shy, hushed urination, and his father emerged to blink about him, unsure which way to turn. George led him by the elbow into the master bedroom, but as soon as his father had lowered himself in a series of arrested motions, like still photographs, onto the edge of the bed, he protested, I can manage now. George was closing the door when a car glared out of the dark where the moor met the sky, then prowled away into the night. Though the old man pretended the view which his son had insisted he take meant little or nothing to him, George had caught him enjoying it when he thought he wasn't being observed. George eased the door shut to leave him alone with it, and was making for the bathroom when his father said, in a voice that might have been intended only for himself, There was someone else in here before. Since nothing followed except at least a minute's creaking of the bed, George advanced to the bathroom. He washed his face and scratched his scalp with a comb through the flat blonde turf of his hair. He brushed his teeth and awakened their nerves with a handful of water. He directed his stream at the bowl above the pool in deference to his father, and then he turned off the bathroom light and tiptoed along the faintly glimmering hall to his bedroom. It was practically bare. He liked that, and the starkness of the few items of furniture, the wardrobe and chest of drawers as white as the rectangle of the bed, its pillow squashed by the tucked-in sheets, the dressing-table in whose mirror he checked that his outline hadn't sagged during the day. He inserted himself in the bed, trying to leave the sheets undisturbed, a game he'd played since early childhood. His hand found the cord above the pillow and let the room reveal its nature, total darkness. He liked the dark. It made the room feel smaller, close as the sides of his bed, as if the walls had moved to contain him in a cell that was as remote from the rest of the world as he wanted his sleep to be. Keeping his hands beneath the sheets so as not to be tempted to reach beyond the edges of the bed felt like making a pact with the room. He closed his eyes, inviting the darkness to render his mind blank. He was descending into sleep, past memories which floated upwards and were gone for the night, when it occurred to him, too gently and vaguely to jar his mind awake, that in some way the Priestley household more than resembled his own. 4. The Breath of a Spider.
You do understand, don't you? It's your decision, Mrs. Raystrick. So long as you're comfortable with it, it's not for me to understand. I don't want you to feel I've let you down, Mr. Priestley, when you've been so kind. I've no reason to feel let down that I know of. I thought you might have some. I won't have you thinking that.
The widow sat forward so vigorously that her chair thumped its hind legs on the worn carpet of her sitting-room.
You mustn't blame yourself because my husband wasn't as thorough as you. I hope you won't blame me for not doing what you said those other people did who weren't your clients.
I only wanted to make you aware of all the options.
You did, and I'm grateful. But I wouldn't have wanted my hubby thinking I had to lie because of him. Of course, if you believe that's involved, don't you, Mr. Priestley?
Oswald had meant to sound agreeable without committing himself, but her eyes were asking more of him.
We can hope, he said as positively as he could. And we can pray, can't we? That never harmed anyone.
I'm sure that's so, said Oswald, and had to clear his throat. Well, I just dropped by to see that things were as all right as they could be.
Oh, they are. I've still got the house and what's left in it, including all the memories. And with the money your firm is paying me, I'm having an alarm put in. That's one thing I'm sure of.
Not the only one, I hope.
You're right. We can be sure of ours who've gone before, can't we?
I won't argue with that, Oswald said, reflecting that she mightn't be so certain of her late husband if he himself hadn't lied to her on niggardly Raystrick's behalf. He pushed himself out of his chair and felt a floorboard of the small room shift uneasily. "Well, I suppose I'd better—" The widow raised her hands as though lifting a large flat piece of dough, a gesture which ushered Oswald to the front door. As he opened it, she gave him a sudden, brief, fierce hug and stepped back, fixing his eyes with hers.
"You and yours look after each other," she said. "And if you don't mind me saying this, since you've been such a friend—"
Though he had no idea what he was inviting, Oswald felt bound to say, "Please."
"I wish you were as secure in yourself as you deserve to be."
She took hold of the latch and began to swing the door back and forth.
"I'll pray for you. I know you do the same for me," she said,
and to stop herself presuming further, shut the door. 3 paces took Oswald to the wooden gate, which felt metallic with frost. The night sky was cloudless, pinned up with stars, and every street lamp and lit window was so sharply defined that their outlines appeared to have been cut out of the dark. Nevertheless, he had to persuade himself to take a deep breath. It didn't taste even faintly of fog, and so he released it as a long gasp of relief and marched himself uphill. Foggy nights were still bad. Any sight of the lamps at the edge of Partington starting to blur was enough to revive the most dreadful night of his life. He would feel the inside of his head growing raw, scraped hollow by the memory, which had room only for itself. 4 years had digested some of it. The hours he'd spent wondering how far out of Sheffield Heather had managed to drive before the avalanche of fog had spilled down the Pennines. The number of times he'd had to reassure Amy as the radio broadcast another fog warning. The way the silence of the telephone had become a presence which he hadn't dared acknowledge even to himself. But the fading of these impressions had isolated worse. When Amy's anxiousness had sent her to the bathroom, he'd sneaked out of the house, willing Heather's car to appear, and as a wind had dashed cold fog in his face, it had brought him the sounds from the motorway, the siren of an ambulance, and then another and another, so tiny and distant he'd tried to believe they weren't there at all. He'd listened for as long as Amy was upstairs, but then he'd had to go back inside, telling himself that an accident had blocked Heather's way home. If he'd let himself think otherwise, he would have had to act, and that would have frightened Amy for no good reason, he'd convinced himself. He'd watched television with her, watched some comedy show which had made the half an hour before the next news bulletin begin to seem endless, until Heather's friend Jill from 2 doors up Pond Lane had come to ask her advice, about what he never knew. Since she hadn't heard the sounds from the motorway, he'd felt able to ask her to sit with Amy while, as he'd said, he went to see if Heather had broken down. He'd had to drive the 4 tortuous miles of unfenced road with excruciating slowness. But in retrospect, it seemed to have taken him no time at all to come in sight of the motorway, or at least of the fog on it, pulsing a lurid blue around a gathering of puffed-up lights. Those had shrunk into clarity as he'd driven as far as the police van which had blocked the slip road. They'd glared into his brain as he'd seen the 6 cars mashed together among the ambulances, seen that the red Ford Anglia in the midst of the destruction was, despite the lockjawed grimace of its front and the jagged gape of its windscreen, unmistakably Heather's. The pileup had smashed it around the wrong way, so that it was facing him, but all he'd managed to distinguish within the dark interior had been a glittering, a regular dripping of light on a great many fragments of glass. Beyond the wreck, 2 men had been carrying a white cocoon on a stretcher to the nearest ambulance, and he'd lurched out of his car too fast to switch off the engine, or slam the door, or for the police to stop him. The fog had hacked at his throat, the icy tarmac had bruised his feet, and he'd continued to run, because there had been nothing else he could do, when he'd seen that the contents of the cocoon were entirely hidden, even the head. "It wasn't Amy's fault," he declared, loudly enough to wrench himself back to the present, where a cat emitted a terse yowl somewhere ahead. He was on Moor View, the unseparated cottages of which flattened his footsteps and cast them back at him. He'd allowed the memories to come too close. He felt as though ice had penetrated his innards and was tightening around the core of him. If he hadn't needed to ensure that Amy wouldn't be infected by his fears, he might at least have been with Heather in her final moments. But how could he give such an idea any room in his thoughts? Amy was still his and Heather's little girl, and Heather would have been the last to blame her. The fault was entirely his, and perhaps Amy needed him to say so. Perhaps, he thought, she was old enough for him to tell her the whole of the truth. All the same, as Nazareth Hill spread into view at the top of the road, he found he was glad that she was staying overnight at a classmate's in Sheffield, that he was returning to a flat empty of deafening music. Whenever he asked her to turn it down, he felt reduced to a parody of himself, and by no means only then. Whenever he had to remind her yet again to clear away her school homework, or the plates from the snacks she ate between meals, and consequently at them, or the cassette boxes she scattered throughout the apartment, even in the bathroom, those were also times when he missed Heather, when he was most aware of his incompleteness. As he reached the top of Moor View, he heard a man's voice yelling, "Stay in there till you're told." A door slammed inside the end house on the right, and one of its bedroom windows turned black as Oswald passed through the gateway. The street lamps of Nazareth Row stood on the pavement opposite, their cobra heads warning the cottages off, and as though in further deference to the great house, their orange glow fell short of it. The tinge grew ashen less than halfway along the gravel drive, on either side of which the blurred shadows of the railings, exhausted by having been stretched so far, petered out on the orange-stained turf. Between the edge of the glow from the road and the outermost point at which an approach would trigger the security lights was a band of dimness some 50 yards wide. Oswald's toe cap lifted a fragment of gravel, which clattered ahead of him and was extinguished like an ember. At that moment, up beneath the oak tree that was fingering its own darkness on the grass, something moved and then was motionless. Oswald halted amid a brief, shrill clash of gravel. The movement he'd glimpsed had been too large for a bird, and it had seemed too stealthy to be up to any good. Was that an intruder's head which he could just distinguish among the stooped branches, or a furry swelling on the trunk? He craned himself towards it, digging his nails into his thighs to maintain his balance. Then he stepped off the drive, which delivered itself of a faint, stony squeal, and tiptoed across the grass. The cage of branches seemed to flex itself towards him. He stepped beneath one which had rooted its tip in the ground as though the oak was trying to drag itself into the earth, and a smell closed around him. Old wood, decaying vegetation, and an odor far less pleasant, suggesting that some animal had voided itself under the tree. He wished he had first gone close enough to the building to trip the lights. He was trying both to locate what he'd glimpsed and to avoid treading in the source of the stench when he realized where, and hence what, the movement had been. Of course, it was the length of rope attached to a high branch. Only that morning he'd seen Amy and the girl from the next apartment taking turns to swing, though the Stoddards wanted their daughter to keep away from the tree. He spied the vertical line of the rope cutting through the tangled silhouettes of branches, and took hold of it to throw it over a branch too high for the girls to reach. Just as he realized that the rope weighed more than it should, the object at the end of it swung into his face. It was as big as his head. Its furry body squirmed against his lips and filled his nostrils with the worst of the smells beneath the oak. Unless he dodged out of its reach, its legs and then its jaws would fasten on his face, but his hands were glued to the sticky rope down which the spider had run to wait for prey. The darkness under the tree seemed to collapse towards him, filling his skull and immobilizing him. Then, at about the level of his forehead, he heard the most appalling sound he could imagine ever hearing, a moist, eager, bubbling hiss, the breath of a spider. So that was where its mouth was, very close to his eyes. His teeth began to chatter. Their shivering raced through him, his hand dragging helplessly at the rope, his legs performing an agonized dance as though to anticipate how they would writhe while the spider fed. He was willing himself desperately to be somewhere else, even if his body had to stay where it was, when the security lights blazed across the lawn. The tree trunk stood between most of the glare and the thing at his face. For a moment he thought all that the light had achieved was to blind him, and then he realized that the shock had loosened his hold on the rope. He flung it away and staggered backwards, and saw Teresa Blake standing outside the glass doors, rubbing her arms through the sleeves of a slate-gray suit, before shielding her eyes to peer about the grounds. "Pouncer," she was calling. "Good, Pouncer. Here, Puss." The rope swung out of the hulking shadow of the trunk, and Oswald saw that its burden was a black cat with a noose around its neck. Before he knew why, he put the trunk between himself and the magistrate. Absurd though it might be, he blamed himself for not having recognized immediately that it was her pet on the end of the rope. As it began to swing into the light again, he steadied the rope and closed his hands around the animal so as to lift it, in the hope that would slacken the noose. His thumbs met across the plump furry chest, and his touch convulsed the animal. Its eyes bulged, its mouth gaped to release another strangled hiss, and as its body folded up over its stomach, it dug all its claws into Oswald's wrists. "Devil!" he cried in a whisper as sharp as a scream. His wrists felt as if white-hot handcuffs had been locked around them. He hurled the cat as high as his arms would stretch, but the claws hooked themselves deeper. The pain tugged his arms down, too hard, too far. The rope jerked taut, hauling at its branch, and Oswald thought he heard and felt the wood snap. Then the claws snatched themselves out of his flesh, and as his grasp slackened, the cat was plucked from his hands. The branch sprang back into position and flourished the animal at him, wagging its pop-eyed, silently snarling head on the broken neck. Oswald gripped his wrists as though he could squeeze the pain out of them, and heard Teresa Blake raise her voice. "Pouncer, come in now. I know you're out there, you sly little thing." A clash of gravel indicated she had stepped onto the drive. He thought she was making for the tree, until he saw her tramping around the far side of the house in the direction of the car park. He backed along the shadow of the tree and glanced nervously towards Nazareth Row, in case anyone was watching. Nobody appeared to be, and what right had they to spy on Nazareth? When he was close enough to the gateway to have just arrived, unnoticed by the magistrate, he responded to her increasingly terse shouts. "Miss Blake, is anything the matter?" She turned so quickly that the action carried her several unsteady steps towards him. "My pal," she called, lowering her voice as she came. "Something startled her this morning. She ran out as I was leaving, and I couldn't get her back before I had to go." Her progress was jabbing her darkest shadow at Oswald, but he wasn't about to betray that he felt accused. He made himself glance at the tree, and react with a mime of restrained dismay, and hold up a hand to arrest her, and managed not to wince as the cuff of his overcoat dragged itself over his wrist. "Stay there, Miss Blake. I'm afraid—" "Are you all right, Mr. Priestley? Can I help?" "I'm fine, thank you for asking. Nothing wrong with me." Oswald let his hand drop and shook the cuff down. "Only I'm afraid I can see. If you can do your best to be prepared, try and calm yourself." Oswald could imagine her saying that to the guilty in front of her bench, while regarding them much as she was gazing at him. "The same to you," he muttered, and having discovered that his hands were clasped, pulled the right one free to indicate the rope. "I'm sorry, but that's her, isn't it? Or him?" The magistrate ducked to peer under the branches. Her eyes widened, her face shook, and then it composed itself into an expression which she must surely reserve for the worst offenders. "Who did this?" "I think—" "Yes, continue. Go on, speak up." "I'd say, by the look of things, it may have done it to itself." Her face swung towards him, and so did the cat's. "You think it was a poor, harmless little cat's fault, do you?" she said. "Obviously not fault, no. I was meaning an accident. The girls were swinging on it earlier, mine and the one from next door. The rope, you understand. They must have tied it like that, one of them, and it must have, I don't know precisely, fallen out of the tree, and unfortunately—" None of the eyes which appeared to be accusing him blinked. "I'm sure neither of them meant any harm," he said desperately. "Mine's a vegetarian." The dead gaze was worse than the living, and both gathered on him for considerably longer than seemed reasonable before the magistrate uttered words to go with hers. "Are you helping me? Or do you just mean to watch?" "What would you like me to do?" "I'll hold her while you take the rope off her," Teresa Blake said, as if that should have been obvious. "I'll try." Remembering the force with which he'd hauled the noose tight, Oswald wasn't optimistic. As Teresa raised the corpse with her hands cupped under its spine, he had an impression of her preparing to take down a criminal from the gallows. He edged between the rope and the tree trunk, nearly tripping over more than one root, and the magistrate said, "Where are you going?" "To do as you asked." If he didn't keep to the shadow of the oak, she might notice the marks on his wrists. He dug his nails into the snarl of rope with all the force he could bring to bear, and the bones of the snapped neck ground together against his fingers. Pain flared in his wrists. His nails started to peel away from the flesh. The cat's head sagged against his hands as though it was trying to nuzzle him. It felt like a spider again. He wrenched at the rope in a frenzy, and it untwisted itself so suddenly there might have been no knot at all. He loitered, his smarting wrists hidden behind him, while the magistrate cradled the head to stare into the face. He was thinking of stealing away when a glass door threw an extra portion of light into his eyes, and George Roscommon emerged onto the wide step to raise one hand in the shape of half a megaphone to his mouth. "Who's there? I can see you behind there." Oswald nearly shot up a hand to wave as he stepped out of the shadow. "It's me and Miss Blake. It's met with an accident." "I'm not quite getting—" The gardener advanced several tentative paces, and his habitually startled look diminished into genuineness. "Oh, Lord," he said, and lowering one shoulder to peer over it through the railings, "did somebody—" "Mr. Priestley believes she got caught in the rope." "It shouldn't have been allowed to stay," George said, dealing a low branch a thump with the side of his hand, which made several branches creak and grope around him, and bent his head like a mourner towards the cat. "Will you—may I take it?" "Speak up if you've anything to say." "Only that if you wanted her buried, I could." Oswald took this as his cue to leave. "If you'll excuse me." Yes, of course, thank you." It wasn't clear which of the men Teresa was addressing. Oswald sidled between two rooted branches just as she said, "Are your hands always scratched like that?" He felt as though the cage of wood and shadows had closed over him. As he struggled not to respond until he knew whether a lie or an abject apology would escape his mouth, George Roscommon said, "Not this badly, usually. I'm dealing with a place that's been left to itself for too long." "Weren't you a bit scratched at the get-together?" Oswald improvised, in case that helped, and fled across the glaring lawn to Nazareth Hill. As the doors gonged together, he felt as though they had shut out the incident. He managed to fish forth his keys without scraping his wrist on his pocket, but removing his overcoat to hang it in the wardrobe brought the tweed into contact with the scratched flesh. He imagined how Heather would have looked after him, taking his wrists in her cool hands and wanting to know what he'd done. He held his wrists under the hot tap in the bathroom until the searing grew unbearable, then splashed disinfectant over the red wheels and bared his gritted teeth at his tearful face in the mirror. "At least you aren't hanged," he growled, and went in search of ways to occupy himself. In the kitchen he transferred the contents of the washing machine to the dryer. While the drum embarked upon its churning, he took from the refrigerator half of a steak and kidney pie and set it in the microwave, and then he found himself drawn to the window of the main room. Teresa Blake was standing on the lawn in front of Nazareth Hill, where the gardener had dug a border, as yet unseeded. The cat, arranged to look no worse than asleep, lay in her shadow on the grass. When another shadow joined hers, of a man brandishing the silhouette of an outsize hammer, which it took Oswald a moment to identify as a spade, he retreated to the kitchen. Eyes followed him, but they were only paper. He didn't need to hide his stinging wrists. He wouldn't have been able to do so from Heather, but she wasn't there to see him. Even the smell of the books she'd bound was fading. All at once he felt as though he had wished her away for fear of being observed. What could he ever do that would make him afraid of her seeing it? The microwave chirped like a simplified bird, and he sprang the metal door open and removed the plate to the kitchen table. He'd sat on the bench with just a fork when he made himself fetch a knife. Heather had never liked his eating with a fork alone. It set Amy a bad example, she'd said. He'd guided Amy worse than that, he thought, as a whiff of the wrong kind of incense reached his nostrils. They'd hardly been to church since Heather's funeral. He fed himself a mouthful, then sprinkled more salt than he supposed was good for him on the pie before he took another, and still had the impression that the taste was avoiding him. He strode chewing into the next room and searched in the rack beside the hi-fi for something of Heather's. Here was a tape of some of her favorite music, including songs with which her mother had sung her to sleep. He slipped the tape into the player and brought the velvet curtains together on the view of the shadow of a spade, its head swelling each time it flung the ghosts of clods of earth across the grass. The speakers broke into song as he returned to the bench, and at once he wished he had played another tape of Heather's. If you were the only girl in the world. Suppose Heather's mother were indeed the only person in a place he dared not begin to visualize. What would her state be now? Growing old had loosened her already feeble grasp on her sanity. Suppose she was condemned to an eternity of madness. His thoughts had already gone too far, but there was no arresting their momentum. Suppose the fear which Heather had admitted to him, that despite all the control she exerted over herself, in time she would become like her mother, had been realized at her own death. It couldn't be. He mustn't give the notion any kind of life. Even if he couldn't snuff out the image of her mother, walled up in a place the size of her mind, and crawling with all the nightmares in it, he mustn't imagine that of Heather. Was controlling his imagination the best he could do? Did he care less about her than Betty Raystrick did for her late husband? So little that he wouldn't pray for her, because he wasn't sure it worked? "Please God," he mumbled, and swallowed a tasteless lump of pie so as to speak louder. "Please." He had little sense to whom or to what he was praying. He'd ceased to believe in much since Heather's death. The tape was singing about the Garden of Eden, just made for two, and he felt as though he'd cast himself out by giving up the vague beliefs he'd retained from his childhood. Please God, cast out only himself. He switched off the tape before any more words could catch at him, and emptied the contents of his plate into the kitchen bin. He couldn't pray while he was eating, and a little fasting wouldn't do him any harm. As the dryer ceased its rumbling, he unplugged it and headed for his bedroom. He hadn't knelt to pray since he was Amy's age, and he found that doing so now would only make him feel hypocritical. He sat on the edge of the single bed and gazed at the small shelf of Heather's favorite books, which she'd bound for the love of them, before he turned to the photograph on the dressing-table of Heather and himself with 6-year-old Amy on his shoulders, the adults stretching out their hands towards the sand-castle she'd made. He held that image in his mind as he clasped his hands tight, ignoring the pain in his wrists, and shut his eyes. "Please," he murmured. "Please don't let her be suffering. It isn't fair." That wasn't praying, it was wishing, and it sounded worse than childish, superstitious. He knew how to pray, he just had to remember, though trying felt like his fumbling attempts to unknot the rope, which had proved only to be twisted. His failures at the tasks seemed to be entangled in his mind, as though one had caused the other. Which were the first words everyone who was taught to pray learned? He found them in a corner of the dark, cramped place his mind was threatening to become, and he clenched his hands together. Our Father. What came next? Though his parents had always disagreed, until now he had never thought it mattered. Yet surely if you said, "Our Father who?" that assumed you were addressing a person, whereas which implied some less imaginable and reassuring presence. His need at the moment seemed to leave Oswald no choice. Our Father who... A smell of Amy's incense troubled his nostrils, and at the same time he heard a scratching at the window. It couldn't be a branch. None of those came close. His eyes fluttered open and stared at the curtains, whose heavy material concealed every inch of the glass. When his trapped gaze began to make them appear to shift, he pushed himself reluctantly off the bed and trudged towards the curtains, until he had no option but to grasp handfuls of them. Their softness sent an unexpected shudder through him, and he wrenched them apart to the length of the rail. A black fly, as shiny as coal, was bumbling against the pane. The glow between the gates of the market lent its body an orange outline. It was inside the double glazing, otherwise he wouldn't be able to hear the small muffled thuds of its body against the glass. As if Oswald's realization was a weight he'd loaded onto it, the fly immediately plummeted to the bottom of the sash. Its attempts to escape might have caused the noise which had alerted him, but equally that might have been the sound of legs scraping the glass, the legs of the spider that was waiting for its prey to falter. It wasn't as huge as the one he'd thought was on the rope. Perhaps its legs could stretch no wider than his grimace of loathing and panic was dragging his lips. Its elongated, slim-waisted body was exactly the dark brown Amy's hair would naturally be. As it reared up to seize the fly, which it clawed down with its front legs and thrust into its glistening jaws, Oswald saw it raise itself to greet him. 5. The Rumour of a Book. The day of the photograph was the first and last time Amy met all the living occupants of Nazareth, though for a while it seemed she might never leave the building. Her father made her wait until he'd finished looking dissatisfied with himself in the bathroom mirror, and didn't even ask for her opinion of his appearance. She was finally in the corridor and about to ring Beth's bell when Leonard Stoddard poked his head out of his apartment. "You wouldn't like to see if you can hurry Pammy up, would you? Maybe she'll listen to you, being a girl." Amy had no idea how he meant that, and told him so with her eyebrows. "I'll see you down there, Dad." "Here's Amy," Leonard Stoddard called along the paneled corridor. "Don't keep her waiting, or she won't be your friend." His wife Lynn and a mixture of scents emerged from the bathroom. Her hooded tracksuit was much like his, except mauve rather than dark green. "She won't sit, your father means," she amended with a frown at him, which tugged her red curls lower on her forehead, and having stooped past Amy to the outer corridor, raised her voice. "If you're really set on wearing that, Pammy, just be sure you bring a coat to put over it while we're waiting to be snapped." The door truncated the start of the conversation in which Amy heard her own name, and then the youngest Stoddard called it. Amy strolled along the hall to the equivalent of her bedroom. From her previous visits, she knew there were almost no books or magazines in the main room, and altogether too much lace. But there was even more of the latter in the girls' room. Bordering the counterpane, worn by the 3 dolls lined up at the foot of the bed, and the one reclining against the pillow, extending the hem of the curtains, white as an underskirt, curtains that were only pretending they had a window. The 12-year-old was letting down her long auburn hair to brush, having apparently decided it needed the blue ribbon which went with the bridesmaid's dress. She waved at Amy over her shoulder, a gesture that sent her hamster scurrying into the depths of its elaborate cage in a corner of the room. "It's all right, Parsley," Amy murmured. "He knows you. He'll come back up in a bit," the younger girl said, as though the animal's flight had been Amy's fault. "Will you look after him at Easter?" "I may be on a school trip, too, Pammy. Aren't you Pamela anymore?" "It got boring." "I know what you mean." The girl lifted her hair with the ribbon and peered at Amy in the mirror. "Thought you weren't going to Spain." "Someone in my class had to cancel, and I want to go now. My tongue's hanging out for a bit of time away." "You'll be old enough to move somewhere of your own soon." "Next summer." "Where?" "I mean I'll be old enough. I don't know yet if I want to get a job so I can move out of this old place, or wait till I go to university." Being taken to be more in control of her life than she was made her feel even less so. "I'll decide after Spain," she said. "Would your dad see to Parsley for me?" "I expect so. I don't think he minds furry things. I'll ask him when I tell him about the trip." "Haven't you asked him?" "He was in bed when I got home last night. I went with Rob to hear Perfection Kills in Manchester," Amy said, and as the younger girl jumped up, having tied the bow in her hair, "Don't forget your coat." She didn't like telling people what to do, Rob excepted, but it worked. Pam, as Amy was determined to think of her, draped a hooded coat over her shoulders before hurrying out of the apartment, leaving Amy to secure the door. They weren't alone in being late. As they reached the ground floor, where the daylight at the far end always seemed brighter for not having been able to penetrate the upstairs corridors, Mr. Roscommon was pushing his father in a wheelchair towards the entrance. Both men wore dark suits, white shirts and ties. The old man was tugging the knot of his tie up as though to support his faded, drooping face. "Thank you, ma'am," he wheezed at each of the girls when they held the glass doors open, and Amy felt like a nurse letting a patient out of a hospital. The air was prickly with the imminence of snow. Beyond the 2 gateways, the marketplace was full of Christmas. Fairy lights, deadened by daylight, festooned the shop fronts, and every one of the dozens of stalls which had sprung up for market day appeared to have something to celebrate. Some of the shoppers had abandoned fingering the goods to watch the activity in front of Nazareth Hill, where Teresa Blake was helping organize the composition of the photograph, while Dominic Metcalf finished setting up his 3-legged camera beside the oak. "There you are, girls," he said, mopping his forehead. "If you could go and stand with your parents, there's 2 dears." For an instant, until she hardened herself to give the thought no chance to touch her, Amy heard the magistrate telling her she had 2 parents. Teresa Blake's gaze had already moved on. "And where will you have both the Mr. Would you and your father like to go in the middle, Mr. Roscommon, between Miss Brain and Mrs. Gouge?" "Don't ask where I want to go," the old man grumbled, but discovered some gallantry within himself as he was wheeled into place. "Harold Roscommon," he told the women. "I don't mind being set between 2 such lovely jewels." "Watch out, or you'll be sharing me," Donna Gouge said to Dave. "It wouldn't be the first time." This provoked several sounds behind hands from the rest of the party, who otherwise concealed their awkwardness by making room for the newcomers. As Amy's father took hold of her shoulders to move her into the gap between himself and Ralph Schrift, Teresa Blake said, "Are you keeping your gloves on for the photo, Ursula? You'll show the rest of us girls up." "It's either that or have my scabby hands spoil the picture," the florist said. Amy's father put his hands behind his back as the magistrate paced along the lineup. She'd suggested this photograph for printing in a Housel brochure to advertise the empty apartments of Nazareth. Amy shrugged her shoulders to rid herself of a shiver at the chill in the air, and the photographer called, "If you're ready, Miss Blake." "No panic," said Max Greenberg, covering up his watch. "She's seeing we're presentable. It must come with the calling, that kind of an eye. I wouldn't want to look less than my best for her." "We need to be quick," Dominic Metcalf protested, "if we don't want the shadow." A trough of darkness was widening on the border between Nazareth and its tenants as the sun sank towards the moor. Amy thought she saw her shadow and the others lengthening in front of her, and had a momentary impression that they were straining to creep away from Nazareth. "I think everyone's as correct as they're likely to be," Teresa Blake said, but had scarcely taken her place next to Amy's father before she stalked towards the photographer. "Go away," she shouted. "Go along, just go." She was addressing 3 girls of about Pam's age, who had advanced to the end of Little Hope Way and were posing in imitation of the subjects of the photograph, giggling and pointing as though everyone who'd emerged from Nazareth was mad, redoubling their efforts now that the magistrate had encouraged them. "Ignore it, Pammy," said Lynn Stoddard, as they spotted the bridesmaid's dress. "It's the market that attracts them," Peter Sheen declared, with all the conviction of one of his newspaper columns. "The quality of the goods is to blame," Paul Kenilworth said. "Spoken like a guardian of culture," Ralph Schrift told the violinist, and Amy thought he was being ironic until he added, "We might wonder how much that's undesirable can be laid at the door of the shop that's jeering at the law." "Which shop are you saying ought to be shown it isn't wanted?" Max Greenberg inquired. "Heads and whatever the rest of the name is that's trying to be clever. The place that promotes putting things in one's head." Amy felt betrayed. "Don't you think some of your artists may have?" "If any have, they'd better keep it to themselves. Art should be a way of controlling the imagination, not indulging it. I'm very much opposed to anything that threatens the mind." "Maybe living here does. Living in a dead place like this." "It's not so bad as small towns go," said Beth. Harold Roscommon gripped the wheels of his chair. "I'd not have rushed if I'd known there'd be so much sitting around. Tell him when you're ready, and he can bring me out again." "Stay there, Mr. Roscommon," Dominic Metcalf pleaded, drying his forehead anew. "We're ready now." "Not till whoever's stopped in there comes out, you're not." "We aren't waiting for anyone. We're all here." "We're not," Harold Roscommon said, hitching himself around to jab his knuckly forefinger at a window. "I just saw someone poke their head up in there." "You couldn't have, Mr. Roscommon, especially not there." "And why not, pray?" "That's the apartment next to mine. Nobody's living there. I expect you saw a bird, the reflection, I mean. If everyone's set—" "I thought you said we were," the old man complained, and with even more venom, "a bird." "What did you think it looked like, Father?" "Worse than me." "Smile," the photographer called. "Let's see some teeth." There was a belated flurry of activity, as, having set the camera's fuse, he ran to join the other subjects. Pam gave her father her coat to hold, and he almost knocked Alastair Doughty backwards in his haste to conceal it behind him. The 3 spectators at the railings yelled with laughter as Dominic Metcalf arrived panting at the right-hand end of the assembly, and he gave them a rueful smile in time for it to be caught by the camera. "We're done. Preserved for posterity," he said. "Should you take another to be sure?" Peter Sheen said, clicking his ballpoint for emphasis. "I can, if you like," the photographer said, though his panting sounded more enthusiastic than he did. He tramped to the camera, sending the 3 girls towards the marketplace, where they scattered as uniformed Sean Pickles approached them. Metcalf rejoined his fellow tenants and held a smile just long enough for the camera to record it, then rubbed his chest while he gave in to a bout of puffing. "That's done it," he eventually said. "And very well done, too," Alastair Doughty told him. "How about some words to go with it? A picture's only half of one without a caption, and I don't say that just because I'm a printer." "There's a refuge for you in Nazareth Hill," Ralph Schrift suggested, as he cloaked himself with his overcoat and made for the doors, letting the Roscommons precede him with a squeak of wheels. The Stoddard family followed, having raised their hoods against the wind, and as Amy saw the hooded figures enter the building, she shivered, without knowing why. Rather than take refuge inside, she veered to the window the old man had identified. Resting her hands on the stone sill, which was as cold as she imagined the bottom of a well must be, she hoisted herself up. Reflected branches crept ahead of her and reached into the largest room. They had to be the reason why she felt that something beyond the window had stopped moving as she'd focused on the interior. The room looked more than newly decorated. It looked unentered. But could this be why she had the impression that its appearance was not its true nature? Before she had a chance to decide, her father grasped her by the elbows and lifted her down, and steered her firmly towards the doors. "Don't start that, Amy, please." She freed herself and folded her arms fiercely, squeezing her breasts. "Start what?" "Nothing, if you say it's nothing. The poor old chap was confused, that's all." She wasn't going to argue when her eyes were growing heavy with the threat of angry tears. She rubbed them hard as she ran into the building and up to her floor, where Peter Sheen's and Ralph Schrift's doors were closing opposite each other, while beyond them Leonard Stoddard was ushering his family into their apartment. "Leonard," Amy called. "Miss?" "Did you have a chance to look up what I asked you about?" "Whoops." Apparently that meant no, since he continued, "Remind me, I've had to be the complete librarian these last few weeks, not just setting up word processors for library users who want to try and write, exhibiting their work for the public to read." "You said you'd see if you could find the story about Nazareth Hill." "I shouldn't think there's much of one." "I'm sure I saw it in the library once, in the fiction part." "Is it quite an old one?" Lynn Stoddard asked over her husband's shoulder. "When did you see it, do you think?" "When I was little, and I remember it was a bit dusty, or I might have had a look in it." "We wouldn't have it now, I can tell you without checking." "Wouldn't you keep it when it's about somewhere local?" "Not a novel, no. Maybe not even a history if it's just about a building this far out. It's all to do with balancing the books," Lynn said. "If we didn't sell the old stuff, we wouldn't be able to afford the things I'm sure you like, videos and music tapes and discs." "I thought libraries were meant to be for books," said Amy, and knew she had, partly because her mother would have. Amy's father moved her out of his way and jangled his keys. "Amy," he warned her. "Do you think it's fair of libraries," said Leonard, "to just be for people who can read?" Amy gave up, not least because the phone had become audible as her father opened the door. She waited while he ran to grab the receiver, into which he gasped their name. "It's... Can I speak to Amy?" he found more breath to announce. "Don't you know who it is?" "Whoever's red and comes bobbing along." She'd liked his singing that to her when she was little, but now he'd robbed the words of their appeal. She didn't look at him as he passed her the receiver. "Hi, Rob." "Have you finished posing?" "Do I ever?" "Does anyone?" "What are you doing now besides that?" "I'll meet you in the market if you want. I'm going down to ask about a book." "I'll see you at the store then, shall I?" "You won't see me in one," Amy said, and hooked the receiver into its niche. Her father had closed the fish-eyed door and was leaning against it. "Before you fly the coop, Amy, I must say I sometimes think you might behave a shade better." "Like when?" "Flouncing into the house as you just did, for instance." "Because of how you were going on at me in front of everyone." "Nobody would have noticed if you'd restrained yourself from making such a fuss." "What do you expect when you were talking to me as if I was her age next door?" "You aren't so much older. Do remember I'm the adult and you're the child. Forgive me, but I still have to be in charge." "You won't be for much longer." "Calm yourself, Amy. Don't just babble. You've more control over yourself than that, or you used to have." "Soon I'll have all I want." "Perhaps you'd care to enlighten me on what that's meant to mean." "It means next summer I'll be able to move out and live anywhere I want, and you won't be able to stop me once I get to be 16. "I very much hope you won't," her father said, and held out his hands, revealing the scratches he'd told her he'd suffered while trying to rescue the magistrate's cat. "I hope we'll stay together, as I know your mother would have wished." Amy blinked hard and swallowed the taste of tears, and felt as though all the eyes on the walls were scrutinizing her. "You aren't expecting me to live the rest of my life with you, are you?" "Let's not presume to see too far into the future. I'm simply asking you to put these foolish ideas out of your head. Concentrate on getting to university so you can make something of yourself." "I'm something now. I'm more than that. I'm someone, and you make me feel I'm not." "I really think that's a shade unfair. You've a good deal more freedom than I had at your age. My father used to say more always wants more, and I'm starting to see what he meant." "More of what?" Amy demanded, and her need to feel released found words. "It can't be more if you already said I could, can it?" "I'd require to know what you're talking about." "You said I could have gone to Spain if there'd been a place." "That's so, but to speak the truth—" "There is. Someone's had to drop out." "Well, never mind. We'll go somewhere next summer to make it up to you. The father and his daughter, who'll be so grown up he won't recognize her. If you've set your heart on going abroad, I may even consider that, if you do a few more of the things I ask." "Dad, I've said I'll go on the school trip." "What possessed you to undertake such a thing?" "You did." "I'm sure the very most I said was to come home and tell me if there was a place." "Well, there isn't, I have. I had to say I wanted it, so they'd keep it till I told you. I have to confirm on Monday. Please, Dad." "I may as well give you the answer now. I'm afraid it has to be no." Amy felt as if the hall had narrowed. "Why?" "The way you say that is sufficient reason." "I can't help sounding how I feel." "I pray you'll try. Your mother would have wanted it, I fancy." "Stop saying that," Amy cried, and controlled herself before he made her sound even more childish. "She'd have kept her promise if she'd said I could go, and she'd have wanted you to." "Very cunning, Amy. Try applying your cleverness to some worthwhile purpose before it becomes warped." It was as though whichever way Amy turned to escape her trapped emotions, he was already there, waiting. "You haven't said why I can't go." "I don't want you straying so far without me at your age. As you keep reminding me, you wouldn't even be 16. "I'd be with the school." with the teachers whose idea it was to take children to Spain, which I fear doesn't say much for their judgment. I made it my business to learn about the country after you brought it up. I hadn't realized they tolerated drugs there. I thought the Spaniards were supposed to be God-fearing folk. Some religions use drugs. Some books even say Christ. No more talk like that, thank you. Don't be so wrong-headed. I'm glad the libraries are cutting down on books if they're that kind. And I hope the drugs situation wasn't any part of why you were so anxious to visit Spain. You're far too close to that sort of wickedness as it is, concerning which... I can't talk any more now. That was imminently true. Her lips were beginning to stiffen with her struggle not to release her feelings. I'm meeting Rob. If he cares for you, he'll wait, won't he? I'm not asking you to talk, but to listen. You heard what Mr. Schrift said about the shop you frequent. Your mind is precious, Amy. It's your soul, and I can't imagine anything more evil than interfering with it. Then don't. I want to go now. I'm late. Her father raised his eyes heavenwards, revealing tears on their lower lids, but she was more aware that he hadn't shifted from his post in front of the door. May I inquire what is so much more important than talking to your father? You heard. You were listening. You always do. Why are you so obsessed with a book all of a sudden? I want to see what it says about here. Not much, I'll warrant, if it's nothing but a story. If you're going to devote so much effort to a book, it's a shame it isn't schoolwork. Why should we care what our home used to be? It's what is made of it that counts. Having been sapped of words, Amy stared at him. Her eyes had begun to smart before he said, How long do you propose to be? Don't know. Where are you planning to go after the market? Don't know. Will you be home for dinner? Don't know. Shouldn't think so. He gazed sadly at her, and she met his gaze with the smoldering lumps of frustration her eyes felt like. Abruptly he shook his head and glanced aside. Lord help us, child. You've an evil eye sometimes, he muttered. Don't be out all night or anything approaching it. I'm certain that your room needs cleaning. The moment he stepped forward, Amy dodged past him and snatched the door open. The sight outside was no relief. It was more of the same. It even had small, round, dead, solitary eyes to watch her. She slammed the door and ran down the corridor, which might have been absorbing what light there was, rather than exuding it from its hidden source. On the stairs she felt as though the dimness and the way the carpet hushed her footfalls were dragging at her with their very lack of substance, leaving her nothing to fight. The confrontation with her father was reason enough for her to storm away, and the empty gates beyond the glass doors had never looked so much like freedom. She stepped off the threshold with a clash of gravel. The air was as refreshing as an iced drink after the stagnant heat of the corridors. She was enjoying the touch of a wintry breeze and the whisper of the oak tree when she heard a clang from the marketplace. She must have been detained in Nazareth Hill for longer than she'd realized. They were dismantling the market stalls. As she sprinted out of the shadow of Nazareth Hill, the gravel threw diluted sunlight in her face, causing her to blink as if she'd just emerged from a windowless cell. She dashed between the gateposts and across Nazareth Row, and was in Little Hope Way before all her vision returned to her. In the midst of the clangorous dismantlement at the end of the stub of the street, many of the stall holders were continuing to advertise their wares. Christmas cards, decorations, wrapping paper, cheap imported toys, a one-word shout for each species of goods. All Amy's attention was for the stall close to Heads Not Feds, which sold hardly owned books, and was the nearest Partington had to a bookshop. The trestle table was half bare, and the bald though bearded owner was loading a carton of hardcovers into the rear of his van. But Rob was at the stall, and told him, "Here's someone who wants you." The bookseller gave Rob's earring and long eyelashes a doubtful glance before turning to confront Amy with much the same expression. "What are you after, girlie? I've packed up the romances." "I packed them up years ago." He swung a box of horror paperbacks, all their spines black, into the vehicle. "Whoa," he said in token of his effort. "If it's bestsellers you want, you'll have to climb in the back." "Not those either. I'm looking for something old." "Will I do, even if I'm not as pretty as your friend the pirate?" "I don't think my dad would approve." "I reckon he has to be broad-minded." The bookseller grinned at himself and returned to his job. "How old?" "I thought you might know. It's a book called Nazareth Hill." "Whoa." At first it seemed he was reacting to the name, but this carton must have been heavier than its predecessor. "That's about the place up there on the hill." "I knew it had to be. Is that all you know about it?" "The place? Started out as a monastery, from what I've heard tell." "I didn't know that," Amy said, although for an instant she felt as if she had, and more if she could only grasp it. "How about after that?" "How nasty do you like your history?" The bookseller hefted a carton in which Bibles and books on the occult were squashed together. "What's your interest, can I ask?" "I live there." This time he uttered no sound as he loaded the van, and was slower in straightening up. "You'll have heard it was a hospital." "Not that I remember." "After they pulled down the monastery, that would have been. They weren't so enlightened in them days. What they called a hospital would put you off your food, how they treated people." "Not so different from some of the hospitals now," said Rob. "Doesn't say much, does he?" The bookseller heaved the last carton to himself and dumped it in the van. "Whew," he said, and rubbed his beaded pate, then closed his hand around his beard. "This book you're after, it won't be about any of that. Poor man's Dickens is my impression, about when your place was offices." "Do you know where I could find it anyway?" "I'll keep an eye out if you want. Wherever I am, I go rummaging for books." He seemed engaged by her seriousness. "It shouldn't cost you much if I can get it," he said. "About how much?" "Less than a chain for your wrist." "I can live with that. I'll keep coming back then, shall I?" "Any time you want to light up my life," the bookseller said, and folding up the table, slid it into the van. "I'm here every week, bar Christmas. What do they call you?" "Amy Priestley." "More by name than nature, is it? Not much wrong with that." He emitted a final expansive grunt as he slammed the rear doors of the van. "I'll put it by for you if I snaffle it," he said. As the scraped vehicle, piebald with imperfectly matched paint, chugged away through the car park, Amy said, "I wish you hadn't interrupted when you did." "If I hadn't when I did, I wouldn't have when I didn't, would I?" Rob said, and to give her no chance to sort that out, "I didn't know you went for older men." "Apart from you, you mean?" "Brat." "Cradle snatcher." Amy watched the van's exhaust fade, then turned on him. "I mean it, Rob. I wish you'd just let him talk. I think he was going to tell me some more about Nazareth." "What would it change if he had?" "I don't know, do I? I'd like to find out the kind of place I'm living in, that's all." "Don't look at me." "Maybe you'd know if you ever came in." "I get the feeling your dad wouldn't like me invading his haven." "He'll have to if we want him to. He's having to get used to me." "Traumatic," Rob commented, and looked away as the framework of a clothes stall collapsed with a sound like the shutting of a huge gate. Did he think she was demanding too much of a commitment of him? She took his cold hand and folded his long fingers around hers to make him feel wanted without needing to talk. just as Marty stepped out of Heads Not Feds and ventured along Market Approach. "Amy?" she called. Her broad, pouchy face was less placid than usual, perhaps because the chimes of her door had brought Sean Pickles out of a half-demolished aisle of the market. Amy ignored him and pulled Rob with her into Market Approach. "What's happening, Marty?" she said. "That's what I wanted to ask you." Marty widened her eyes before narrowing them, as though to adjust the spaces between the lines of her frown. "Did you know your father meant to—" Amy clenched her hands and made them relax when Rob winced at her grip. "What's he done?" "Try not to get angry with me. I can't very well go against him, you not being 16 yet." Marty shook her head so hard that Amy imagined she saw her cropped hair move. "He says you aren't to come in my shop any more," Marty said. 6. In the dark room. "Anything more for you, Mr. Metcalf? Anything at all?" "Thanks a heap, Nico. Thanks from a heap. I couldn't, really. You've outdone yourself." Dominic dealt the mound of his stomach a tender pat, and then his gaze strayed to the dish that was being placed before the nearest diner. "Dear me, that does look tempting." "A portion of garides scordates for Mr. Metcalf, Melina, and some more bread for the sauce." Dominic reached to empty the bottle of Othello into his glass, only to have the owner of the restaurant do so. "Some more red, Mr. Metcalf? Everything on the house." "I shouldn't, you know. Well, maybe just one. Food without wine is like food without company, only half the pleasure." Nico pushed his chair back and stood up. "It's always a pleasure to feed anyone who enjoys it so much." "I didn't mean a whole bottle," Dominic murmured after him. He'd made his token protest, even if it went unheard. By the time Nico's wife brought the plateful of king prawns in garlic and wine sauce and a basket of bread, Dominic had drained his glass and refilled it from the second bottle of Othello. Several further dishes, which looked irresistible, had arrived at nearby tables, and he seemed to need only to glance at these to impel one of his hosts to bring him a sample: a kebab, a stuffed pepper, a barbecued lamb chop, pork with coriander. All this helped him see off the bottle, and then there was syrupy baklava for dessert, and coffee brewed on a bed of hot sand, and metaxa. When he'd finished inhaling the sharp aroma of grapes, he found his lips with a snifter of brandy. "To your hospitality," he declared for at least the second time that night. Melina and Nico picked up their glasses of ouzo that were standing on the bar. "Without you, we aren't here," Melina said. Dominic supposed that was as true as her grammar was quaint. When very eventually he left, having shaken hands twice with Nico and exchanged hugs with Melina, he had to make way for a party enticed in by the work he'd done on his host's behalf. Much of the window was occupied by his photographs. Of 3 tables laden with the entire menu, even he hadn't been able to eat it all. And of the staff of the bank that held the restaurant's accounts, celebrating someone's promotion. Clerks dancing on the longest table and displaying as much thigh as they would on a beach. An assistant manager jigging so vigorously he had to hold on to his spectacles with the hand that wasn't around his partner's shoulder. The manager's eyes gleaming as she smashed yet another plate. Since the photographs had been exhibited, the restaurant's takings had doubled, and Dominic was happy to accept some credit for it, despite suspecting that he'd simply corrected a misconception that a place called Nico's had to be Italian. Tonight it was so popular that both sides of the road on the outskirts of Sheffield were full of parked cars nosing one another's rumps, and it took Dominic some minutes to maneuver his Land Rover out of the trap that had been built around it. He had to get home, he kept telling himself, as frustration extended the unpleasant pounding of his heart to his sweaty hands, to develop the photographs he'd taken in front of Nazareth. If he didn't tonight, he wouldn't have time before Christmas, what with the seasonal increase in his work. The Land Rover's front bumper inched itself clear of a smugly immobile Jaguar at last, and Dominic trod hard on the accelerator, then slowed the car as the sight of windows flickering with rainbow trees reminded him he was on a residential street. He sped up once the houses grew fewer and larger, and soon there were only trees beside the road, their branches decorated with dead bulbs left behind by a fog. Now and then a bulb fell to shatter in the headlights on the tarmac, and Dominic had drifted into watching for the next to fall when several revelers staggered out of an unexpected pub. Singing, "God rest ye Jerry Mental Men," they reeled straight in front of the car, and only a swerve which almost put the vehicle in the ditch of the unfenced road saved them. Dominic had to stop and press his forehead against the windscreen, his sweat fogging the glass, before he trusted himself to drive on. "Crazy. Shouldn't be let out," he mumbled, and turned the radio until he found a program of carols to soothe him. At last he drove towards the motorway, braking at every curve of the deserted road. Apart from the occasional midnight lorry, he had the motorway to himself. Once he reached a stretch he knew went on for miles, he allowed his speed to build up. He was shaking his head at the spectacle of a white sedan approaching fast behind him. He was exceeding the limit himself, but the other driver's speed was insane. When its roof began to flash like a multicolored Christmas light, and he saw it was a police car. As he braked too hard, it raced past him and down a slip road. The siren howled away into the dark, and a radio choir announced a silent night, which struck Dominic as an especially bad joke, since he was anything but calm and bright. He had to force himself to increase speed so as not to appear as suspect as he felt all the way to the Partington exit. 5 minutes off the motorway, an orange glow became visible behind the rocky slopes, as though there was a fire above the town. When the Land Rover reached the top of a long curve of road, he saw the chains of light that were the streets trailing down from Nazareth. The light drew him like a fire, even if he couldn't feel it. As he turned uphill at the Scales and Bible, it made all the ground-floor windows of his building appear dimly lit to greet him. He couldn't quite persuade himself that wasn't the case until he came to Nazareth Row and saw that the whole of the ground floor, and indeed the rest of Nazareth, was unlit. Some animal, no doubt a cat, dodged away from the limit of his headlights as they swung between the gateposts. The radio began to sing "It Came Upon a Midnight Clear," but had pronounced only those words when the tuning strayed awry, substituting a shrill mutter for the rest of the carol. Whatever the voices were chanting was in a language foreign to him, and he switched off the radio as the gateposts crept together in his mirror. The animal became part of the dark beneath the tree as Nazareth lit up its facade, and Dominic drove through the glare to the parking area. The slam of the car door sounded flattened, boxed in. The harsh light drained the facade of color and coated the windows, turning them blank and dead. His gravelly tread in the midst of so much stillness made him feel conspicuous, as though he was being watched through the opaque panes. "Hardly," he mumbled, and tried singing "It Came Upon a Midnight Clear," but could remember no more words. He pulled out his keys with a jangle keener than the clash of gravel and let himself into Nazareth. The external glare stopped short of the corridor. As the glass doors tolled behind him, the glow of the interior set about becoming visible. The close, stagnant warmth revived his sweating, and he unbuttoned his coat as he twisted the key in his lock. The door fell away from him, pulling him into its hall, and he slapped the light switch. "What are you lot up to in the dark?" he said. None of those addressed answered him. Being taken unawares was their constant state. Here was a bridegroom stumbling over his wife's train as he lunged in pursuit of his wind-blown top hat, and next to them a mother poised to strangle her 5-year-old, who wouldn't sit still for the camera. Opposite these framed photographs were a flautist whose musicality was summed up by the grimace of the pianist behind her, and an hotelier who'd insisted on rearranging himself and his Great Danes so often that one of the dogs was cocking its leg against his 17th-century chair. Usually, talking to these and their kind in the various rooms relaxed Dominic in proportion to the trouble the sitters had given him, but tonight it didn't quite work. Perhaps because even once he'd tugged the chains of the tubular lights above the frames, the hall seemed unduly dark. "Too much to drink, that's what it is. Anybody going to tell me off?" "Thought not," he said, and stumbled to the bathroom. A young woman who'd fidgeted so much during her coming-of-age portrait session that she had almost come out of her strapless dress was waiting for him. "I should avert your eyes if I were you," Dominic advised her. "Not that there's much to see." He took out the little he had and emptied the great deal for which it was the solitary egress, then sent himself to the kitchen for the blackest coffee he could make. While the percolator accumulated its bubbling, he peered over a swelling and dwindling patch of his breath on the window at the tree, from which he had to persuade himself broken branches were dangling, not ropes. When the percolator uttered a peremptory click, he half-drained a mug of coffee before refilling it to take to the dark-room. He'd known he was for Nazareth the moment he'd seen he would have a windowless room. The amber glow of the safe light seemed not so much to illuminate the room as to stick like honey to its contents. The single eye of the enlarger poring over the baseboard, the plastic tray lining up opaque jars of chemicals beside the tray that isolated the developing tank. He stood the mug in the space between the tanks on the bench and leaned into the hall to switch off the light. "Don't get up to anything while I can't see," he murmured at the photographs, only to find that the joke hovered in the dimness of the room, so that he had to remind himself the appeal of living alone was that there was nobody to let unwanted light in. "Here comes the dark," he said loudly, and punched the switch and closed the door hard, rustling the long envelopes which protected negatives. "On with the job," he said. His voice sounded unnaturally close to him, as though it had very little space to move. He gulped a mouthful of the orange medicine into which the safe light had transformed the coffee. It even tasted of the trace of chemicals in the air, and went to the smaller of the benches to fetch the negatives of the Nazareth session. He'd slipped them out of the envelope and into the negative carrier, and was holding them under the enlarger lamp to examine them for dust, before he realized he was holding a school photograph. Nobody could have moved the negatives. He'd selected the wrong envelope, that was all. Sheathing the strip, he inserted Nazareth in the carrier and held it at an angle beneath the enlarger lamp. The line of tiny black-faced figures stretched along the front of the building, their eyes and their hair albino white. Behind them, the windows and glass doors were black as granite slabs embedded in the bony facade. One window wasn't quite so black. It contained a paler mark. It was his bedroom window. He might have thought the mark was the reflection of someone's head, except none of the other windows showed anything similar. Perhaps it was simply, though annoyingly, a flaw in the negative. He wouldn't know until he made a print how bad it was going to look. "Let's be seeing you," he murmured, and switched off the enlarger lamp while he set up the easel on the baseboard and arranged a sheet of printing paper in it. Having minutely adjusted the lens, he switched on the lamp. Often he would expose the first print in sections to judge how much time it required, but he gave this one the full 25 seconds before extinguishing the lamp and preparing the trays. developer in one, stop bath in its neighbor. "Now we'll see who you were," he said, feeding himself a gulp of coffee to stave off a chill that had invaded the apartment. He raised the frame of the easel and picked up the exposed sheet by a corner of its border to float it in the developer. He always enjoyed these seconds of seeing the picture at last, yet as he stooped over the tray, he felt as though the thick dimness was weighing on him, helping the drowned image to draw his head down. He held on to the corner of the print with the tongs and agitated the sheet gently in the fluid, and had never been so conscious of performing a ritual. The lined-up faces paled against the front of Nazareth Hill, and wisps of cloud sprang up like unkempt hair above the roof. For a moment, the window at which he was peering appeared to swallow the presence it was framing, and then the pane crystallized around the shape. "Dear God, look at that!" he blurted, and crouched forward in case a closer scrutiny might refute the evidence of his eyes. There was a face in his bedroom, not the reflection of the back of anybody's head. It was nobody he'd ever seen or would have wished to see. Though the head was bald, he couldn't tell if it was male or female, or its age. It had been wrenched into a grimace that could hardly be called an expression, the jaw gaping wider than any mouth should go. The neck was as thin as a child's wrist, and the head was thrown back on it. Dominic gripped the edge of the bench with his free hand, so hard the fingers trembled. And just as the print started to disappear, having lain too long in the developer, he saw from the position of the head and neck that their owner was being dragged back into his bedroom. He groped wildly for the stop-bath tongs to transfer the print into that tray before the image could darken further. At that moment, he heard the door open behind him. He was twisting his head and upper body around when the whole of his spine seemed to lock. The door had opened about a foot, and all the darkness of his flat appeared to have massed beyond it, but that wasn't why he felt unable to move. He was hearing the words he'd last spoken. He'd meant, "Look at that," only for himself, just a turn of phrase which shock had driven out of his mouth. He hadn't meant it as an invitation, and surely it could have brought no response. He didn't realize he was holding his breath until his chest began to throb. If he didn't move, he thought he might collapse, but he was terrified that moving could draw some attention to him. Then the darkness beyond the room, or something in it, inched the door open further, and he saw in the gap a dim round object hovering some inches above the floor. The plastic tongs fell out of his hands and clattered on the bench. His fingernails dug into the wood, and the jabs of pain released him. He straightened up so violently that at first he was afraid he had damaged his spine, and then he saw how helpless he was. The nearest light switch was beside the darkness, not even separated from it by the door. He sucked in a breath which seemed to fill his head with fumes, and took hold of the enlarger. Snatching out the negative carrier, he wrenched at the lamp housing until its top clanged against the column of the stand. He scrabbled at the switch for the lamp and seized the column with both hands to tilt the heavy enlarger and direct the beam across the room. At once he thought it wouldn't work. By the time it reached the doorway, the light was so diffused that its glow was scarcely visible. Yet it did work, altogether too well. As though the latent contents of the darkness had been enabled to develop, the round object wavered upward, and he saw its face. The face from the photograph. Its jaw gaped as the body scuttled on all fours into the room. It halted just inside and raised itself on arms like dead branches, twisted and scrawny and peeling, as though to locate him. It cocked its yawning, almost noseless head and turned it back and forth, and he thought that whatever was left in the puckered eye sockets was unable to see. The spectacle would have paralyzed him, except that the prospect of waiting to be found was even worse. The crawling figure wasn't really there, he managed to think. It was like a photograph the building had somehow taken, an image that the fabric of the place was projecting. The thought allowed him to lower the enlarger onto the bench, although his pulse made his fingers feel swollen and unstable. The base met the wood with a faint thud, barely audible through the pounding of his heart, but loud enough to send a surge of panic through him. He launched himself at the haul, flinging out an arm which felt as though it was wrapped in thick rubber, to grab the door and throw it wide. The gaping head turned away from him, and the heel of his hand thumped the edge of the door. He grasped the wood and realized how it could help him vault into the hall, from which he would dash into the corridor and out of Nazareth Hill before he let himself remember how unfit he was, when something caught his feet. The feel of it suggested he'd trodden in a mass of cobwebs, but a glance showed him the hands that had closed on his ankles. As he kicked out frantically and tried to find breath for a scream, the figure swarmed up the front of him, growing more substantial as it came, though it still felt even thinner than it looked. The dead face rose level with his, a tattered stump of tongue jerking deep within the hole of a jaw, and the shriveled eyes found him. 7. The Absent Guest. At 25 to midnight on Christmas Eve, Oswald put his coat on and left the Roscommons get-together to determine why Amy hadn't come back. The building was as silent as the night was meant to be, and he didn't meet her on the stairs or in the top corridor. He pressed the bell push on their door and fitted his eye to the spy-hole, but could see nothing through it. He fished out his keys and unlocked the door. As it swung away from his push, a song hit him in the face. "I'm as old as anyone I know," a man was singing at the top of his ravaged voice, if singing was the word, and in the midst of the uproar, which seemed to be doing its best to drown him out, Amy was using the phone in the hall. Oswald shut himself in to give himself a chance to speak, shout rather, "What in hell's name do you think you're doing?" "I've got to go, Rob. See you tomorrow." She repeated most of this in fragments before hooking up the receiver and fixing Oswald with a wide-eyed gaze. "What does it look like?" "Turn off that evil row, for heaven's sake. Tonight of all nights, people don't want to hear that kind of heathen racket." "Which people? Everyone's downstairs." "I'm surprised it isn't giving them a headache there, and you as well. You're supposed to suffer from headaches, aren't you? Isn't that why your friend across the corridor gives you pills a proper doctor wouldn't countenance?" "Could you hear my music before you came in?" "I'm hearing it now. Watch out you don't want to be heard sometime and find out nobody can," he said, lowering his voice and sharpening it so that it was just audible through the squirming squeals of instruments that had once been guitars. "You still haven't done as I asked." Amy had met his warning with an incredulous stare, which she took with her on the way to stopping the tape. "Back in your box, useful bacteria. Old people don't like you." "Thank you, Amy," Oswald said, attempting not to sound sarcastic. "Do try acting a bit less of the mad thing while you're off school." She stalked out of the main room and pushed up the baggy sleeves of her sweater, which was the black of most of her clothes, as a preamble to folding her arms. "Mad like how?" "Oh, Amy, don't pick at everything I say. You'd think you were the adult and I was the child," said Oswald, and felt her gaze drawing words out of him. "Deafening yourself whenever you're meant to be concentrating on your homework, that can't be good for your mind, can it? And just explain to me, if you can, what you thought you were doing when I came up. Couldn't you be bothered to turn it down while you were talking, Or did you put it on to do his ears more mischief than they've already been done? I think you're the one who sounds mad. Come along, Oswald said, with all the authority he could summon, or we'll be late for Mass. Without her decision being in any way predictable, she marched into her bedroom and emerged, shrugging on her long black coat, which emitted a whiff of incense. Don't forget you're to clear out that room during the holidays, he said. God only knew what her room was like. He hadn't ventured to look in it since he couldn't quite remember when. If a spider had managed to invade his window, what might her untidiness have bred? At least the spider had died between the panes. He made himself look at its clenched, withered form every morning and night. Shake a leg, Amy. Or if you're feeling energetic, shake both, he said, as much to move her stare as her. He'd locked their apartment and had succeeded in hastening her down to the ground floor when Harold Roscommon leaned out of his doorway and beckoned him with the hand that wasn't gripping the frame. Any sign? George turned from murmuring to Ursula, Father, Mr. Priestley didn't— Don't be so sure you can say what he did. What about it, Mr. Priestley? Did you hunt down the lost one? She's behind me. Better watch out, then. Don't they still say that at the panto, when the witch or the demon comes on? It's behind you. I didn't mean you, lass. I was asking your pa if he found the feller who'd made us all line up like inmates. Mr. Metcalf, Oswald realized at last. I can't say I saw him. Not that I was looking. I thought you were meant to be in charge of the place and the rest of us. No, Father, you remember I told you. The idea was for us all to keep our eyes open. All except for me, since I'm never taken any notice of. I'm sure Mr. Metcalf just forgot he was invited, Ursula said. I didn't see him to remind him, George admitted. Several of the guests appeared behind him. I'd have thought he was the last of us to pass up the chance of a spread, Alastair Doughty said, inspecting his fingernails while he waited to sidle by. Must have had a better offer, said Paul Kenilworth, and waved his long fingers at the Roscommons as though he was practicing to take up the piano. No discredit to your evening. He does rather seem to live to stuff himself. I'd lay a bet he'll stuff himself into an early grave, Ralph Shrift declared. He hasn't yet. He's in there watching. I don't think so, Father. I don't think you could have seen. I see a damn sight more than I'm given credit for. I saw his eye just now at that prison peephole over there. If it wasn't him, you tell me what it was. George hunched his shoulders and let them drop, and Oswald crossed to Metcalf's door. Having rung the bell, he peered through the bulging lens. An eye stared back at him, his own, backed by darkness. When the bell brought no response, he moved away. It must have been a reflection of one of us, Mr. Roscommon. Harold Roscommon uttered a disgusted grunt and limped into the hall where Max Greenberg flashed his Rolex at him, saying, Nearly Christmas. It would be in less than 14 minutes, Oswald saw from his own watch. He'd dawdled as though Nazareth needed him to oversee it, as though he'd elected himself to the role the old man had suggested. We'll have to run, Amy, or we'll be late. The air beyond the glass doors doused him like a cold bath, pure and invigorating. Feel that, he said to her, but she was striding away from Nazareth so fast that the toes of her long black boots flung gravel across the lawn to clatter against the oak. As he ran after her into Nazareth Row, he couldn't help wishing that just for once the market gates had been left unlocked. Surely the closing of the short cut to the church was a small price to pay for security, and besides, his was by no means the only family hurrying downhill. Amy betrayed no interest in all the windows planted with trees. so that he needn't regret having assumed she was too old for a tree this year. Could admit to himself he would have felt it was more heathen than the celebration ought to be. 10 minutes' jog in Amy's wake brought him to the upper edge of Partington, where the gate of the small, steep churchyard squeaked to welcome each newcomer, and many of the headstones, sparkling with frost, appeared to have stooped to greet them. "Good girl," he gasped, not that she seemed to take this for praise, as they hurried through the stone porch into the aisle. They'd just found space in the right-hand rear pew when the congregation rose to its feet, and Oswald felt as though it had waited for him. The organ blared, the song-sheets rustled, the voices rose with the incense. "O come, all ye faithful." Oswald felt uplifted by his sense of a community at worship and by the presence of so many of his clients in the church. He'd helped make them safe, and now they were helping him in return, helping him worship here so that he would be able to pray at home. It occurred to him that the thick, unyielding walls of the church were by no means unlike those of Nazareth, and perhaps Harold Roscommon was right to believe it was somehow Oswald's duty to keep that building peaceful. When he rose to join in the final carol, he felt renewed, transformed by the season. All Christian men rejoice with heart and soul and voice. At first he couldn't grasp what was intruding between him and these sentiments, why the words were going wrong in his head. And then he heard that Amy was singing not Christian men, but Christy Anns. When he nudged her, harder than he'd thought he would, she retreated along the pew, leaving him to raise his voice to drown any other changes she might make. The carol was over before he managed to regain a sense of being part of it, and as the priest vanished into the sacristy, Oswald took hold of her arm to rebuke her for refashioning the words. He hadn't spoken when she pulled herself free, muttering, "I'm going to the grave." She meant Heather's. It had been years since they'd visited it together. "I'll come with you," Oswald called after her, only to be halted in the porch by a diminutive couple who were waiting for him. "Merry Christmas, Mr. Priestley," said Jack Pickles, peering up at him from behind tortoise-shell spectacles, which might have been chosen to tone in with his freckled scalp and the last of his reddish hair. "A joyous Christmas to you both." "And many more with children in them," said Hattie, who seemed determined to live up to that name whenever she left the house. Tonight she was crowned with a pink creation that resembled a giant sugar whorl, at least as much as headgear. "Where's our Sean?" she demanded, having already found him, and urged him by one elbow towards Oswald. "Here he is, up there. You remember Mr. Priestley, who saw to our insurance. Wish him the compliments." Her son's mottled face was in the process of rearranging its colors. "Ha," he mumbled immediately, before "Happy Christmas." "Leave the boy now, Hattie. He's not usually such a drooping snowdrop, Mr. Priestley. You should see him do his job. Isn't the light of your life with you?" She was ahead of me. Sorry if she didn't speak. You know how they can get at her age, or perhaps you don't. That's her over there in the black. "God bless her," said Hattie, rubbing out a tear with a fingertip. "It's the book and its cover and no mistake." Oswald was wondering why he wasn't as touched as she was by the sight of Amy, her lips moving as she confronted the granite column of the gravel plot on the far side of the churchyard, when Jack Pickles said, "You've been seeing quite a bit of her lately, haven't you, son?" "When she worked by the market," Sean admitted. "You won't have seen her working there recently," said Oswald. "Since you told her not to go in that shop, you mean?" "That was my mind, certainly. How did you know?" Sean's face had started to increase its blotchiness even before his mother said, "I think he's got his eye on her on the quiet. Pity there's not fewer years between them." "The one she's walking with is older than she is." Sean must have been encouraged by Oswald's tone. The redder patches of his face set about reverting to pink. "I've seen him, if that's a him." "A conundrum, I agree. So what's my answer?" The 19-year-old, as Oswald had now dated him, stared. "'Scuse? You haven't seen her go into that shop since I bade her?" "I haven't, Mr. Priestley. I can include it in my patrol if you like." "I should think most folk would want you to. Were you about to say more?" "He still hangs round that shop, her dope with the stuff in his face." "I should have realized," Oswald said, wondering why he'd needed to be told. At that moment, Amy turned towards the church, and her face hardened, which dismayed him so much that she was on her way to the gate before he called out, "Amy, come here a minute." "Merry Christmas," Jack said, as though his loudness must provoke at least an echo. "Yes, do join us. We're still yapping. We've already got one shy type here," said Hattie, nodding the pink whorl at her son. "Don't say you're another." Something about this seemed to amuse Amy, who picked her way over the grass, her shadow catching on gravestones as it kept its distance from the spotlights that exhibited the church. "You know our Sean, don't you?" Jack said. "I know him." Oswald didn't like her manner, nor the expressionless gaze she fixed on the youth, but Hattie took her attitude to signify the opposite of its appearance. "We were just going to say, weren't we, Jack? Why don't both of you drop in over Christmas?" "We'll be delighted, won't we, Amy?" "When?" "Whenever's convenient," Jack said. Sean's chewed lips had started to admit to a grin. Amy stared at it and said, "I'll be busy then." "Convenient for you as well, we mean," Hattie protested. "Not just as well, as much." "Sean will put some records on for you, won't you, Sean? It's not our style, all this Cliff Richard crooning, but I expect it appeals to you. I'm sure you'll find you've a lot in common if you get to know each other." "I doubt it." "No harm in giving it a try," said Oswald, keeping most of his anger inaudible. "I'd like to spend a little time with these good people when they've so kindly invited us." "You go, then." "No, thanks," Amy said, and elicited a discouraging screech from the gate as she walked out of the churchyard. "I'm sorry. I don't know what the problem is with her at the moment, but it's going to have to be solved damned quick." "It must be a trial bringing her up on your own," Hattie said. That made Oswald feel no less humiliated. He would have shouted at Amy to come back and apologize to their friends, except that would be to create more of a scene. Instead, as a kind of unstated apology, he stayed in the midst of the Pickles family as they trailed after her up Moor View. At Gorse Cottages he took an awkward leave of them, as a drunk began to rant somewhere ahead. "Peace on earth," Jack commented. "There will be if I've anything to do with it," Oswald said grimly, and strode after his daughter. Once the Pickles family was out of earshot, he spoke. "Wait there. I want to talk to you." As Amy halted, an illuminated slab rose beyond her, filling the end of the street. It was part of the front of Nazareth Hill, where the security lights had been triggered. Oswald overtook her and stared into her face, and saw only leaden resignation. "Perhaps you can explain yourself," he said. "Shouldn't think so." The drunk was still ranting, close to Nazareth Hill. Had he wandered into the grounds and set off the lights? Oswald would have been finding out if he hadn't had to deal with Amy. "What were you hoping to achieve by such behavior?" he demanded. As her eyes waited for Oswald to go away, the man's voice continued to rave, giving Oswald a confused impression that it was answering him. "I never imagined I'd see you so unmannerly," he said. "What do you suppose they thought of you?" "Wouldn't know." "You no sooner leave your mother's grave than you spurn not just my friends, my clients, on this of all nights." There remained far more to be said, but the man's voice was distracting him. Its elusive familiarity was. "Come along," Oswald said harshly. "Don't think I've done with you by any means, but I want to see what that is." He'd halved the distance between himself and Nazareth before he heard her start to follow him. Once they were home where nobody could hear, he promised himself they would have a proper talk. Spectators had come out of the end houses of Moor View to watch the grounds, somewhere in which the voice was repeating a few words over and over. Emerging onto Nazareth Row, which had produced even more of an audience, Oswald saw Alastair Doughty and Max Greenberg and Teresa Blake standing outside the shadowy cage of the oak. "What's happening, do you know?" Oswald asked the nearest onlooker, a burly, shirt-sleeved man who was sharing a can of lager with his wife. "Some old feller's gone round the bend, looks like." As though the words had focused the glare of Nazareth, Oswald saw a figure through the branches, a man in striped pajamas and a dressing gown who was clinging with all his limbs to the dark side of the tree. The man twisted his head round as Teresa Blake ventured towards him, and Oswald saw he was Harold Roscommon. "I'm not going back in there," he shouted yet again. "Keep off." Oswald grimaced a rebuke at the audience while he crossed the road, but they gazed at him as if he was part of the spectacle. He strode onto the drive, and the gnashing of gravel drew the attention of those at the oak. The old man craned his head back. "Is that George?" he shouted. "I want George." "The Gouges are trying to find him, Mr. Roscommon," the magistrate said. "I don't know where he'd be at this hour," Max Greenberg said, as though to use up his own preoccupation with time. Both spoke so carefully, it was clear to Oswald they were reining in their emotions. "Go inside, Amy," he said as she came abreast of him, having hurried after all. "No arguments. I'll be up in due course." To his annoyance, Greenberg intervened. "Mr. Priestley, if I were you, I wouldn't tell—" "You're blessed with not being, Mr. Greenberg. I'm the father, and I think that gives me the right—" "Nobody's about to contest that. Only you mightn't want her going in by herself just at the present." "Why not?" It was Amy who asked, but the watchmaker persisted in addressing Oswald. He even lowered his voice. "Mr. Metcalfe's door may be open, and you'd hardly want her seeing. He seems to be. He must have had the heart attack some of us were predicting." If his murmuring was designed not to be overheard by Harold Roscommon, it didn't work. "No seams about it," the old man said, and louder, "He's dead, and there was something in there with him." "Children present, Mr. Roscommon?" the magistrate said. "I don't see any," said Amy, a protest that went unanswered as the old man cried, "That won't shut me up either. I saw what I saw, and it'll take more than all of you put together to drag me back inside there." "Stay where you are for the nonce," Oswald told Amy, and turned back to Max Greenberg. "What does he think he saw?" "Nobody's sure. What he did see was Mr. Metcalfe, which must be why he's in this state. He'd gone out of his apartment looking for his son, and found Mr. Metcalfe's door open." "Has anyone called the police and ambulance?" "The police will be here as soon as they can," Alastair Doughty said, "and the ambulance has to come from Sheffield." "Well done, Mr. Doughty." The community of Nazareth was beginning to unite, thought Oswald. If only someone had cared enough to say to the photographer's face that his excesses were straining his heart. "Is anyone with Mr. Metcalfe?" Oswald said. "The medical lady from your floor is," said the magistrate. "She was the one who took his pulse." "I suppose she must know what she's doing," Oswald murmured, only to provoke the old man. "What are you muttering about?" he cried. "Why won't anyone listen to me?" "I will," said Amy, and before Oswald could prevent her, she had ducked under the branches. "What did you see?" As Roscommon shifted to face her, 2 large chunks of bark came away in his hands. "Somebody with a mouth bigger than this," he said, and shook his gnarled fist. "Amy, will you please?" called Oswald, but the old man was louder. "I thought at first a dog had got in, because it was too thin for a person. Only it looked at me. And it used to be someone right enough, before all that happened to its face. Then it crawled off into the dark like an old spider." "All right, Amy, that's quite enough." Oswald saw her and the old man staring at each other, with a kind of recognition which he neither liked nor wanted to define. "Enough," he repeated. Roscommon stretched out a hand to detain her, and the piece of bark hit a root with the sound of a gavel. "Have you seen it too?" "I don't know." "Of course she hasn't." Whatever game she thought she was playing, it infuriated Oswald. He made for her, to march her into Nazareth if necessary, but faltered as Max Greenberg spoke. "They've found... he's there." There was movement at a window on the middle floor. One of Ursula Brain's curtains had been pushed back, revealing George Roscommon, naked from at least the waist up. The next moment he vanished, returning immediately to tug the curtain shut. "I hope he'll be quick down," Teresa Blake said, and with somewhat less disapproval, "Mr. Roscommon, your son's on the way." "Where was he? With that trollop, I'll wager." "That isn't important," Amy tried to persuade him. "You were telling me—" The magistrate frowned at her. "Morality is always important, miss." "She knows that," Oswald said, and seizing Amy's elbows, turned her to face him. "And you've been told often enough to respect your elders." Amy regarded him with a mixture of pity and disbelief as she disengaged herself from him. She glanced at the old man, but he was no longer looking at her. He'd redoubled his hold on the yoke, as if, Oswald thought furiously, what she'd made him say had aggravated his panic. As she reached the entrance to Nazareth, George Roscommon dashed into view, his untied shoelaces flailing the air, and held one glass door open for her. She went in slowly, then halted in the corridor. Before Oswald could move or shout, she pushed open the door of Dominic Metcalfe's apartment and walked in. Oswald sprinted across the lawn, skidding on the grass, and up the drive. George stepped back with a bewildered look to perform his doorman act again. As Oswald's footfalls were muffled by the carpet, he heard Beth Griffin say, "Don't worry, Amy. I'll be all right on my own." The next moment Metcalfe's door swung wide open, and Amy emerged, her gaze passing over Oswald as she headed for the stairs. At first he thought she had seen nothing of significance. Her expression was so blank. The homeopath was standing at the near end of a hall lined with framed photographs, and additionally illuminated by the light of every room. She extended one stiff arm to push the door shut, and Oswald saw an object protruding from the doorway nearest to that of the kitchen. It was a man's clenched hand. Its plumpness had apparently belied its strength. In its final convulsion, it had ripped a thick brown fistful out of the carpet. Oswald found himself wondering distractedly how the Gouges might feel about that, after they'd devoted so much care to carpeting the whole of Nazareth. Then the door blocked his view, and as he hurried to the stairs up which Amy had disappeared, the grotesque notion gave way to the thought he had been trying not to admit. Whatever Amy might have seen of Metcalfe's corpse, her expression had seemed to imply she'd already seen worse. 8. Not such a game. Once the Gouges' families started to assemble on Christmas Day, it became clear they felt bound to mention the carpets. "Good rich brown," Donna's mother said. "Negro," said Donna's father from the kitchen, where he was placing cans of beer in the refrigerator. "We aren't allowed to say that any more." Auntie Ethel halted on her 2 sticks in the hall to warn him. "Don't hold up the traffic, sis. It's the other thing you can't say now," said Auntie Pen, fluttering her stubby fingers to shoo her onward. Ethel swung round in the living-room doorway, prompting everyone to rush to her support until she steadied herself with twin triumphant thumps of her sticks. "I thought it was black you couldn't say these days, not good old brown." "Not black or brown, the other thing." Pen turned her palms up and began to wag her fingertips as if to scoop the answer out of the air. "The other thing. N-I-G, that." "Stopping talk doesn't change anything," Donna's father said. "It just lets folk pretend things have changed." This provoked the general hoot of derision with which the family always greeted his profundities, and Donna's mother took the opportunity to put away the subject. "You look tired," she told Donna. She often did, but this time the cause of any tiredness hadn't been a night of fun. Dave crossed the kitchen, having forked the turkey and fitted the plate back into the oven, and gave Donna's waist a squeeze. "We were in bed late and up early," he said. Donna clasped his hand in response and to hush him. While he was obviously not about to describe how they'd occupied the morning, other than by preparing dinner, ensuring that every family item was not only on show, but also not occupying more of a position of honor than any other, photographs and spectacularly inappropriate cushions and ornaments of a hideousness that had consigned them to the spare room until now, she hoped he wouldn't mention last night's events either. As if her thought of family had been overheard, the doorbell from the downstairs entrance rang. "Shall I have a go?" Pen, who was nearest, said. "I expect it's my lot," said Dave. "Just—" She had already poked the door release beneath the speaker with one adventurous thumb. "Ah, well, it shouldn't matter," he said. "Wasn't that the ticket?" "I'm sure it was, only we usually check first who's there." "You should have said," Pen reproached him, and leaned a knuckle on the other button. "Who is it?" "I should think they'll have—" Dave began, but she shushed him with a hiss that rivaled the noise the speaker was emitting. Holding down the button, she lowered her head to the box. "I can't make it out," she eventually said, and straightened up. "They were singing." "Waits," Ethel suggested, though nobody but Pen had heard anything but static. "More like chanting, a long way off and too close into the bargain, if you know what I mean." Nobody did, but Donna's father said, "Maybe something's up with the rig." "Picking up messages not meant for us," said her mother. "A lady at the lunch club used to know someone like that," Ethel said. "She thought she was going mad because she kept hearing voices, until the dentist found it was her filling picking up the wireless." "Shame they can't take a few more mad ideas out of people's heads that easily," Donna's father said. Dave looked unhappy when the notion wasn't hooted down. "They used to think they could." Donna hugged his waist as a promise of a reward later if he would just keep the peace, but the buzzer on the door intervened on her behalf. As soon as Penn responded to it, Dave's parents and his Uncle Rodney broke into "We Wish You a Merry Christmas," agreeing on approximately half of the notes. "That's what you must have heard, Penn," Ethel said. "Wasn't," Penn said as she made way for the newcomers. "Sit yourself down, for pity's sake, Eth. You look like a turnstile stuck in that doorway." "Fine, thick carpets," Dave's mother had been waiting to enthuse, which was sufficient not just to revive the theme, but to set the guests competing to praise Dave's and Donna's professional taste and skill. By the time that was over, Donna had managed to seat both families in the main room, while Dave served drinks. Rodney brushed up his overhanging mustache with the back of his hand as a preamble to slurping the froth off his beer, then set the tankard down to be transformed into a variety of potions by the flickering lights of the Christmas tree. "I'm told you had some excitement round here while good Christian folk were tucked up in bed." "Thought you were here, saw your old heap," Dave's father was saying to Donna's, and turned away from him before he had time to retort. "What excitement was that?" "It was people from here, wasn't it, Dave? Died and went crackers, was the tale I heard from my friend who lives on the row, and came in the scales for a festive pint." "I don't think you could be mad if you were dead," Ethel said. "Why not? Maybe that's what Judgment Day will be, a madhouse." "Don't be so morbid, Penn," said Ethel, and raised the gin she'd dropped her stick for. "Here's to their memory, whoever they were." Glasses were elevated, and agreement was murmured before Penn said, "What a day to choose for popping off." "He didn't die at Christmas, the one who died," Dave told her. "The medic said it must have been days ago he had a heart attack. None of us had seen him for a week, not since he took everyone's photograph." Up to this point, Donna had avoided thinking that the photographer had lain dead for days, as close to her as the tree outside the window, but now the thought felt like a presence that had lingered in the building to wait for the dark. When the families had finished expressing shades of dismay, her father said, "Will it come out?" Donna shivered. "Will what come out of where?" "Come out. Be any good. Develop." "Oh, the photographs," Donna said with an attempt at a laugh. "I expect there may still be the negatives, but he'd be on them." Some sounds of understanding greeted this, and Rodney seemed to feel it was left to him to say, "So, who went mad?" "Those people who were playing whatever they were playing as we drove up looked a bit strange to me," Penn offered. "Which bunch was that?" said Dave's father. "They were spinning some old woman round and round downstairs, and she didn't look too thrilled about it either." "Nobody's downstairs just now," Dave said. "The old chap who lives there with his son found you understand, the photographer. Which you can imagine would upset anyone, Uncle Rod. His son had to take him away to relatives in Manchester until he could find somewhere local." "You nodded off on the motorway, Penn," Ethel said. "Too much sherry with your mince pies at mine." "Are you saying there's nobody at all under you?" Penn demanded. "Not as we speak, not just at present," Donna said, though changing the words didn't help much. "I'm sure there'll be someone down there before you know it," said her mother. "Odds Penn had been thinking about the games we're going to play after dinner. Now I'm having a look at your bird, Donna, in case he's squawking to be let out before he goes up in smoke." "Let's both look." As soon as they were in the kitchen, Donna murmured, "I was going to tell you and Daddy what happened. I just didn't want it spoiling the day." "We'll make sure nothing does," her mother said so lightly Donna almost thought she wasn't put out because Dave's family had heard first, and slid the turkey into view to perforate it with the fork. 7 hours should do, even for such a plump feller. I'll start seeing to the vegetables. Don't talk about your aunts like that. The clatter of plates started the families vying to help, and only the provision of more drinks persuaded them to resume their seats, apart from Ethel, who levered herself to a dining chair and directed the servers like a sedentary housekeeper. Half an hour after Donna and her mother had repaired to the kitchen, everyone was seated at last around the laden oval table. As Dave flourished the carving fork and knife, Pen appeared to waken from one of her dozes. "Is anyone going to say grace?" "Grace," Rodney said. Dave made the first incision, and then it was too late, though Donna would have taken up Pen's suggestion if she had been able to remember the words. "Couldn't have done better myself," her mother said after a mouthful, and surely those words were enough of a blessing. "To the chef?" "The chef," the guests chorused, more or less distinctly, elevating their drinks, and Donna set about enjoying her own meal as much as everyone else was. Only the dance of flames on the pudding when Dave lit the brandy on it disconcerted her, or perhaps it was the way Pen's face jerked up beyond them that did, her face blinking and wavering, as though the flames were as close to it as they momentarily appeared to be. Pen took refuge in another doze once the meal was over, various people having declared, "I couldn't," before they did, and the families began to disagree over who was entitled to clear the table and wash up. A deal was ultimately struck by which all the men saw to these tasks, leaving the women to talk across Pen and speculate how long it would take her paper hat to slip off her lolling head. When Donna closed the curtains, the clash of wooden rings roused Pen to mumble in her sleep. Ethel thumped the floor with her sticks, which only brought the men to see if there had been an accident. "What's your weird sister saying?" Rodney wanted to know, or at any rate asked. "Even less sense than usual." Pen raised her head blindly, and the paper hat crackled as if her hair had caught fire. "Coming up the house," she announced. "Good job we know her, or we'd be having her locked up," Rodney said, projecting his voice at her. Perhaps in some way this caused her to protest, "Don't want that bath." Nothing else she mumbled seemed worth a guess before the men returned from the kitchen again, looking virtuous. "Are we leaving Pen in her trance?" Donna's father said. Ethel thumped the floor so hard it shook, and Donna imagined the vibrations invading the unlit, empty room beneath. She was about to ask her aunt to stop when the sleeper blinked herself awake and blinked about her. "We're at Donna's. What were you dreaming?" Donna's mother said. "Nothing at all. I just nodded off for a second. Are we going to play now?" "Let's have the game where we put bits of a body together." "That's fun," Donna promised herself aloud, and went to fetch a foolscap pad and a handful of ballpoints from the spare room, which smelled of the glossy brochures she and Dave kept for consulting at home. The lack of a window trapped the smell, and so did the door as it crept shut, withdrawing the sounds of the families from her. She shoved a pile of brochures under one arm and snatched the door open, feeling as though she was releasing herself from a cell she hadn't known the apartment contained. "Here you are, everyone," she called as she hurried back to the party. She held out the pad for each person to tear off a sheet, and once the ballpoints and brochures had also been distributed, sat on the arm of Dave's chair. "You start us off, Pen." Pen took her time with the face. She crouched over the sheet spread on the brochure until it seemed that rather than ensuring nobody could see what she was drawing, she was unable to straighten up from staring at it. Abruptly, she folded the strip on which she'd drawn and thrust the page at her sister. "Shoulders," she said. Her directing had been part of the game ever since Donna was little. "Chest and a bit of the arms, belly and elbows. hip bones and wrists. Donna was in charge of feet for this round, and gave them hobnailed boots whose toes pointed in opposite directions. She handed the long, thin wad to Pen, who unfolded it and held it up. "Oh," she said. Not quite the cry of surprise with which she usually greeted the result of the game, and not all the other players laughed. The various sections of the figure weren't supposed to match, but somehow the joke had gone wrong. The grinning, wild-haired face seemed determined to ignore its elongated, scrawny body, which was either performing a grotesque, knock-kneed dance or dangling from the cocked head on the stretched neck. Even the hairy ankles protruding from boots far too large for them no longer struck Donna as amusing. "I used to go out with her," Rodney said, which allowed Donna to find a laugh within herself, and Pen to propose another round. This one was almost a success. The head Ethel drew, with a bobble hat perched on top of its bald pate, was sticking out its tongue, and most of the players guffawed at that, although Donna could have done without the dribble from a corner of its mouth where her aunt's ballpoint had slipped. Rodney started next, but the head he produced was so pop-eyed that nobody liked it much. "It's looking at me," Pen complained. "Cover it up." After that she found some aspect of each figure to dislike, and when she took issue with a pair of skinny hands, which appeared to be digging their nails into the page in order to bestir the body they had patched together, hands which Dave's mother couldn't recall having drawn to look like that, but which she must have, Donna thought it time to call a halt. "Let's play consequences now." "There can't be any harm in that," said Pen, and wrote the first line. "The man she met," she reminded her sister to write, and accompanied each passing of the folded sheet with a direction. The time, the place. He said, she said, then she, and he, and the consequence was. Donna wrote the most optimistic consequence she could think of, and handed the sheet, now little broader than a wand, to her aunt. "The Queen met," Pen said, and then, "What's this wormy thing?" "Napoleon," her sister interpreted, not without some pique at having her handwriting questioned. "The Queen met Napoleon at 13 o'clock on the blasted heath. She said, 'I can teach you to fly.' As if she would, Rodney. And he said, 'Shall we dance?' I don't think. Then she ran 3 times round the oak tree. I expect that's the one outside here. And he— Is there someone you'd like to do this to, Dave? He locked himself in the smallest room, best place for him. And the consequence was— I can't read this word either. They both lived ever after." "Happily," said Donna. "I thought it said hoggily. They both lived like pigs forevermore." "Well, they didn't," Donna objected, and heard herself making too much of a fuss. "Auntie Ethel, you start this time." "Can't we play something else now? All this scribbling won't help my joints." "Let's play the game where I'm always the old boot." "That's Monopoly, Pen." "I know what it's called. I haven't lost my senses yet. Whoever else round here may have." "We can be spectators," Dave's mother said to him. "We'll have to be homing before it's finished, or I'll never be ready for the family tomorrow." "I'll see to the coffee," Rodney said, as though he'd been given the excuse none too soon. Dave fetched the game from the spare room, but it was less of a success than usual. Perhaps because she was tired, Donna found Pen's commentary chafed her nerves. "Better make sure nothing's living in those," Pen said when the plastic building started to appear on the board, and when she managed to buy some, shook them vigorously and squinted into their hollow interiors. A quirk of the dice sent her to jail 3 times in succession. "Back in my cell again. May as well lock me up and throw away the key," she complained. And as the other players moved their symbols around the track, "Dance round, go on, don't mind me." Before she had a chance to release her miniature boot from jail, she'd nodded off and was talking in her sleep again. "Round and round, stop it, you're making me dizzy," she mumbled. And, "Keep it away, I'll be quiet, I will." When she began to moan on a rising note, Ethel shook her awake, for which she was uncharacteristically grateful, and Donna's mother said, "I think we should all be moving. Our hosts have had a long day. Let's say they've bought us." Pen shoved the boot away with a fingernail, knocking over several raw red houses. "They're welcome to the lot of those squashed places." Eventually, all the guests had their coats on, Ethel refusing to be helped with hers, and Pen following suit, and Donna's mother kissed Dave hard, then her daughter. "Thank you both for making the day special." Once they'd seen their guests out and watched the cars up the drive, the 2 pairs of brake lights flaring red as firebrands before swerving out of the grounds, Donna let go of Dave's waist and closed her hand around the icy metal bar of one glass door. "What kind of Christmas was that really, do you think?" "It isn't over yet." He took her free hand in both of his, which were almost warm enough to counteract the chill of the metal. "Here's what I think. I think we shouldn't let what happened to those poor people ruin our first Christmas here." "I know." "You aren't having second thoughts, are you? Don't sit on them. I wouldn't want to live anywhere you don't." "It'll be better when there are more people again." If the heat of the ground floor felt somehow illusory, that was only because the chill of the night had reached deep into her. The ruined carpet in the photographer's hall would have to be replaced, she thought, which touched off a memory as she hurried ahead of Dave to the stairs. "Do you remember when we came to measure?" "How could I forget? Coldest day of the year, it felt like. So much for May." "It was only cold in here, though, wasn't it? I wonder—" "So will I, unless you tell me." "Do you think that's what made us go wrong? The cold? We've never been that careless." "We must be turning into an old married couple. We'll have to look after each other." "We've always done that, haven't we? I still don't understand how we could have thought there were so many rooms in this place." "Trying to be too clever. You remember, we figured since all the apartments had the same floor plan, we could multiply 1. I seem to recall someone kept saying, 'God, it's freezing,' and 'get a move on.' Does it matter? We got it right in the end between us. That's what being together's about." "One of the things." Donna was attempting to identify when they'd decided they would like to move to Nazareth themselves. Surely not that cold, confused first day here. And yet, as far as she could tell, it had been then the idea had entered her mind. "Let's go upstairs," she said. "Yes, let's." "I didn't mean for that. I just thought it might make you feel better after everything. We won't if you don't want to." "I do," she decided by the time they reached their door. As soon as it was closed, she showed him how much she did, pulling him to her and finding his tongue with hers as she lifted one thigh between his legs. When she and Dave parted for breath, he said, "Let me just unload some of the drink." "I'll be waiting." In the bedroom, she closed the heavy curtains, beyond which the oak tree was groping for the light of the room, and lay on top of the quilt. She heard Dave turning off the bathroom light and the kitchen light, and the one in the main room and in the hall. It was their own dark. They would make it so by being together. She mustn't let herself feel as though he was inviting the darkness up from below them. When he came into the room, she didn't speak until he went to the chest of drawers. "Dave." "Don't you want to?" "It's my turn, isn't it?" "Only if you like. It never has to be. You know that." "I like." Putting themselves in each other's power only made them feel more certain of each other. "I do," she said, as though repeating the marriage vow, and stretched her arms and legs wide as he brought the 4 silk scarves out of the top drawer. "Tighter," she said, when he tied a scarf to her left wrist with a knot from which she could free herself with the merest tug. "Make it real," she insisted, and used her other hand to tie a knot on top of the first and haul it as tight as she could. "Don't cut off your circulation." "If I do, you can get it going for me," Donna said, swinging her scarved wrist towards the bedpost for him to secure. She tugged at all her bonds when he'd finished tying them. "Now you can do what you like with me," she said. A delicious tingling spread up her torso and down her thighs as he began to unbutton the front of her almost ankle-length dress. He kissed each part of her body he found, and each kiss made her feel a little younger and more eager for him. When he'd laid her dress open, he snapped her bra open between its cups and lingered over kissing each of her breasts. Kneeling on the floor, his elbows on the quilt, he shuffled down the bed, tonguing her stomach. He popped the stud of her panties, and she felt herself open in anticipation of his mouth. At that moment the phone rang in the main room. "Go away," Dave muttered, his lips and the day's worth of stubble tickling her above her hip bone, and stayed crouched beside her stomach. The phone delivered 6 pairs of trills and was halfway through a 7th when it fell silent. "Call again soon," Dave said indistinctly, and traced the outline of her hip bone with his tongue. He was hitching himself forward on his elbows when the phone recommenced shrilling, and he raised his head. "Shall I answer it?" "Leave it. It can't be any of our folk, not so soon after we've seen them." "Except if it was, it would have to be something urgent, wouldn't it?" He slapped the quilt with both hands and stood up. "If I don't find out, I'll worry. I'll be quick." "The longer you are, the older I'll be when you get back," Donna said, lifting her head to watch him hurry out of the room. She was just able to distinguish a flickering in the dark hall, a hint of the Christmas tree lights, as the door began to inch shut behind him. "Leave the—" she said. But it was more important that he reach the phone in time, and so she let her head subside on the pillow, which puffed itself up around her ears. She heard Dave switch on the light in the main room, making no appreciable difference to the visibility of the very little of the hall she could see. And then there was a clatter mixed with a curtailed trill. "Dave and Donna Gouge," he gabbled. "Hello?" As far as Donna was concerned, this was followed by silence, except for the creaking of the mattress as she flexed her hands and feet, which were growing cold and stiff. "I can't make out what you're saying," Dave said at last. "Who are you?" "It's nobody. Tell them Happy Christmas and to go and bother someone else." Donna peered along her cheekbones at the sliver of dark hall, then closed her eyes to stop the making. Through the enclosure of the pillow she heard Dave say, "I'm sorry, I can't make any sense of this. You'll have to phone back." "Not now," Donna pleaded, and might have repeated it loud enough for Dave to hear, except that he said, "If it isn't urgent, make that tomorrow." His voice sounded more muffled, and she was assuming he'd turned away from her when she heard a faint noise beyond the foot of the bed. Her eyes widened just in time to see the door swing shut. As it did, the bedroom light went out. Had she glimpsed a movement at the switch? Surely that must have been the shadow of the door. She sucked in a breath to replace the one she'd lost by gasping, and opened her mouth to call to Dave. Instead, she spoke. "Don't do that, Dave. It isn't funny. Not after last night. I know you're there." That brought no audible response, but she didn't need to hear him to sense the presence in the room. He was pussyfooting across the thick carpet towards her, perhaps even crawling over it, and she would never have expected him to be so stupid. She hoped he was able to see, as little as she could in the dark, that the curtains had closed in. She hoped he would fall over something. Nevertheless, he was making her so nervous she might have wept with anger. "Dave, stop it now," she said louder. "You aren't turning me on at all." But her rebuke trailed off. She wasn't even sure if the last word passed her lips. The phone had emitted the single note it always released as the receiver was hung up. Dave was still in the main room. She tried to cry out to him, but her tongue felt as though a weight the size of her mouth was pressing it down. He must surely be on his way to the bedroom. She jerked her hands towards the bedposts in an attempt to slacken her bonds, and struggled to snag the knots at her wrists with her fingernails. They didn't reach, and she had succeeded only in clawing at her palms when she realized that by now Dave ought to have come back. Was he waiting by the phone in case it rang again? She dragged wildly at her bonds, and the scarf tied to her left wrist slipped off the bedpost. Her fist thumped the mattress, and she was suddenly afraid of having drawn attention to herself. She opened her mouth. All at once she didn't care what noise she made to summon Dave, as she became aware that the rest of her bonds had remained unyielding. Then something trailed across her bare midriff. It felt almost insubstantial enough to allow her to believe she was fancying the sensation. But something was there. A part of whatever had crept up to her in the blind dark and was leaning over her in a silence that was worse than any voice or breath. Before she could imagine what she might touch, her fist lashed out to ward it off. The trailing substance was snatched away, and for a moment she was able to think it had only been the scarf which she'd been unaware of flinging across herself. The thought had barely offered itself when her fingers, opening in the dark, caught in the substance that was still dangling over her. It was hair. It felt like thick cobweb loaded with grit. It clung to her fingers as she tried to flail it away, only managing to entangle them in it. She heard a sound that the removal of a sodden piece of sticking plaster might have made. She felt the lock of hair detach itself from the scalp and settle across the back of her hand. She also heard Dave's footsteps in the hall, but he was too late. Indeed, the prospect of his switching on the light dismayed her so much that she would have covered her eyes with her hand if it had been empty. Her arm shuddered in mid-air as he halted outside the door. "Who shut that?" she heard him wonder. "Are you up, love?" The doorknob turned with a faint squeak, and the door swung open. The hall was illuminated only by the flickering of the Christmas tree, but to her eyes, which were famished for light, even that was sufficient to alleviate the blackness of the room. She was almost certain that she saw an appallingly thin silhouette leaning over the side of the bed. At once it retreated in a lopsided crouch to a corner of the room, into the alcove formed by the wall and the wardrobe, and shrank down as though shriveling into the dimness. "What's happened?" Dave said, and slapped the light switch. The bulb under the fluted cut-glass shade lit up before Donna could wrench her gaze away from the corner. Except for the shadow of the wardrobe, which lent it some of the appearance of a gloomy cell, it was empty. That might have come as a relief if she hadn't been distressingly conscious of staring at it so as to avoid seeing the contents of her hand. "Sorry about that. Some maniac who sounded as though they'd got something in their mouth," Dave said. And then, "What's wrong, love?" She couldn't speak. She held up her fist to show him rather than look at it herself. "You want me to take them off?" he said, and hurried to her. "Did you get scared? I wouldn't have left you in the dark if I'd known you were. I mustn't have put the switch right down, and the door closing knocked it off." The hair was brushing the back of her arm now. She stared at him, willing him to see. And then, because there seemed to be no alternative, she forced herself to look. There was nothing in her fist, nothing in her trembling fingers when she stretched them wide, and only the scarf was trailing down her arm. "You're fit, aren't you?" Dave said, picking at the knot which held her other wrist. "I will be," Donna told him, and more importantly herself. "Only let's not tonight. Just hold me." As soon as he had freed her, she retreated under the quilt, leaving her dress and underwear for him to wad up and throw in the laundry basket in the bathroom. She was about to call to him to hurry back when he did, and the opportunity was past for her to ask him to turn on all the lights. Besides, that would need too much explaining. She wanted to believe he was right to think she had just scared herself in the dark. "Open the curtains a crack," she told him, and when he joined her under the quilt, she hugged him hard while she stared at the column of darkness in the corner next to the wardrobe. Nothing appeared there, and the feel of his familiar warm flesh against her was a comfort. Nevertheless, it took her a long time to be able to close her eyes, and much longer before she could sleep. 9. The Secret of the Tree. When the oak began to tilt in the midst of an absolute lack of its own sound, Amy opened the window of the main room. Observing the workmen using chainsaws on the branches and the trunk had felt like watching a film of the event, but now it seemed as though someone had stolen the tree's voice. She dislodged the bolt that secured the twin sashes and pushed the lower one up just as the trunk fell. It uttered a groan of protest as its wooden jaw was forced wider and wider, and then there was a moment's silence, like the absence of a breath, before the remains of the tree struck the lawn with a thud that vibrated through Nazareth Hill. A gasp of wintry air, laden with smells of decay and old wood, rushed through the window, flapping the Christmas cards strung up to the picture rail on tapes. As they subsided, her father hurried out of the bathroom, clutching a towel around himself. "For heaven's sake, child, what have you done now?" "What does it look like?" "What have you broken? Did you throw something from the window?" "Like what?" "Something you would prefer me not to see, perhaps. I wonder how much that's in your room that may apply to." "You'll never know, will you? Because if you start poking in my room, I'll leave home, and you won't stop me." "Let's cease being idiotic," he said, but she knew he meant only her. The chainsaws went to work again, audibly now, and she saw him realize what the thud had been. He began to towel his graying chest with the hand that wasn't pinching the mantel shut behind him. "And shut the window, will you, please, unless you want me to catch an infection." "Say you're sorry, and I will." "What am I expected to be sorry for?" For her, she thought fleetingly, except she didn't want that from anyone. "For the way you keep treating me." "Good heavens, what is that supposed to be?" "Not even like a person sometimes." "That's quite unfair, you know. I treat you as your behavior warrants." He jabbed a finger at the window, and a drop of bath water anointed her forehead. "And your behavior just now—" The door buzzed at the end of the hall. He waved his free hand angrily and clenched the other on the towel as he retreated to the bathroom. "Will you close the window and answer that? And if it's Miss Griffin, I should like a word with her. I'm sure the pills she gives you are partly to blame for your moods." When she heard him bolt the bathroom door, she felt as though he was locking her in. The problem was that she couldn't help doing as he'd asked. The snarl of the chainsaws was beginning to affect her with a headache, such as Beth's medication usually cured, and she wanted to see who was at the door. She dragged the sash down, which was akin to thrusting a gag into a mouth. The chainsaws might as well have been switched off. She hurried through the aching silence to peer through the spy hole of the door at the end of the hall. A tiny man in black was loitering in the warped corridor. Since he was nobody she'd ever seen before, her first reaction was to wonder how he'd got into Nazareth. She opened the door to replace his shrunken image with his 6-foot self. He was either in his 30s or determined to appear that young, with a wiry frame and a flat turf of blonde hair and a spotless face which looked not merely shaved but planed, its long cheekbones squared off by the jaw. His suit proved to be blue, but so dark it might as well have been the negative of his white shirt. Only his pale blue tie permitted itself more color. "Afternoon, young lady," he said in not much of a Yorkshire accent. "Are your parents in?" "My dad is. I wish—" She didn't want to admit that to herself, never mind to him. "He's just getting dressed," she said. "Shall I come back? You might tell him it was Rory Arkwright of Housel." "He wants you to wait." At least she did. She had any number of questions for their visitor, if she could think of them. "He won't be long," she said, as much a warning to herself as an invitation to the caller. When she stepped back, he eased the door shut with his finger and thumb on the latch, then granted the pictures along the hall a few quick blinks. "Are you the artist?" "Not unless I'm older than your grandmother and a bit mad." "I can see you aren't one of those." Having followed her past the eyes and into the main room, he found something else to say to her once he noticed the bookcase. "Are you the reader, then?" "My mother bound all those." "Is that who? I'm impressed. Can I sit anywhere?" "That's what the chairs are for." She sat on one to demonstrate, and was ready with a question as he perched on the edge of the sofa, but he wasn't giving up the subject without a contest. "They must be good," he said, bowing his head at the books. "Why?" "For your mother to have taken so much trouble to make them look special." Amy could have argued with that, and with his expression, which might have been implying some disloyalty on her part, except that she had a more useful response. "Like you did with here, you mean?" "Much like, now you mention it." "You don't think sometimes people make things look good to cover up what they are?" "You can't be saying that about your mother." "I wouldn't ever." Amy had tried to read some of the books once they were in Nazareth, only to be dismayed by how shallowly romantic and dated they were. But she wasn't going to admit that to him. "I was thinking of this place." "Your home, is that? I'd say you should be proud of it, too." "Not the flat. This whole place." "I'm afraid you've run ahead of me. Did you have a complaint about our building?" "Don't you want to hear it if I have?" "We want all our clients to be as happy as it's within our power to make them. That's why I'm here now." He drummed the start of a march on his knees with the flats of his hands, which he then used to push himself to his feet as the bathroom door opened, the bolt having emitted a sound like a trap. "Speak of the— Well, I hope you don't think I dream of calling you that, Mr. Priestley. I believe? Rory Arkwright of Housel." Amy's father was dressed all the way down to his slippers, only the unconcealed tag of his white polo neck betraying his haste. He dealt his hair a swift comb in front of the nearest framed illustration before shaking Arkwright's hand. "Nothing to drink, Mr. Arkwright?" "I wasn't asked, but if you're having one—" "I apologize for my daughter. She used to be the little hostess, but now she must think she's too big. I'll have coffee, Amy, thank you. And Mr. Arkwright?" "Straight coffee's my medicine, too. I should tell you, Amy was wanting to talk to me about Nazareth Hill." Was he offering that as an excuse on her behalf, or informing on her? She couldn't judge for the fury which the men were taking turns to aggravate. "That's more than she said to me," her father admitted. "Well, Amy, let us hear it, if it's so important it makes you forget your manners." She stood up so as to turn away from him, towards the Housel representative. "Do you know what this place used to be?" "Offices, and I'll lay you a $5 you couldn't tell." "Before it was offices." He raised his eyebrows as though to persuade her it wasn't a quick frown that had wrinkled his forehead. "I couldn't say. Some kind of country house by the look." "Not first a monastery, and then a hospital?" "I can't see any signs of those, can you?" "Where do you get such ideas, Amy? Who have you been talking to?" Amy swung towards her father without glancing at him. "You don't think I can have any ideas of my own?" "I'd rather you had none like those, if they can be blamed for making you act as though you wish we hadn't moved here." "I'm sorry if you feel that, Amy. Is there some way I can help? With your father's approval, of course." "Yes. Tell me the truth." "I assure you, I haven't asked yet." "Are there any stories about Nazareth?" "It'd be news to me. What kind of stories?" "Like the one Mr. Roscommon told after he found Mr. Metcalf. Didn't you hear what he said he saw?" "Why, Amy, that whole tragic episode is exactly why I'm here now, to put people's minds at rest in any way I can. We don't stop caring about our clients once we've sold them property. It saddens us that Mr. Roscommon and his son don't feel able to come back, but you surely aren't blaming your home for what tragically happened." "Finding Mr. Metcalf was too much for his mind, that's all," Amy's father declared. "And may I say this, Amy? You shouldn't be surprised if it has affected yours a little. Nothing to be ashamed of, just to take into account. I expect it feels as if what happened was too close, does it? But these things do happen, and it might just as easily have in the street where you used to live. If you laid all the flats in this building end to end, you'd have a street, wouldn't you? Try thinking of it that way if it helps." Arkwright sat back, obviously pleased with her response, although she had smiled only at the unpersuasiveness of his suggestion. "Anything more I can help with?" He either thought he'd covered all she'd said, or was pretending to, or did he have the nerve to assume she thought he had? "A couple of things," she said. "Amy, the coffee. This is more important. What's strange about our windows?" "Nothing I'm aware of," her father said at once. "Listen for a minute. What can you hear?" "Nothing much." "Nothing at all, you mean? So why can't we hear the chainsaws out there?" "Probably because the men are on their break," Arkwright said. "No, that isn't it," Amy said, and strode to raise the sash. She'd taken hold of the chilly bolt when she saw that all three men had indeed stopped work. They were seated on the fallen tree, resting their victorious shadows on it, too, as they refilled plastic cups with the steaming contents of a flask, and she disliked them even more than she had for cutting down the oak. "I don't care," she said, and the glass threw her voice back in her face. We couldn't hear them before, either. Not once I shut the window. You must have noticed."
"I didn't," said her father. "You may recall I was in the bathroom, and if the double glazing works so well, it's hardly an occasion for complaint. We aren't all as fond of noise as you. Now, if that's all that was keeping you,
are you going to talk to him about security?"
"I suspect Mr. Arkwright and I may discuss that.
So if you'd like to, ask him about Mr. Metcalfe's flat."
"It's locked, Amy," the Housel representative said. "Try not to let it bother you. There's nothing to be afraid of, truly, and it'll stay locked until someone else moves in."
"How do you know?"
"How do I?
What makes you so sure it's locked? People kept buzzing it after he was dead, and they'd have noticed if it wasn't. But then Mr. Roscommon got in."
"The other people must have been mistaken, obviously, but I promise you I've checked it. It's locked up as tight as a cell. You don't look convinced."
"If you say it's locked now, I'll believe you. But suppose it was before?"
"You've run off again. You've left me behind."
"Suppose Mr. Roscommon was let in?"
"Don't waste Mr. Arkwright's time with such nonsense." Her father grabbed her hand to turn her towards him. His fingers felt hot and moist and swollen. "And stop thinking things like that as well," he said. "It can't be doing her mind any good, can it, Mr. Arkwright?" Amy felt herself being held there to be judged. Even playing waitress would be preferable. She pulled free of her father and wiped her hand down the front of her sweater, and the doorbell rang. "Find out who that is, would you?" he said. She was halfway down the hall when she heard him murmur, "I apologize for all that." She used to imagine things about this place when it was derelict, when her poor mother was alive, but I'd assumed she had grown out of it. I'll deal with it, don't worry. Through the snarl of her emotions, one thought came clear. As far as he was concerned, it was the Housel representative who needed reassurance. As she stalked past the paper eyes, her fingers were tingling to poke them out. But she jabbed the button of the intercom instead, so viciously she almost broke her nail.
"Who is it?"
"Me."
"You're early, aren't you, Rob? Or maybe you aren't. I don't know, but I want to get changed."
His voice sounded squashed into the metal cage by static. "Are you saying come back?"
"No, come up."
She leaned on the door release button and then hurried to the kitchen, where she filled the percolator.
"I'll bring the coffee when it's made," she called. "Let Rob in for me."
"Just tell me if I'm in the way," she heard Arkwright urge as she went into her room. "It's my daughter's— I don't know if we're meant to call them boyfriends these days. It'll be the first time I've spoken to him face to face."
"Was there anything you wanted to raise while I'm here?"
"Nothing comes to mind. Please don't think we aren't happy here. It's just a pity that sad business had to happen while my daughter is going through a phase. Believe me, they go through plenty. I've got one who'll be older, and it gets no easier for me and her mother." "That's all you think it is with mine, then? Just her age? You wouldn't say she seemed—" Amy had left her door open an inch, but the speakers must be lowering their voices because she was less and less able to hear them. Or perhaps it was her rage, which at this point deafened her to whatever they were saying. Not that she was going to let herself care what they said. She pulled off her sweater and jeans and dumped them on the floor beside her plate and milk-smeared glass from last night's midnight snack, and having donned some black tights and her shortest skirt, sat on the unmade bed to wriggle into another black sweater. She was tying the laces of her calf-length boots when someone tapped on her door. "Don't bother with coffee for me," Arkwright said. "I'm off to finish my rounds." Her father was in the hall, too, though she'd heard neither of them emerge from the main room.
By the time she'd finished tying up her boots, he had ushered Arkwright along the hall. He opened the door as she stepped around hers, and Rob was outside. He gave a defensive blink and lifted his long face as if to level his sharp chin at her father, and the rings in his ear and nostril flashed. "One way to get yourself a magnetic personality," Arkwright quipped as he sidled past Rob and thumbed Beth Griffin's buzzer. Rob blinked hard at him, then peered beneath his enviable eyelashes at her father. "Aim said come up." "Step in and close the door." "I just need to get my coat," Amy said. "No panic, is there? Now I've got your friend here, I'd like to acquaint myself with him," said her father, and made way for Rob so quickly that he appeared to be recoiling. "Do tell me about yourself." "Not much to tell," Rob mumbled. He looked nervous, and no wonder, Amy thought. His nervousness felt like a restless parasite in her stomach. She beckoned him into the main room, where she sat on the sofa and patted the space beside her, but he wandered over to the window. "Are the men still on their break?" she thought to ask. "Sitting on their victim, looking pleased about stealing your oxygen." It had to be dealt with, Amy's father said. It was starting to be dangerous. It's age, you know. Please have a seat. Rob dropped himself next to Amy. A cushion separated them, and she left her hand there in case he wanted to take it, but he rested his fists on his thighs, protruding his knuckles at her father. "How did you and Christmas treat each other?" her father said, lowering himself into the seat opposite. "Pretty fair." "Something to celebrate?" "I'd say so. Did Aim tell you my parents gave me a car?" "I rather meant Christmas was an occasion to celebrate. Birth of our Savior and all that old-fashioned palaver. I'm not embarrassing you, I hope?" When Rob released his fists from their apparent paralysis and tried to wave the suggestion away, her father said, "A car, you say? Quite a gift and a responsibility." "My father sells them, and my mother's an instructor." "Fully insured, will they be?" "Must be." "You've passed your test, I take it?" "On my birthday." "Weren't you too young to have learned?" "They didn't think so." "You're saying parents know their children best and hang the law." Amy dug her fingers into the cushion. "He's saying they trust him." "Which, may I call you Robin? Please do continue, Robin." "Maybe you should try treating Aim. Don't damage that, Amy, please." She forced her hand open and moved it closer to Rob's, but he lifted his to rub his forehead with his knuckles. "Maybe you should treat her more like they treat me." "That must wait to be seen. She has more than a year before she can drive, though I must say I don't know why she would want to when she has me." "Not driving. Trusting her." Amy's father stared at him, as though the words were remnants of a message, too little of it to be comprehensible. "And how would you have me trust her, Robin? Does it involve you?" Rob's ring had flashed like a struck match as he wrinkled his nose at the syllable of his name he disliked. "It's up to Aim," he mumbled, not looking at her. "I rather think at her age it's up to me, young man." "Then let her go to Spain with her school." Amy felt as though they'd both locked her in some hot, cramped place in order to discuss her. "So my child has been talking to you about me, has she?" her father said. "Count yourself privileged. The reverse doesn't apply. You're one of her many secrets." "Maybe if she felt you trusted her, and letting her fly off to Spain would achieve that, would it?" "It'd help, wouldn't it, Aim?" "Might." Her father was studying Rob's face. At last he said, "I wonder why it should be so important to you for her to visit a country like Spain." She'd had enough. He was determined not to let her go, and anything Rob said would only aggravate his distrustfulness. She had to escape the hot, dark, cramped cell he was making of the inside of her head. "Because he wants me to be happy. Not that you'd know anything about that," she blurted, and grabbed Rob's hand to drag him to his feet. "Come on, Rob. Take me anywhere." Her father stood up, closer to the hall. His face had turned blank, and appeared to have grown heavier. The whole of him did. "And just where might anywhere be?" "Wherever AIM wants." "Where's that, Amy? I'm sure we'd both like to know." She turned to Rob, which left her father as a hulk on the edge of her vision. "Wherever you like." "Shall we go for a drive and then back to mine?" "Vital." As she headed for the door, she was prepared to dodge her father if he tried to seize her, but he only said, "Will your parents be at home when you are, Robin?" "They didn't say. And listen, it's just Rob." "You don't care for the name they chose for you?" Amy marched into her room to grab a coat from her wardrobe and a cap from the row of them before almost running along the hall, where her father appeared behind Rob. "Please make certain you're home by midnight." "Why? What do you think I'll turn into if I'm not?" "It's what you are already becoming that worries me." If he expected a response to that, he could invent one for himself. Amy threw open the door and darted into the corridor, whose dimness seemed to narrow it, and down the stairs, which struck her as even more reluctant than usual to admit to their illumination. The light from outside only emphasized the gloom of the ground floor, on which the 6 slabs of doors gleamed darkly at her. The metal handles chilled her fingers as she emerged into sunlight, cold and pale as the gravel of the drive, to be met by the renewed chorus of the chainsaws. She might have asked the men whether they had only just recommenced work, but the uproar was too oppressive to let her frame the question. She ran around the corner of the building to the car park, where Rob caught up with her. "Which is yours?" she said. "Guess." "The Jag," she said, though she deduced that the sleek black beast came with the Housel representative. "No, the Microbe." "It's a nice little Microbe." A blue respray had made the Nissan Micra look almost new. Inside it was redolent of car shampoo and faded upholstery, a homely smell. Once she ran the passenger seat all the way back, she was able to stretch her legs under the dashboard. Her seatbelt issued from its slot in a series of jerks, and by the time she'd fastened it, Rob, having slammed his door a second and conclusive time, was saying, "Where do you—" "I don't care. Just drive." Maybe once they were in the open she would want to talk, but for the moment everything beyond the windscreen felt like the oppression she was trying to leave behind. The chainsaws mutilating their prone victim in the midst of a spray of its substance, the locked marketplace whose lifelessness appeared to have spread into the streets, which it brought to an end, the ticks of the Christmas lights, even Partington itself, whose buildings seemed the exact color of senile teeth. Rob steered the car to the main road and engaged 5th gear as the road began to unwind across the moors, and Amy opened her window a crack so that the wind could tug at her hair and cool her face. When her ringed nostrils started aching with the chill, she screwed the window tight, which Rob took as a signal to halt the car. "This is good, isn't it?" he said hopefully. "Suppose." The sun had subsided behind a ridge, above which the sky was drawing into itself all the green of the darkening slopes, and setting like a plane of crystal around the silhouettes of bare trees, slowing down their gentle dance. They were as black as the hem of the eastern sky, in which the first star was glimmering. She remembered loving to see that sight when she was little, especially at Christmas. but she couldn't ignore the sight of Partington, like teeth in the broken lower jaw of the horizon. It had crammed itself into the wing mirror, where the smallness of its image only intensified its significance, so that she felt as if that was squeezing words out of her. "I don't know what's making him act that way," she hardly knew she said. "Me?" "Not you, you." She reached across Rob to switch off the engine before taking his left hand in both of hers. "I do know. He was never like that before we moved. It's that place." "What about it?" "I don't know yet. Something. And he won't admit there's anything, and that's why he's like he is." "What way is that when I'm not there?" "Same as when you were. No, worse." "How?" "Tell me how." "As if he doesn't know me any more. As if he wants to keep me a prisoner." "Oh, right," said Rob, and his hand relaxed. "Mine are like that sometimes. Not like he is. Not trying to get you off with someone you hate because they think he'll keep an eye on you." "Who, Aim?" "Only the worst. Only Sean Picknose." "Antagonistic," Rob said. But then his concern made itself heard. "What's he been trying to do?" "Sean, what he's always trying, and he knows he can piss off." "Why, did you think you'd got competition?" She leaned over and gave Rob's thin cheek a swift kiss. "My dad, though, he thinks Sean's some kind of angel. Thinks he's what I need to turn me back into someone I never was." "So long as you never are." "Sometimes I don't know who I am," Amy confessed, and felt that the conversation was dissipating the subject she'd wanted to discuss. "I won't be who he wants me to be, I know that. You saw how he even stopped me working." "That's bad, but that's parents. Marty gave me a present for both of us, by the way. And thanks for my CDs. Thanks for my hat and necklace. My dad gave me money. I had to buy stuff to wear with. But you knew what I liked. What did Marty give us?" "Can I have my hand back for it?" "It's my hand, too. So remember, I'm only lending it back to you." Before he reached into the pocket of his black denim jacket, she suspected what he might produce, and when she heard the crinkling of foil, she knew. Maybe it would help her free herself of her lingering emotions, since talking had fallen short of them. "Do you want to smoke it now?" she said. "Up here ought to be good, but I don't want to risk driving. Marty says it's phenomenal. Let's go to mine, and I'll show you something else the car's good for." Partington had begun to glow, as if the jaw and all its teeth had been thrown into a fire. Darkness was welling up from the hollows of the moors, bringing with it a hint of fog, and Amy knew that if she allowed it, that would taste like tears. "Let's go down, then," she said. "Does the radio work?" "Give it a finger," said Rob, switching on the engine and the dashboard lights. Amy poked the button as he set about turning the car, stopping well short of the unfenced ditches, and a mellifluous male Yorkshire voice soared out of the speakers. "I hope you got a big goose for Christmas like us. Oscar gave me all the stuffing I could handle. Replete I was, replete." "Change the station if you want," Rob said in some embarrassment. "I was just listening for our weather." "I don't mind Charlie Churchill. He's quite funny sometimes. My dad can't stand him." The disc jockey was announcing Frosty the Snowman, a process which took him some minutes before he started the record. By that time the car had left the spiky dark behind and was re-entering Partington, whose orange glow touched Amy without warmth, like an image of a fire. Rob swung the Micra off the main road opposite the entrance to the market car park and drove up the least modernized lane in town, a winding, bumpy track that ended several hundred yards on, alongside 6 cottages above the reinforced wall of the main road. The dry stone wall in front of Rob's house, the cottage farthest from the town, blushed as he reversed almost against it. "Nobody's in," he said. "What a surprise." "They didn't say they wouldn't be." "So let's make the most of it." "When we're up," Rob said as the song dwindled into oblivion, and gave her a slim, round-bowled hash-pipe to look after, while he unfolded the foil and pinched off a moist lump of resin so aromatic she could smell it breaking. "I wouldn't want his icicle anywhere near me," Charlie Churchill was saying, as Rob pushed the dashboard lighter into its socket and dropped the lump of resin into the bowl of the pipe. "Sends a shiver through my vessels, the very idea." When an inch of the lighter sprang out, he removed it and inverted the bowl of the pipe over the red-hot disk, their circumferences matching exactly. He drew in a long toke and held it for some seconds before releasing it through his nostrils. "Wow. Let's see if it is." Amy reached for the pipe and thumbed the lighter into the socket. As soon as it protruded, she brought it and the bowl together and sucked the brass stem with all her breath. As the sharp, hot, spicy smoke overwhelmed the taste of metal, the world reinvented itself around her. Though the light didn't alter, the streets below her were no longer simply illuminated. They were luminous. An additional star came into existence over the eastern moors and winked at her to let her know it was the ghost of its long-dead self. She wouldn't exhale until she'd counted 10 slowly, she vowed. While she counted, her awareness of Rob intensified as her senses extended themselves towards him. His long eyelashes, like filaments of the night, glinting with each blink. The smell of denim, and beneath it, the clean, cool scent of his flesh. The note of each of his indrawn breaths, very slightly higher than the sound of their expulsion. His pupils dilating with their eagerness to renew the sight of her. "Christmas does linger, though, doesn't it? I don't mind having the odd sprout in the midst of my festivities, but I feel as though I've been nibbling a parson's nose for weeks," Charlie Churchill said, and Amy had to exhale, because she felt she would otherwise have burst. She had just begun to giggle when the whole of Nazareth Hill lit up. For a moment she believed the light was searching for her. It wasn't just the effects of the pipe that made it appear so much brighter than usual. The crouching hulk, the color of a skull, glared across the town at her, reminding her that she had to return to it, and she saw it squatting like a spider above its web of streets, into which she would have to descend. Perhaps she took only a few seconds to grasp that the glare seemed brighter because the tree was no longer in the way of any of it. But that didn't explain why the security lights had switched themselves on. Nobody had been visible in the grounds, and nobody was now. She felt as if the glare was trying to probe the depths of her mind. "You can't touch me," she whispered. "Who can't?" "Not you, Rob. Not anyone. Shush, I'm listening," Amy said, and caught up with Charlie Churchill's patter. "If me and Oscar hung around like Christmas, we'd be arrested. What's that? Voices in my head. Oh, my producer's telling me it's time we let you tuner-inners use my channel. Anybody listening who wants to try my frequency, don't be shy. Call me if you've a Christmas anecdote to share. Oscar thinks it's time I put my legs up." As he gave out the number to phone, the light of Nazareth seemed to enter a hidden corner of her mind. "A Christmas ghost story," she said aloud. "Are you talking to me this time?" said Rob. "You and anyone who'll listen." She released her seatbelt, which slithered across her breasts and clanked against its slot. "I'm going on the air," she said, and assumed a cold cap of night as she ducked out of the car. Transmissive. Given his enthusiasm for her proposal, she might have expected him not to take so long over ensuring the micro was locked, unless it was the relentlessness of the elevated glare of Nazareth Hill that made him seem slow. She walked over the chunks of garden path, scrawled on by snails, and waited for him to open the door, whose breasts someone had flattened before turning their rectangular frame on end. When he let himself into the red-eyed dark, she followed while he switched off the alarm and on the lights. An undimmed Nazareth Hill appeared to lurch into the doorway until she shut it out and turned along the hall, which smelled as rosy as its wallpaper looked. At the foot of the 15 thickened russet angles of the stairs and their 15 opposites, a telephone table stood on baby giraffe legs, its drawer poking out a tongue of supermarket tokens. Amy hoisted the receiver, while Charlie Churchill's voice continued to repeat the digits on a loop inside her head. When Rob raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, each of the several times he lifted a cylinder of fingers and thumb to it, she managed not to laugh. "Whatever you're having," she told him, and dialed the number. She was preparing to wait or even to be mocked by the engaged tone when a woman's voice said, "Charlie Churchill." "He was asking for people with stories. If it's clean, you're on. It's a ghost story."
"That's seasonal. Is it true? Did it happen to you?" Amy saw Rob light up a picture of a kitchen at the end of the hall and step into it. The question, or her answer, which until this instant she hadn't been sure of, seemed to focus her mind like a telescope directed at the past, stripping away all her peripheral impressions. "Yes," she said. "We'll put you on after this record. What's your name?" Amy thought of offering an alias, but the only one she could find in her head was Hepzibah, which would sound like a joke. "Amy," she admitted. "I'm putting you through to the studio now. Don't speak until you're spoken to," the woman told her, and at once a man's voice began to croon at Amy from two directions, from the kitchen and close to her ear. "May all your Christmases be white," it finished, still more lingeringly. "As they sing at National Front Christmas parties," Charlie Churchill said, and rebuked himself with a stage cough. "I'm only pretending I'm not touched. Brings a lump to my pipe every time I hear it, that song. Reminds me of when I was in short trousers. My own, I mean, but I promised Oscar I wouldn't mention last night. Here's someone to tell us a funny instead. Amy, are you there at the end of my wire?" "It isn't funny," she protested, and heard herself attempt to say so in the kitchen before her dislocated voice turned into a metallic screech. "Oh, that went straight through my orifices. Have you got a radio on?" "Someone has." "Tell them to twiddle their knob, or take it somewhere else and shut their portal." Before she could tell Rob to do something of the kind, the kitchen had become a slab of pine. "He has," she said. "That's more like it. Like ointment in my apertures, that is. So, what were you saying? It won't be a joke?" "Dead serious." "Ghosts would have to be, wouldn't they? Now, Churchill, stiffen the visage. Tell us all about it, Amy. Where are you from?" "Partington." "Fair little community. I've stuck my bum on a stool or two in the Scales and Bible. I didn't catch a glimpse of any ghoulies there, though. No goblin available while I was in town. You're going to tell me what I missed, Amy, are you?" "When you let me." "I'll have Oscar come and gag me. The stage is yours. Tell us where we have to go in Partington if we want a scare." "Nazareth Hill." "That's the big manor kind of place, isn't it, Upontil?" "It's where I live." "Lucky girl, I'd call that living. So what are you saying? Something's popping up there that shouldn't be?"
I think so. Great blessed blunderbusses, I can feel my vessels shrinking. Have you seen it? Amy felt as if each of his questions brought the memory creeping closer. Yes, she said. My membranes are quivering. What did you see? She drew a breath which tasted like another toke. The brevity of her answers wasn't all the fault of his loquaciousness. She could hear her own locked-up, muffled voice beyond the kitchen door, echoing or anticipating her. It was through a window, she and her voice said. At least it was outside, eh? I thought you had it coming up behind me for a second there. No, it was inside. I was looking in. She still was. Her inner vision was adjusting to the dimness of a corner of her mind. Her words were causing her to see more than she wanted to see, and she might have tried to outshout her locked-up voice if she hadn't had to broadcast what she'd seen. It was in a room downstairs, in the dark. Does someone live there? Did you tell? Nobody does now. All at once it was clear to her that the room she was remembering had occupied part of the area where Dominic Metcalf had lived. Maybe nobody should, she blurted. Isn't that a bit? I haven't told you what I saw yet. You tell me if you'd like to live there. She heard both her voices falter and struggled to control at least one of them. It was dead, but it was laughing, only it didn't make a sound. It looked as if it had been locked away for a long time and forgotten about. It didn't have much of its skin left, but it was reaching for me. Maybe it wanted to tell me something, and it hadn't any eyes left, but I think there were insects. Were there? Creepy. Insects, yuck. Any more of that, and my pudding won't stay down. I reckon after all that we need our cockles warming, so here's— I haven't finished. That isn't all that's happened. Someone's cat was hanged in front of Nazareth Hill, and I think we'll have a record. Immediately a brass band, tethered by a disco beat, struck up Ding-Dong Merrily on High, and then Churchill's voice, abandoning its camp modulations, pressed itself against her ear. And I'll tell you what else I think, if you'll pardon my frankness. I think your parents ought to take you to see someone if you're having such unhealthy ideas. Ghosts are one thing. Nothing wrong with ghosts at Christmas, but the stuff you were saying goes too far. Cruelty to animals as well. Have a thought for other people's feelings. Don't blame me. I didn't make any of it up. At this point, Amy realized why she sounded wrong to herself. She was no longer audible beyond the door. She felt as if she'd been robbed of too much of her voice, especially since the dialing tone had flattened her last few words against her ear. She dropped the receiver in its cradle and gazed towards the kitchen. The door stayed shut, unmoved by the thumping carol, and she wondered if listening to her could have disturbed Rob. Being shut out made her feel shut into herself, which frightened her. "Rob," she called. The mechanical drumming might have been growing louder. The door appeared to shift, but she couldn't be sure what she was hearing or seeing until the kitchen opened its light to her. Rob paced into the hall, pausing to pick up from a shelf one of 2 glasses of Coke. She saw the air fizzing above them, and thought he resembled a solemn-faced wizard bearing potions. "What did you think?" he said. "That maybe he should remember what it's like when people don't want to know you." "Not about him. About the cat being hanged. Wait, I'll turn this off." "Not yet. I want to hear if he says anything about me." Rob handed her a glass as the record blew a final blast and drummed itself into silence. "Nothing like a brass band, is there? I love to watch their trombones going up and down," Charlie Churchill said. "Now, here's a lady to tell us about her plum duff that kept popping out of its container. I'll tell you, Flora, I've had problems like that myself. Switch him off, Amy said, and pressed the icy glass against her cheek. I feel as if I don't exist. Well, you do. You must do. You think, and you're going to tell me what you thought about the cat. Amy gulped a mouthful of her drink, which seemed to rise like a gentle firework through her skull as its cold wake plunged into her stomach. I don't think anybody hanged it. I think the place made a sacrifice to itself. Might make sense. Think so? Why not, if things got worse after that? At first, she wasn't sure if he was serious, and then she didn't know if she wanted him to be quite so amenable. She might have liked to be dissuaded after all. But he was fetching a sheet of paper that a green magnetic pig had held against the refrigerator door. Here's a message for us. At your aunt's, the small, brisk, felt-tipped capitals said. Back by midnight. Enough veg lasag for 2 in freezer. Do you want some? Said Rob. If you are, Amy said, and was suddenly hungry as well as weighed down by her cold hands and feet. She sat on a slice of the pine of the kitchen while Rob microwaved the lasagna and ladled half of it onto her plate before sitting on the opposite bench. Good, she said, once she'd fed herself a forkful, and was digging up another when he said, So, don't you want to talk about it any more? That place. Never mind. I'll put the CD with Clouds Like Dreams on. No, I do. He didn't let me say. What I said I saw, that was when I was little. I'd forgotten all about it. I must have thought I didn't really see it, but now I know I did. You mean the cat made you remember? The sacrifice? She hadn't meant that, and she found the notion disturbing for no reason she could articulate to herself. She could only shrug and fork lasagna into her mouth. So what are you going to do? Rob said. I've done it. Once she'd swallowed, she tried to sound more convincing. I told people. You're going to stay there, I mean. Nowhere else I can go, is there? Rob lowered his head and turned lasagna over with his fork. Maybe if I ask them. Don't yet. I can't help it. I'm worried about my dad. I don't want to leave him there by himself. He isn't, is he? He hasn't got my mum. That must be part of his problem. You mean you miss her? Of course I do. But that isn't going to bring her back. But if what you saw isn't alive, that's different. I don't think that's ever been away. Since when? That's one of the things I have to find out. Maybe someone who heard me will know. I wish they hadn't cut me off. There was more stuff I wanted to tell people about. You can tell me. You're just you, Amy said, and patted his free hand to reassure him that in some ways he was enough. Since he didn't look persuaded, she told him everything she could remember. How the old man had insisted somebody hadn't come out of Nazareth for the photograph. How something had let him into Dominic Metcalf's apartment, and what he'd seen there. How she was sure that was where she'd seen it, too. Rob gave each new revelation a blink so lingering she could almost see his eyelashes catching on the air. When she shrugged to indicate she'd finished, he said, I don't think I'd want to live there. It's only on the ground floor, and nobody's living down there now. He seemed more heartened by this than Amy discovered she was, but she could see no point in admitting that aloud. They finished their meal and were at the sink, admiring the rainbow bubbles while they washed up, when he glanced up at the flat square clock. Back in have to record It's a Wonderful Life for my mother. Amy recovered the plates and utensils from under the froth, and having rinsed them, abandoned them on the draining board. She followed Rob into the living room, where 6 increasingly older and less fat-faced photographs of him adorned the chunky ridge of his father's homemade mantelpiece, in time to see the title of the film. "Leave it on. I used to like it when I was little," she said. At first, she couldn't see why she had. She sat on the couch and moved over for Rob, which reminded her of cuddling up to her mother the last time she'd watched the film. Now she seemed to be watching people so dead they couldn't even make themselves be in color, and the setting of a town where everyone knew everyone else no longer appealed to her. Though he was gawky and drawling, the hero married his girlfriend, apparently because she considered these qualities to be endearing, and Amy remembered how they fared. Their luck turned so bad that he tried to throw himself off a bridge, and had to have an angel show him the town needed him. That must have been the part she liked, his being able to see the future and transform it. But the significance for her of the scene had changed. She felt as though the darkness of the film was closing around her. She was living in the future her mother had been unable to take back, and she snuggled against Rob in search of comfort. When he slipped an arm around her shoulders, she settled closer to him and looked up at him. Her eyes were telling him how to continue, and less eventually and clumsily than the gangling character might have, he did. He found her open mouth with his and gently squeezed her breasts before slipping his hand under her sweater. When she disengaged herself so as to pull the sweater and her black bead necklace over her head, he ran his hand up her back, and since she leaned forward, unhooked her bra. She peeled his sweater off and wrapped her arms around him. The whole of her seemed focused where their bodies met, in the mating dance of their tongues, the same tastes in their mouths, the silky touch of his chest hairs on her nipples, the lump of him between her legs as she straddled his lap. Yet all this felt distant, already remembered. Without warning, she was afraid to imagine the future in which it would be a memory. Worse, she felt as though she'd forgotten she already had. She thrust her tongue on his and pressed as much of herself against him as she could, but she could still sense the future lying in wait for her. As soon as the film announced its resolution with a flourish of an orchestra, and Rob groped for the video control, she lifted herself off him and picked up her bra from the carpet. "Better be going." "Oh," Rob said, and flattening the disappointment out of his voice, "Okay. I'm feeling a bit too much." That was vague enough to sound true, but insufficient as an excuse. She drew sloppy circles with her fingertips close to her forehead. "Maybe I should go to bed." "There's one here." He must have decided that presumed too much, because he added hastily, "Shall I drive you?" "You don't want to do that. I'm all right to walk." "Walk you, then." "Another time, Rob. Would you mind crucially? I want to think." "I didn't know I stopped you." "You don't," Amy said, and slapped his bare side. "Maybe not think. Maybe remember. I don't want to talk about it any more yet. That's all I know." "If you need to talk later." "You'd better be here." As she spoke, she knew her fierceness was a substitute for admitting her instinct that whatever she was striving to recall, she wouldn't be able to speak to him about it while her father could hear. "If I don't phone you by midnight, call me in the morning." "I was going to try and finish off Cromwell." "Go on, then." When he looked guilty, she kissed his wounded side. "I don't want to be the bitch who messed your grades up. Call me when you're ready to." That sounded like a sly rebuke, but all the explaining had begun to clutter up her brain. She flipped her cap onto her head as she led the way to the front door, where she held on to Rob's shoulders while she gave him a tongue-filled kiss, after which they gazed so awkwardly at each other they might have been auditioning for the old film. "Well," she said to move them, and opened the door. "See you." "Hear from you." "I said." "I know. said Amy. And that was the end of their words. She flashed him a smile with her mouth shut and picked her way along the aging road. When she looked back from the bend at which it sloped down sharply, he sent her the wave he'd been waiting to release. Then the door was shut, and she tramped down to the main road, only to learn that being alone wouldn't help her think. Trees leapt about in windows on more view. Houses muttered to themselves in television voices, and she wondered how many of the locked-up, unseen people she was passing had heard her on the radio. Her hands and feet felt manacled with cold, so that she had to assume she was still experiencing some effects of the pipe. With every step she took, Nazareth inched a little more of its shadowy bulk into the frame of the top of the street to await her. She shoved her hands deep into her coat pockets and set down her feet hard enough to make the house walls ring, to remind herself of the town at her back. An icy wind caught at her wrists and ankles and lips as she emerged onto Nazareth Row. A railing rattled in its socket, and beside the gateposts, in the additional but unreliable glow from the illuminations around the marketplace, ranks of spindly shadows were prancing on the grass. The drive bared its gravel at her all the way to the glass doors, on either side of which the ground-floor windows looked alive with darkness. She remembered telling Rob that nobody lived there, which seemed even less reassuring now that she was about to venture into the corridor. On reaching the gateposts, she took a slow, cold breath, which she didn't intend to release until the security lights had tried to take her unawares. She stepped onto the drive and gasped as Nazareth glared at her. It wasn't meant to do that yet. It was supposed to restrain itself until she didn't know how many yards closer. She felt as though it had been aware of her all the way from Rob's, and so eager to spring its trap that it was no longer able to pretend. She mustn't think that, or she wouldn't be able to go forward. Either the Housel representative had reset the lights, or, of course, the oak was no longer blocking one of their sensors. Nearly. She made herself scoff at the building, and kicked gravel in its direction as she marched herself up the drive. A wind like an exhalation from a huge stone mouth came for her, and sawdust began to dance around the rooted stump of the oak with a sound like the faintest whisper of foliage. She watched it alight on the sprawl of sawdust that encircled the roots, and was about to return her attention to Nazareth when she came abreast of the patch. She halted, peering at it, at the blurred tracks in the sawdust. Some creature appeared to have walked several times around the stump. It must have been a dog, she thought. The prints were about the right shape and size. It had gone to the remains of the oak and ambled 3 times anti-clockwise, no doubt searching for somewhere to pee. The glare of Nazareth deepened all the prints that weren't overlaid by the black shadow of the stump, and showed her where they ended, between 2 roots that looked as though a convulsion of the tree had clenched them in the earth. Perhaps the animal hadn't been a dog. She could see how it had clawed at the niche formed by the roots, splintering it wider. An object that wasn't part of the stump was protruding from the niche. She felt she ought to recognize it. It was black as a beetle, and appeared to glisten like one as she set foot on the grass. She would only go close enough to put a name to it, she told herself. And then she made it out. It was the corner of a book. She padded across the lawn onto the sawdust rug. Her shadow reached for the book before she did, and then her fingers closed on the binding, only to find that the book was trapped in its hiding place. Even when she compressed the small volume with both hands, it wouldn't shift. She worked it back and forth, trying to detect a way to ease it loose. All at once it seemed to squirm in her hands. She must have twisted it how it needed to go, because without further ado it flopped out of the stump. It was exactly as long as her hand and as wide as the heel of it. Both covers were indented with a black cross, and before she turned it upright, she identified the book. Squatting among the roots, she lifted the front cover gingerly, expecting the pages to have rotted. But the title page proved to be intact as it turned itself back, exposing words she'd once read. In the beginning. There was handwriting in the margins, a script so old that, along with the print, it was full of S's like worms. She leafed through the Bible, finding page after page that had been written on. Then a handwritten sentence seemed to focus itself for her, the spidery script turning a charred black in the light of Nazareth. It had nothing to do with the Bible. Someone had used the margins as a diary. Perhaps it was a wind, as well as the sentence she'd deciphered, that sent a shiver through her. Perhaps it was that, and her own state, that made Amy hear leaves rustling above her. She had to glance at the unobscured sky overhead before she could stand up. She wobbled to her feet and almost dropped her keys as she fumbled them out on her way to the entrance to Nazareth. She tried to close the glass doors silently behind her, but they emitted a note like a stealthy alarm. As she hurried down the corridor, the sunken eye of each door glinted at her. The light within it swiveled to follow her. Surely nothing had pressed itself against the inside of any door to watch her, but she tripped on the stairs in her haste to be at the top of the building. Wasn't the Bible supposed to protect you? She pressed it against her stomach as she clutched the clammy banister to haul herself around the first bend, and ran up the next flight, to be confronted by exactly the same corridor. Of course it wasn't, but there was nothing to demonstrate that, unless she went close enough to read the numbers of the apartments. She had an impression of too many rooms that were less deserted than they pretended to be, and she fled up 2 more flights into the corridor she'd fled. Except it wasn't. She could prove that by unlocking her door, if her sweaty hands didn't drop the keys that felt warm as flesh and not much firmer. She ran to the end of the corridor that was oozing light from its paneled walls, and jammed her key into the Yale lock, and twisted it so hard she was afraid it might snap. It turned, and the door fell away, and there was her hall, full of eyes, and her father's voice beyond it. "Is that you?" Who else could it be? She had to shrug off a shiver. She couldn't tell which room he was in. All of them seemed to be dark. "I'm going to bed," she called. "That's sensible. Give your mind a rest. You see, it doesn't hurt to do as you're told now and then." He was in the main room, which mustn't be as dark as the crack between its door and frame made it appear. She dodged into her bedroom and switched on her light with one elbow while closing the door with the other, and hung her cap next to the 3 already on the wall, and arranged her necklace over the other 2 adorning the dressing-table mirror. Then she sat on the stretch of her mattress she'd uncovered when she'd got out of bed, and opened the Bible on her lap. A hint of decay touched her nostrils and faded away as she bent her head to the book. The handwriting on the early pages was much smaller than the sentence she'd managed to understand, and even when she succeeded in locating that, to remind herself how the handwriting read, it didn't help. Best to wait for daylight and copy out everything she managed to decipher. She closed the Bible and cleared a space for it next to the bed, and wished she hadn't reminded herself of the single legible sentence just as she was about to try and sleep. "Must survive until they take me from this place," it said. 10. Lifting up the voice. Oswald hoisted his briefcase out of the Austin and strolled across the car park of the Everybody's shopping mall. A wind sharp as the cut-out edges of the clouds that were puffed up above the moors roamed the square mile of concrete, raising the blurred voice of the motorway and rattling trolleys outside the supermarket. One of the pairs of glass doors of the mall greeted him with a sigh and edged out of his way, releasing 2 stories worth of crowd noises and a giant jingle of bells, accompanying the tune named after them. A security guard bade him, "Many of them," and wagged a walkie-talkie trimmed with holly at him as Oswald crossed the chessboards of the floor to the escalators, beside which a Christmas tree towered to the roof. Though it was New Year's Eve, most of the stores had begun their January sales, and there was hardly a group of shoppers in the mall without some kind of wrapped package. Children were challenging the directions of the escalators, and Oswald presented a tolerant smile to a little girl in a large mauve velvet hat, who was trying to race down the escalator that was carrying him upwards. "Look at the angels," he told her, as he stepped onto the upper floor, and pointed at the muslined figures, crowned with gilded lassos and fluttering like moths the size of babies around the tree. He was expecting her to like them. Amy would have at her age. But as she clattered down the rising stairs, she stuck out her tongue at the angels, as though they made her sick. "Little devil," he muttered, and crossed the balcony to the offices of Pennine and Northern, where he worked. It occupied a unit between a China Factory rejects outlet and a remainder bookshop. Anybody passing could see whoever was working at the 6 desks, an openness presumably intended to tempt in trade, though Oswald suspected that was achieved by the sight of blonde, bare-armed Louise behind the reception desk. "Mr. Daly, Jr. will speak to you himself early next year," she was promising the phone, and gave Oswald a pink-lipped smile and a glimpse of a frown as she returned the flat paddle to its recess. "Hello, Mr. Priestley. Happy, well, it isn't quite." "I hope it will be." "Oh, me too. I meant not new. Not yet. Was your Christmas?" "New? I imagine it was, now you mention it. First of many in the new place." "I wasn't really. I hadn't thought of it that way, so long as you do." "Weren't you expecting to see me today?" "I'm sure we were. At least, I should think so. Why, was there some—" "None at all, as far as I'm concerned." Oswald had never before seen her flustered, and could only assume she'd encountered some problem in her private life. He patted her shoulder as he made for his desk in the middle of the left-hand row. Derek Farmer was at the desk in front of him, Vera Winstanley diagonally opposite. Both greeted him a little cautiously, he thought. As he took his neighbor's proposal forms out of his briefcase and prepared to transfer the details of the Stoddard family onto the computer, Derek swiveled to face him with a loud creak of his overburdened chair. "So, how did you fare with the Christmas spirit, oh?" Vera finished empurpling her mouth in front of her hand mirror and pursed her lips. With what intention, Oswald wasn't sure. "Derek." Derek picked up the stubbly tweed hat he always kept ready on a corner of his desk and perched it on the upper bulge of his stomach. "Oh, well, tell me if I'm talking out of turn, won't you, oh? Bravest chap in the whole firm." "I can't see what I'm meant to be objecting to, unless you mean we've forgotten the meaning of Christmas." "See, I told you both. Nothing throws our Oswald. I should have put money on him. So you had a decent holiday, oh, all things considered?" "Whatever they're supposed to have been, yes." "I'd call that brave as they come." Vera tugged her tight skirt over her knees before walking her chair around to confront the men. "Does it matter as long as he's happy? Isn't that the main issue?" "It's one of them, V, wouldn't you say?" "If you all know something I don't," Oswald said, with the little patience that remained to him, "you might have the grace to tell me." Vera's eyes met Derek's, and at once they had no more than half an expression apiece. Louise gazed out at the topmost angel, then seemed to reach a decision. "Excuse me, Mr. Priestley," she said, and was in the process of swinging her chair around when the phone rang. Pennine and Northern. She listened and turned away from her desk again. Mr. Priestley, she said, in a tone he couldn't interpret, it's for you. A Mr. Arkwright of Housel? I know him, Oswald said, and lifted his own receiver. Mr. Arkwright, hello. If it isn't premature, let me wish you a happy new year. Same to you. And to your family. Likewise. So let me guess why you're calling. Whatever response Oswald might have predicted would have been better than none. Perhaps the Housel representative was suffering the after-effects of too much festive indulgence. Have you found someone to join us in Nazareth Hill? Oswald said. Surprisingly enough, Mr. Priestley, no one has approached us. Do you think it would benefit from a little more publicity? I've seen none since we met. Or heard any. That's so. I meant that too. Or heard of any. I was including that as well, of course. At that moment, Oswald became aware that while his colleagues had their backs to him, all three were pretending not to listen. Why? Has there been some I should be aware of? You really don't know what this is about, Mr. Priestley? Spot on, I don't. So if you'd care to... I'm sorry, I thought you would have heard by now, one way or the other. Arkwright emitted a muted grunt, which seemed to be intended as oral punctuation, and said, You did say you'd try and quiet your daughter down. I'm doing my best, I assure you. At least I've made a start at it, but I don't see what that has... She was on the radio the other night, spouting about Nazareth Hill. On the radio? My daughter? I don't see how she could have managed that. Did you hear her yourself? How can you be sure it was my daughter? I don't know of anybody else called Amy living there, do you? Nor is there, but I can't understand how the radio... They'll let anyone phone in who seems to have something to say. It's cheaper than employing people who have. That's one way of looking, Oswald began, until he caught himself in a last attempt to contradict Arkwright. You've the right of it. So what did she, my daughter... Apparently the sort of thing she was saying to me when I visited you, only worse. She claims to have seen something herself. She can't have, or she would have told me. What night was she on? Was it the night of the day you very kindly came to visit us? I believe it was. I'll lay odds it was, and I'll tell you why. We had a disagreement after you left, her demanding more freedom as if she hasn't already contrived herself far too much at her age. This performance must have been her little revenge. I can't apologize enough. I never would have expected such conduct of her. I hope you'll impress upon her not to play any more pranks like that. I've been asked to point out that we take defamation very seriously. I understand. I'm wholly on your side. I'll speak to her immediately. I rather think you'll find she's gone to the hairdresser's. I tried to have a word with her when I rang you at home just now, but that's all she would say. I can only apologize for her once again, Mr. Arkwright. Please tell anyone who should be told that I'll be taking the matter in hand. I won't ask how, said Arkwright. Here's to a successful new year for all of us. Amen to that, Oswald said, and having rung off, dialed home. His fingers were shaky with anger, and he wasn't sure if he had misdialed. The silence that met each of the summonses of the phone was so absolute. He redialed more slowly, and imagined Amy staring at the phone, waiting for him to relent. When he'd relinquished the receiver at last, he said, So, may I ask who heard her? He might have thought his colleagues had lost their tongues, until Louise admitted, I heard the tail end of her. I didn't realize she was yours. It sounds as if It was that end she was talking with, said Vera. And, well, you won't want to hear that. Oh, I don't know what I want to hear. I was going to say, if I'd done anything like that, my tail would have known about it, even at her age. I know you can't touch them these days for fear of the law. Used to be if you were dealing with a problem, you were left to get on with it. I expect Mr. Priestley will, if we let him, Louise said. Oswald didn't know whether that was meant to rebuke Derek or to encourage himself. How responsible was he? Had he done anything Heather wouldn't have done and would have stopped him from doing? What mattered, he thought fiercely, was that since Amy had rejected everything he and her mother had made of her, she must be equally capable of changing back. The computer screen reminded him altogether too vividly of fog, and when he entered the Stoddards' details, he seemed unable to key in their address. He erased the luminous green gibberish, though not before a careless keystroke had set it repeating itself like a silent chant, and managed to type Nazareth Hill correctly. Once he had completed the proposal and sent it onward, he called home again. As the ringing prodded the resilient silence, he grew more convinced than ever that the phone in the apartment was being watched. When he'd borne the impression as long as he could, he switched off the computer and pushed himself away from the desk. If anyone calls, I'll be at home. I just came in to process my neighbors. Give her hell, Derek said, as Oswald reached the door, and the women uttered sympathetic murmurs. Sympathetic to whom, Oswald wasn't sure. He stepped onto the escalator and closed his hand around the rubber banister, which felt like a weapon restless with eagerness. The tethered angels rose beside him, and all at once they seemed false, absurd as his nostalgia for Amy and her mother, which wouldn't help him deal with Amy as she was now. That was his task, he thought, as he strode out of the mall. Only his. The Moors had pulled the sun down. The motorway was busily stringing its lights. He joined them for 2 miles to the Partington exit, from which he saw that the town had begun to glow like a fiery tribute to its highest building. As the Austin nosed between the gateposts, the building lit itself to greet him. The gravel kept up its welcoming sound all the way to the car park, where Lynn Stoddard and her daughter were unloading their Celica. Oswald had climbed out of his vehicle when Lynn rested a carton of bottles on the roof of hers and half turned to him. "Mr. Priestley?" "All secure. Your endowment policy's in the system, and the money to keep you when you go to university, young lady. Younger lady. I had to spell your name the way you were christened. Perhaps I ought to mention." "I wasn't christened," the girl said indignantly, and tried to hitch her loaded carton higher on her chest, only to bump a corner against the underside of the tailgate. "And I'm Pamela now." "There can't be much left for her," Oswald said to Lynn, which earned him the merest glimpse of a smile, and to the girl, "Here, let me take that." She let the carton fall into his hand so readily he only just caught it. Lack of sleep had thumbed darkness beneath her eyes, he saw. "Little Miss Sleepwalker, is it?" he said to her mother. "Season of excitement and late nights, I suppose?" "That's some of it. Pamela, would you like to let us in and run up to open the door?" "Mummy, just do it, please. Mr. Priestley and I will be right behind you." The girl sucked in her lips and hesitated until Lynn nodded sharply at her. Then she unlocked the glass doors and held one open. "I've got it," Lynn said. The heat of the building embraced Oswald as she let the doors meet behind him. As the girl sprinted along the corridor and up the stairs, the subdued light appeared to make her part of itself. He hefted the carton, setting bubbles swarming in the plastic bottles. "Are you entertaining tonight?" "Librarians and a couple of our daughter's friends. Feel free if you aren't booked." The invitation seemed polite rather than enthusiastic. I'm not sure what my child's doing, Oswald said. Are you not? Before he had time to answer this reproof, or even to acknowledge that he didn't know how, Lynn said, I've got to tell you, Mr. Priestley, she was why I sent ours on ahead. We're speaking of Amy. You're saying she was the reason why ours has been losing her sleep? Lynn went to the foot of the stairs to ascertain that the girl's running footsteps had reached the top corridor. Then she propped a corner of her carton against the banister and fixed her quick eyes on Oswald. She's imaginative enough without having it encouraged. What has Amy been saying to her? Don't you know? Didn't you hear? He was beginning to sweat with the heat and his burden, which thumped him under the chin as he tried to settle it more comfortably in his arms. When she went on the ether, do you mean? Ah, so you do know. This afternoon was the first I heard of it. I've come home to take it up with her. What did she say? I've really no idea, Mr. Priestley. But I understood you to... I know our daughter's friends told her yours said she'd seen a ghost down here. Not just a ghost, either. Like something out of one of the videos we won't have in the library. I wouldn't have thought you'd let her watch that sort of thing, but it must be where she got the idea. Lynn raised her tall body into its usual stoop and lifted her carton away from the wall. We'd better be making our way up. I don't want another panicky scene. Oswald felt unreasonably accused of having delayed their progress. At the first bend, he said, I can't tell you how much I regret Amy's behavior. What would you have me do? Pamela's friends nearly wouldn't come tonight. They'd been got so worked up about this place. Leonard was for keeping them away, except that might make her think there was something to the nonsense. Lynn tramped up to the middle floor and murmured, It's got her hearing noises in her room. What manner of noises? Noises she can't be hearing when there's nobody below us. She couldn't, even if there was anyone. We have Mr. Kenilworth beneath us, and I've never heard a note. You can't hear us, can you? I don't think so. You'd know if you could. The way Amy listens to what she calls music, it's a miracle she still has all her senses left. I suppose Leonard and I have that to look forward to. Nothing quite so diabolical, I hope. For the moment, they were united by the complicity of parents, and he was trying to frame another promise or apology to strengthen it, when instead he had to pant after her to the top of the stairs. Pamela, she called. Pam! The girl appeared from the apartment at once, tying a pink bow on the crown of her head as if she was making a present of herself. I was coming to find you. Mr. Priestley has something to tell you, Lynn said, and tramped along the corridor to shoulder the door wider, broadening the mat of brightness on the dim carpet. Haven't you, Mr. Priestley? Oswald risked holding the carton with one hand, long enough to backhand moisture from his forehead. Pamela, rather, if I've any control over it, and I intend to have, she'll tell you herself she's sorry for whatever poppycock she dreamed up, and I hope you'll also accept my sincere... About not being able to hear. Lynn dumped her carton on a kitchen surface and marched back along the hall. Mr. Priestley was going to explain to you. You can't hear a sausage through these floors. It's as your dad and I said. It must be your hamster. Take that from Mr. Priestley. There's a girl. Don't leave the poor man staggering. The girl dug her fingers between the carton and Oswald's chest with such force it drove his gallantry back into him, so that he let her load herself. Oof, she said, and it wasn't parsley. It wasn't just a scrabbly noise. I heard someone laughing like a witch. Then you were dreaming, or thinking too much when you should have been asleep, her mother said. Shall we take parsley out of your room if he won't let you sleep? Don't. He'll be lonely all by himself in the dark." The girl sounded close to tears, not a spectacle Oswald was anxious to watch. "Let's see if we can find the one responsible. She can tell you she was being foolish, telling fairy stories they shouldn't have allowed on the wireless." "Give me that before you drop it," Lynn told her daughter, as Oswald flexed his aching arms and unlocked his door. He was about to call to Amy, despite the lightlessness of all he could see of the apartment, when he noticed she had covered up the nearest picture in the hall. Had she blotted out the eyes so as not to feel watched? In that case, what had she been doing? He switched on the light and saw that the sheet of paper taped to the glass was a note to him. "Gone to hairdressers, then Rob's. Don't make me any dinner." Well, after all that, she isn't even here. Oswald felt disobeyed and made a fool of. "She must know to keep out of the way, mustn't she?" he said. And when the youngest Stoddard didn't so much as nod, "I'll bring her to you as soon as she deigns to return. I'll see to it she gives you back your sleep." As the girl darted into her hall, she was clearly taking refuge from the dimness of the corridor, and Amy was to blame. Oswald hung his overcoat on his bedroom door, then stood absolutely still while he tried to remember her boyfriend's last name. Robin. He clenched his hands prayerfully together and had it. Robin Hayward. Now he had to find the phone number. It seemed that as well as leaving schoolwork strewn across the dining table and 3 mugs, not to mention several plates, drowning in the sink, she'd hidden the directory. When at last he found it, face down beside the hi-fi and with an empty cassette box on its back, he felt as if she'd blinded him to its presence. At least its Haywards were few, and only one in Partington was listed. The paper gave beneath his fingernail as he dialed the number. "Defy me as long as you wish. I shall be here when you tire of it." The ringing seemed to take him at his word, and he'd begun to wonder whether Amy could have lied to him about her whereabouts, when the bell made way for the voice of her accomplice. "Hell," it said before it disappeared into a trough between syllables and had to raise itself. "'Lo?" "I wish to speak to my daughter." "Is this Amy's dad?" "This is he. That's who I still am." Silence was the answer, and he imagined Robin miming, especially when he heard Amy let slip a giggle that infuriated him. Without further preamble, her voice arrived at the phone. "What do you want?" "Where shall I start?" Oswald demanded, and controlled himself. "When are you coming home?" "Don't know." "I can quite see why you would prefer to keep away." "What do you mean?" At first he couldn't understand her tone, which sounded close to hopeful. Of course, she must be hoping he'd been impressed by her balderdash. "After your play-acting on the radio," he said. "Oh, you know about that?" "You'd rather I stayed ignorant, would you? That shows your lies for what they are, that you didn't want your own blood to hear them." "You wouldn't have believed me." "You're right in that. But someone you chose not to consider did. Your young friend from next door. Was it too much for you to spare a thought for her age?" "I was younger than her when I saw what I saw." "How young? If you mean—" "Right. When I was little, and you tried to throw me in a window of that place. Seems like you wouldn't be happy till you got me in there." "Don't you dare tell such lies about me for your friend to hear. I remember exactly how it was. I was lifting you up because you wanted to look in, and you leaned too far and nearly fell. I'm not saying I shouldn't have had a better hold on you, though I would have expected you to know I was sorry. But if you imagined you saw anything in here that shouldn't be, that was you taking after—" He was on the verge of saying too much before they were face to face with nobody else to hear. "You ought to have spoken up at the time," he went on quickly. However, that's by the way, and no excuse for broadcasting such claptrap now. I've only just remembered what I saw. What you imagined, if even that. And why didn't you confide in me instead of displaying yourself to people who don't know you and won't understand? His anger was fading. He wanted to reach her before it might be too late. Come home so we can talk. I may in a bit. See to it it's no longer, will you please? I've undertaken to your follower that you'll speak to her. What do you think I'll say? It's your duty to make her see there is nothing to fear. That's what you think. Her tone was so flat he couldn't judge how mocking she intended to sound. At the very least, be certain you're home before midnight, he said. What's this thing you've got about midnight? It's the start of the forthcoming year. Oh, that, right. New Year. Her voice retreated while it added the explanatory phrase, then returned. You're staying there, are you? Most certainly, for our first New Year in our best home. She released a sound that was little more than an expulsion of air and cut him off, leaving him to wonder if her question had been meant to establish he wasn't planning to go to her. What might she be up to where he couldn't see? For the moment that troubled him less than the memory she'd roused. If he had frightened her as badly as she claimed the day he'd lifted her up to look inside Nazareth, it had been in the process of demonstrating there was nothing inside for anyone to fear, that she couldn't scare him. If she was still trying, it wouldn't work. So long as he kept the apartment spotless, his fears would have nowhere to breed. He fetched dusters, a cloth, and a bunch of bright green feathers on a stick from the cupboard under the sink, having decided not to cook just for himself. An evening's fasting would do him no harm. He dawdled along the hall, flicking at the tops of the picture frames, and pushed his bedroom door open. Before he could switch on the light, he glimpsed an object in the left-hand bottom corner of the window, a twitching, many-legged silhouette. He'd let that happen, he thought. He hadn't prayed hard enough, perhaps hadn't really prayed at all. His mind seemed to shrink around the idea as he groped for the light switch. The bulb came on, and the spider froze. Its body was withered, its legs were haphazardly splayed, yet he'd seen it move just now. He thought it was shamming until another flicker of the illuminations around the marketplace twitched it again. He crossed the room quickly, and had grasped 2 soft handfuls of the curtains to shut out the sight, when he saw what the spider had done. Beside it, trapped within the double glazing, was a small round white shape that reminded him of the pills Beth Griffin supplied to his daughter. Even if the cocoon hatched, he told himself, anything that might emerge from it would die between the panes. He forced his head towards the window to convince himself there was no movement in the glass prison. He didn't realize how close to the pane his face was until the edge of the fog of his breath spread to the spider's forelegs, as though they were drawing it towards the shriveled mouth. The cocoon appeared to shift wakefully as the illuminations ran through their sequence yet again, and he hauled the clammy curtains together before retreating from the window to grab the feathered wand and poke it into every crevice he could find in his room. "Please, God," he heard himself repeating, "please, God," as he progressed into the hall where the pictures goggled at him. He was being irrational, he managed to think. He'd cleaned only yesterday, and nothing had been added to the main room since then, except on the table the chaos of Amy's schoolwork. Surely that wasn't a strand of web joining a corner of her foolscap notepad to the volume of Shakespeare. It must be a strand of hair, even if it looked grayer than it should. He brushed it off the table and frowned at her work. Are witches supernatural? Must be a question on Macbeth, or at least a summary of one. Her answer was in a scribble so minute it might have been designed to be illegible to him, and was surrounded by doodles in the margins, pentagrams in circles, and long-haired, laughing, wild-eyed, bearded faces. His gaze trailed down the page and snagged on a group of words that appeared twice, or almost. "Insane route that takes the reason prisoner," he read, and then, "Insane route that takes the reason prisoner," written with archaic S's. He gripped the edge of the table and squinted at her notes until the elongated letters, which she must have written as some kind of secret joke, writhed into a dance, having become suddenly visible all over the page. He straightened up with a jerk and tidied her schoolwork into a pile, and was dusting the table when a prayer broke out of him. "Please, God, don't let me lose her. Please don't let her go like her grandmother." He could barely hear himself, and made himself speak up. "Please, if she's starting, let me be able to get her back. You should know, if anyone does, what it's like to lose a child." He seemed to remember having sensed long ago, when he was younger than Amy, perhaps, whether his prayers were reaching their destination. But how could he expect that if he wasn't devoting all his attention to praying? He laid the duster beside Amy's heap, and having drawn the curtains, switched off the light and fell to his knees. Since moving to Nazareth Hill, he'd found he prayed best in the dark. The floor felt harder than it would have looked. Along with his fasting, that ought to help him pray. He wouldn't move until he sensed that he was not answered, that would be presumptuous, but heard. "Please, God, don't abandon us," he said at the top of his voice. "I only want you to do anything I can't. I wouldn't ask more of you than I'm asking of myself. If I have to change, I will. I'll be anything I need to be to save her." He didn't know how long he knelt there, shouting. When his thighs began to shiver, he pushed his knees apart to steady himself. By now the floor was so hard it might as well have been uncarpeted, yet the sensation seemed inextricably bound up with the imminence of peace. At some point he had closed his eyes, and now he felt he was in a dark place no larger than it had to be. His voice was too big for it, and so he quietened his voice gradually, until he couldn't even hear what he was saying. That was surely unimportant, given the promise of peace that surrounded him, a peace such as he'd never experienced. His whispered undertaking was a part of the peace, and he reiterated it until a thought intruded on his consciousness. He'd become so immersed in praying on Amy's behalf that he had forgotten about her. His eyelids fluttered, and the green digits of the clock on the video recorder swam into focus. It would be midnight in less than 5 minutes. His hands began to throb as he pulled them apart. His thighs burst into prickling as he sat back on his haunches. When he gripped his knees and shoved himself up in the dark, his legs and lower body proved to have been holding so many aches in reserve that he gasped. He staggered to the light switch, and as soon as his eyes had stopped trying to blink away the light, limped to the window. He didn't know if he was hoping that his prayer or just the hour had brought Amy home. When he parted the curtains, however, he could see no sign of her. Beyond the drive, the illuminations danced above the marketplace, as if to invoke the year that would snuff them out. For a moment they held his attention, and then he noticed movement close to the building. He craned towards the window, his body shrinking away from the spidery corner of the pane, just in time to glimpse a thin, bald figure in clothes as black as the shadow it was dragging across the gravel. Then the figure vanished into Nazareth. Oswald limped rapidly to his bedroom and, grabbing his keys, managed to run along the hall. As he emerged into the corridor, a confusion of voices met him, and he thought they had something to do with the intruder until he saw that Lynn Stoddard was shooing a boisterous family, twin, pink, plump-faced girls, followed by their ruddier and even more rotund parents, out of her door. "Quick, Mart, or we'll miss it," she cried. "Mr. Priestley, This is Mr. Priestley, our next-door neighbor. I expect you figured that out. You're coming down to let the new year in, aren't you, Mr. Priestley? You'll dance with me, even if old Misery won't." Leonard lurched after her, his hands on their daughter's shoulders. "I never said I wouldn't dance when it gets to midnight. You know I always do." It was clear that all the adults had devoted some time to drinking, and Oswald saw it would be quickest to follow them downstairs without describing what he'd seen. He was locking his flat when Beth Griffin appeared in the doorway of hers, nervously fingering her high forehead. "We didn't know you were in, Miss Griffin," Lynn declared. "You should have wandered over. Come down with us for the ceremony." The homeopath responded with a hasty smile, which she then covered with her fingertips, and Oswald left her to the revelers. He went fast but quietly down the stairs to the middle floor. There was no sound from below, nor from the corridor ahead, all of whose doors stayed shut. 8 people who sounded like far more came downstairs faster than he had, and he was turning to hush them when Lynn stared beyond him and gaped. Oswald swung round. The bald figure in black had come upstairs behind him and was waiting to be recognized. Having recovered, Lynn said, "Why, Amy, you look—" "She looks good," said Beth. "Different, I was coming to." "She looks that," Oswald said, and clamped his teeth together. Amy wasn't quite bald. Her scalp and the back of her neck were covered with enough stubble to retain the color of her hair, and yet he felt there could be no repealing what she had done to herself. He gazed at her until Lynn said, "About turn, Amy, if you want to celebrate with us. We're going on the lawn." "May as well," said Oswald's balding alien child, and led the way downstairs. As she pulled the glass doors open, the town began to clamor as though it had been waiting for her. Cars hooted. A rocket hissed up from the market car park to explode into glittering above the moor. The church commenced ringing its bells, or at least playing a tape of them, so amplified they sounded softened by rust. Nearly every door on Nazareth Row opened, discharging celebrants, as Lynn urged the Nazarilians onto the grass. "Hands!" she directed, stretching out hers to be caught, and as soon as an arrangement with ambitions to be a circle was complete, led the singing while she danced with a vigor that shook her words almost to pieces. "Should old acquaintance be forgot." In the rush, Oswald had ended up between the twins. Beth Griffin was opposite him, dancing close and retreating, with Amy on her left. He kept trying to catch Amy's eye as she glanced first towards the stump of the oak, as if she thought the dance should be taking place around it, then at the windows of the ground floor. People were pointing across Nazareth Row at the ring of dancers, but he couldn't shake off the impression that they were pointing at her. The song speeded up as it reached its final chorus. The dancers rushed at one another across the tangle of their inky shadows and fell back and collided again, their feet drumming on the turf that glared with dew. A second rocket whooshed up its trail of sparks above the market as the dancers cluttered to an end. Amy let go of Beth and Leonard and stared at the building again. "Are we everyone?" "Everyone else must be out with their friends," Lynn said, as her daughter peered at the dark windows. When the twins copied their friend, their moist, plump hands clasping Oswald's for reassurance, Lynn's voice sharpened. "Nobody is in there, that's for sure." "That's so, Amy, isn't it?" said Oswald, staring hard at her. "You once thought you saw something in there when it was an old ruin, but you were years younger than any of these young ladies. Now you're of an age to know you imagined it, and I'd like you to begin the year by making it clear that you did." "I imagined it," she said, as tonelessly as she might have read a stranger's words out loud. "If that's all you wanted me here for, I'm going in. Good night." Or good morning, who cares? Amy, Amy. When she carried on walking away from him, Oswald squeezed the twins' hands before letting them go, and darted after her. He had just reached the gravel when she arrived at the doors and fished her keys out of her canvas handbag, along with an item which a key had snagged. The black object struck the doorstep with a flat thud. She stooped swiftly and crammed the object into her bag, and had barely straightened up when she unlocked the doors and was through them. Oswald let her go. Time by herself might help her find her way back to the right road. The possession he'd just glimpsed had to make a difference. The church bells toppled into silence as though rust had overtaken them, but as he followed the Stoddards and their guests into Nazareth Hill, he continued to hear the peals. He was imagining Amy alone in her room with the Bible she had seemed embarrassed to let anybody see. She could hardly be lost when she had that. He needn't decide yet whether to mention it or wait for her to acknowledge she had it. For the present, it was enough for him to know that their lives were on their way to improving in the new year. 11. A Summons in the Night. When the notes of the church bells finished tumbling over one another, Ursula took her hands away from her ears, and Harold Roscommon favored her with the nearest to a smile she'd had from him. "His mother used to do that," he said. "What else was she like?" Ursula risked saying. "Like someone who couldn't stand summat, just like the rest of us." His arthritic hands grabbed the wheels of his chair and turned it expertly round on the narrow pavement of the main road, and she thought he was dismissing her along with the subject, until he said, "Are you coming back in for another glass of wine? It'll have to be drank now the bottle's opened." "Anything I can do to help, I told you that." He peered at her over his shoulder, his slack, unsunned face having reverted to its standard, loose-lipped, petulant expression. "Don't go straining yourself," he advised her, and wheeled himself rapidly into the hall of the nondescript cottage, discolored by traffic. As George made to follow, she laid a hand on his wiry arm. "What sort of an impression am I making, would you say?" "Better than he's letting on." "No need to look so surprised," she told him, though his pale-eyed round face habitually did. She had time to soften the set of his mouth with a swift kiss before his father began grappling two-handed with the knob of the living-room door, leaning his weight on it until the chair was in danger of propelling itself away from him. "Blasted thing's shut itself with the wind now," he complained. "Won't stay shut when it's wanted, and now it's the other way." "Here, father, let me see to it before you—" Ursula thought the old man looked too stubborn to relinquish his hold, but at the last moment he shoved the chair backwards, almost running over George's toes on its way to thumping the opposite wall. George twisted the knob and shouldered the door open, and as soon as he'd switched on the light which his father had earlier sent him back to extinguish, the old man sped into the room. It didn't feel to Ursula as if they were living there. Apart from the dining suite and the sofa and matching chairs, many of their possessions were waiting to be produced from the cartons stacked against the indifferently colored wallpaper. Only the wheel tracks crisscrossing the thin, rucked brown carpet seemed to have staked some claim on behalf of either of the men, and George was engaged in surreptitiously treading the carpet down as his father swung round by the nearest armchair and levered himself into it. "I've had sufficient," he said, when George attempted to refill his glass. "You youngsters see it off." Ursula resigned herself to a final glassful of the sweet red German wine he'd insisted George bought. She was hoping George might join her on the sofa, but when he sat in the remaining armchair, she fed herself a fast swallow of the wine. "May I take it you aren't in any hurry to move in?" The old man let his lip droop further. "We aren't." "Aren't—" When that brought her no clarification, Ursula said, "Aren't moving in." "That's what I said. I thought he'd have told you renting this is only temporary till we find a place." "I wasn't sure if that was still the plan." The old man peered at her from beneath his unkempt eyebrows. Eventually he said, "What's the idea?" "Father, if she's got a better one, let her spit it out." "I just think it's a waste, Mr. Roscommon. You spending your savings on renting, please don't be offended, somewhere so inferior to where you were." "Owned by a friend of his mother's, this house is." It was unclear whether this was meant to abash criticism or to suggest he was being charged a favorable rent, and Ursula was silent until he said, "On top of that, once we've sold our piece of that joint on the hill, we can afford somewhere even a woman should be proud of." "You wouldn't consider moving back?" Both men's expressions became self-parodic, and George lowered his glass so hastily from taking a sip that a spot of red bloomed on his shirt front. "Ursula, I think that's a bit too—" "I didn't mean into the same flat. Even the same floor. I can see that wouldn't be very attractive. Only there's an empty flat next to mine, and I don't think the Housel people would dare to object if you wanted to exchange that for yours. They were round the other day to find out if there was anything we wanted doing. We could get them to put a ramp down one side of the stairs. They should have in the first place, or a lift for people with difficulties." "You mean what us cripples call cripples?" "Father, Ursula's only trying." "I don't know what she's trying," the old man said, then lowered one eyebrow as though to be ready to wink. "Or maybe I do," he said to her. "Can't you stand having that next door?" "What, Mr. Roscommon?" "Whatever you think's there." "Why, I don't think, I think—" "Fair enough. I don't want to scare you out if you can live with it," he said, though he sounded at least as impatient as reassuring. "But I know what I saw, and I hear I'm not the only one who did." "You couldn't have heard that about me." "Not you, the girl. The one who talked to me after I found the photographer, and that thing with a mouth you could stick your whole hand in." "Don't get yourself worked up just before you go to bed, Father." "Not being heeded is what works me up. You weren't even there. You were up with your lady friend." "I did try to tell you I was sorry, Mr. Roscommon, but we weren't to know." "Nobody wants to know oath these days, seems to me. If they can forget it, they will. Not that girl, though. She was on the wireless, saying what's up there." "The way I understood it, Father, what she actually said was she saw something moving about in one of the rooms downstairs that shouldn't have been alive, and maybe wasn't, either. You were there when Lottie said she heard that on whatever show it is with the music hall style of feller she likes. If they strung him up in public, I'd help pull on the rope, but that's by the way just now. If you want to hear what the girl saw, Miss Brain, you know where to find her." "She mightn't want to, Father. She's still living there, remember?" "That wouldn't be why I'd worry. If the place is acquiring that kind of reputation, won't it make it harder for you to sell your flat?" "Maybe. Don't fret." The old man turned on her an unexpectedly sympathetic look. "Like as not, I'll run out before my savings do, and then he can keep you all the company he wants. He can do it now, I'm not stopping him. I'm old enough to see after myself if I have to." "Mr. Roscommon, I hope you know if there's any way I can help." "Thanks anyway. One fussing round me's enough. And don't put that face on. You look like his mother when I raised a hand to him. Can't stand slop, never could."
Ursula lifted the glass to her mouth, then stood up instead, not only to hand the drink to George.
"This can be yours to finish. It's time I was heading for bed."
"You'll be round again, I reckon," the old man muttered at his shoes.
"I'm glad you think so."
To repeat her seasonal wishes to him now would seem like sarcasm, and so Ursula preoccupied herself with donning her heavy overcoat while she made her way out. A passing Astra stuffed with merrymakers blew a fanfare at her as George followed her onto the token doorstep and eased the door shut.
"Try not to take any notice," he murmured. "He knows he's said too much, only he can never take it back." "Which are you saying was too much?"
His round face appeared to be trying to sort out an expression.
"Well, if you don't, I think I'd have felt—"
"Come here." She dug her fingers into his shock of blonde hair and pulled his face close to hers.
"I can put up with worse if I have to. Like he said, and I wouldn't if he hadn't. It won't be forever."
She gave George a fierce kiss, and then a long, soft one that reached deeper into his mouth and earned them a cheer from a carload of revelers.
"That's your first of the year,"
she eventually told him, and stepped back.
"Don't leave it too long to collect your next installment." "I'll be up one evening this week." "Just for once, bring me some flowers." "I would have. I always thought you'd have had enough of them at work, or you'd have felt insulted that I'd bought any somewhere else."
"They're an insult I can take. And if you grow some for me, that certainly won't be an insult."
"That's what I'll do,"
George said, in a voice almost as pleasantly surprised as his face. This seemed an ideal moment for her to be on her way, while they'd arrived at an understanding that felt like the start of their future. She crossed the road and smiled at him until he closed the door, and as she walked up the nearest lane, she sensed the smile resting on her lips. Even when a thought penetrated her euphoria, her mouth shrank only gradually. George's father had suggested more than he knew. It might indeed have been possible for him to have heard that she'd encountered something odd in Nazareth. George mustn't have found it worth mentioning. Most probably he didn't even remember by now, but she did. She remembered telling him as they came downstairs from Oswald Priestley's get-together that she thought she'd seen Teresa Blake's cat roaming the corridors. But while waiting to be photographed in front of Nazareth, she'd learned that the animal had never been let out by itself until the day it had died. Someone blew a party hooter in a house on the lane, and she imagined the mouthpiece poking out its puffed-up tongue. Perhaps she would encounter some of her fellow tenants celebrating in the corridors, and she could join them for a drink. There was no sound from Nazareth as the alert facade responded to her approach over the gravel. But then nobody would have their windows open when it seemed to have turned so cold that, despite the illumination brighter than day and her heavy coat, she'd begun to shiver. When she unlocked the glass doors, however, there was silence within, too. Surely someone was awake in the building, but she couldn't think who would be. She was suddenly aware how little they knew one another, how ready everyone was to close themselves into their rooms once they were home. The doors sounded their hollow note behind her, and she hurried along the corridor, which she might have thought was dimmer than usual. No doubt it appeared so in contrast to the brightness she'd just quitted, and that explained why the gloom was patching her eyes, obscuring the sight of the doors she was passing. She didn't need to see them clearly to know they must be shut, and she was ashamed of herself for wishing she could.
Her feet collided with the lowest stair, and she almost fell before locating the handrail. The stairs faded into visibility as she stumbled up them, and by the time she reached her corridor, she was able to see all 6 of its closed doors. There was no point in wishing George still lived downstairs, never mind living up here. She ought to have known that his father would never agree. The wish only made the stretch of corridor between the stairs and her apartment feel like the ground floor. Empty of people, yet not quite deserted enough, and altogether too dim. She pulled her keys out of her coat pocket, then grabbed them with her other hand to muffle them. It must have been an echo that had caused their rattling to seem to have wakened a similar noise, although she hadn't previously noticed an echo. "Stop being daft," she told herself furiously, and dashing past the unoccupied flat, twisted the key in her lock and snatched open the door. The scents of her houseplants came somewhat feebly to meet her. She'd left the hall light on, and so was able to close the door behind her at once. The corridors and staircase had laid a chill on her despite the central heating. Usually before bed, she would have a pedal on the exercise machine in the spare room, followed by a shower, but tonight her walk would have to be enough. She tugged the heavy wooden buttons of her overcoat out of their fat holes and hung the coat on its personal hook on the skeletal pine cylinder next to the reproachful exercise machine. Then she made for the most perfumed room. She didn't stay in there any longer than was absolutely necessary, and she couldn't help blaming George's father for making her so conscious of how the plumbing sounded. The water running out of the sink aroused a sympathetic mumble in the plug hole of the bath, as if something under her floor was attempting to address her with very little, although just too much for comfort, of a voice. When she began to be tempted to listen for words, she rushed herself across the hall to her bedroom, having rested all the taps tight. The abstract white rectangles of the wardrobe and chest of drawers, and the pastel green one of the bedspread, looked no better than disinterested, but she could live without more of a welcome if she had to. "Get your head down," she advised her triplet selves in the winged mirrors of the dressing-table, and watched them begin to obey as she sank back, relinquishing the light cord once it had released the dark. At first, she couldn't sleep for listening. Once the plastic weight at the end of the light cord had finished tapping against the wall above the pillow, she had to overcome a tendency to hold her breath. As she fell into a fitful doze, she thought she should have left the inner doors open to confirm there was silence throughout the apartment. She was just too drowsy to leave the bed, and in any case, she reflected with a slowness that was close to merging with sleep. What she would most like to have heard wasn't silence, but George on the phone to tell her that he and his father had decided to return to Nazareth. Indeed, were already downstairs. It seemed to her that this series of increasingly less wakeful thoughts was why she dreamed she slipped out of bed to go down and look. Since it was a dream, she didn't need to get dressed. She was mildly surprised to find herself padding into the spare room to fetch not her coat but her keys, which she would hardly need in a dream. They felt like a not especially detailed lump of metal in her fist as she moved to unchain her door. While the chain persisted in swinging against the doorframe with a small, vague, distant clank, she stepped into the corridor. She knew she'd shut the door behind her only when she remembered having let go of the outer handle. But she didn't have to be aware of all her actions. The dream would look after her. If the corridor appeared to be withholding even more of its light than usual, that was because she was dreaming it. The carpet under her bare feet couldn't be bothered to feel any different from the one in her bedroom, though perhaps it never did. What was it again she was clutching in her fist? Keys, of course, despite her momentary notion that should she examine her handful, she would see a bunch of flowers, a peace offering to George's father. When she glanced at her hand, she was somewhat bewildered that the dream hadn't produced them. Still, she couldn't control her dreams, and here were the stairs, to which she apparently had to devote some attention. She wondered why she had to hold on to the banister in a dream. Perhaps, she was just able to think, the need was a residue of some uneasiness which she wouldn't suffer if she reminded herself why she was going downstairs. It felt as though she had been called down, though she was unable to remember having heard a voice. Of course, she mightn't in her sleep, and by the time she turned the corner of the grudgingly illuminated stairs, she was happy to follow the dream to its end. It was growing impressively detailed. As she descended the last flight of stairs, with each step she saw an extra portion of the dark gray drive, extending itself past the splash of sawdust on the lawn to the gateposts, beyond which the jumpy Christmas illuminations around the marketplace were lowering themselves into view. Between her and the vista, the trios of doors faced each other across the corridor, which would have been brighter with the security lights. She could see well enough that every door was shut, and in any event there was nothing to fear, not in this dream. As she stepped off the stairs, she had the odd idea that it wouldn't matter which door she approached. Even in a dream that made no sense, especially given her impression that she'd been summoned to George's flat. If all the dead eyes of the doors seemed to be aware of her, that needn't trouble her as long as she kept to the middle of the corridor. She padded almost to the exit before veering with hardly any hesitation to George's door and thumbing the bell-push. She couldn't hear the bell, and because this was a dream, it took her some indeterminate length of time to recall she wouldn't have been able to do so. All the same, the button she'd pushed felt less than entirely convincing, insufficiently present, as she stared at the pink, fingerless lump of the back of her fist, protruding its thumb horizontally, as though attempting a secret sign. Clearly that would achieve nothing by itself. "Abracadabra," she told the door, and then, "Open sesame," which proved as ineffectual. Then she found herself pronouncing another formula, a bunch of words which she hadn't known before they were put into her head somehow, and which she forgot in the process of uttering them. No doubt they would have revealed themselves as nonsense once she was awake, and so she didn't miss them. She pushed the door with her thumb, and it swung inward. Plainly, this was the stage at which the dream became more of a dream. When she reached into the hall for the light switch, just to the right of the door, as hers was, it wasn't there. If this hadn't been a dream, she doubted that she would have ventured into the dark, particularly when, in a clumsy attempt to sidle past the door, she bumped it shut behind her. That didn't just trap her in the unlit hall, it robbed her of her sense of where she was supposed to be. At first she was relieved when her eyes began to adjust to the dark, for all that she considered this to be an unnecessarily realistic detail. Before long she was able to identify that the hint of illumination, so faint it made the walls appear to glimmer with moisture, was seeping through a doorway a good few yards ahead to her right. Though it didn't much resemble any doorway of her own flat, and so oughtn't to be here either, she seemed bound to head for it. The sooner she dealt with this part of the dream, the sooner she hoped she would be off this floor, which felt like cold, damp stone. So did the wall when the knuckles of her left hand brushed it, and she had to remind herself not to drop her keys. They jangled as she renewed her grip on them, and she thought she heard a sound that wasn't quite an echo beyond the doorway she was approaching. She padded forward, grateful that at least the dream was keeping the sensations of a stone floor at a bearable distance, and looked in. She was at the entrance to a cell. At the far end, smudged black clouds were dragging themselves past a high, narrow, glassless window, and patches of the stone walls of the cramped rectangular cell appeared to have turned that movement on its side. If the patches were of damp, it was also crawling over the solitary object in the cell, a shape which, as she began to distinguish it, Ursula took at first to be a large plant or small tree that had withered after thrusting itself up through the floor and against the wall to the right of the window. Then she saw the remains of hands at the ends of both branches, fastened to the wall on either side of a shriveled, lolling head. There was no question they were hands, because as she located them in the dimness, they began to writhe all the fingers they had left, beckoning her into the cell. Knowing this was a dream, she had no reason not to obey. Indeed, every incentive to finish with the unpleasantness as soon as possible. The figure was jerking its fingers at itself and drawing its contorted legs up towards a rib cage patched with skin, all of which activity communicated its requirements without its having to speak, not that it seemed likely to, with the very little that remained of its mouth. Once she released it from the shackles she'd heard rattling in the dark, she thought, surely she herself would be released from the dream. She went to the left-hand manacle, keeping her gaze well away from the incomplete face, and in particular the glistening contents of the eye sockets. Holding her keys between her teeth, she gripped the iron ring with both hands. It would have seemed reasonable of the dream to let such a rusty manacle snap in her grasp at once. Failing that, it could at least have dispensed with any taste of metal in her mouth. The fleshless legs were clacking against the wall. The torso and the hairless skull were straining towards her. The left hand was continuing to twitch its fingers, and the dream was having trouble in distancing her from the notion that they might touch hers. She wrenched at the manacle with all her strength, hurling herself backwards, and lost her grip before finding it again, at which point something broke. She saw what that was and retreated, her hands fumbling at her mouth. The left arm, as far as the elbow, was dangling from the manacle. The figure swung against the wall, wagging the half of its arm, then sagged towards the floor. Its weight tore most of the right hand through the other manacle. Fragments of skin and bone flew away from the ring, and it was free. At the moment when it rose from its crouch, as though discovering that it could extend itself to its full height, which was a head taller than Ursula, she found she could move. She was able to withdraw in time only to glimpse the figure groping across the wall to fetch the rest of itself. As she backed through the doorway, she saw a vertical thread of light away to her left. The outer door hadn't closed as tightly as she'd imagined. Her sense of dreaming was secure again before she emerged into the familiar corridor, so secure that as far as to the stairs, the carpeted floor felt like stone. She trudged up to the next level and admitted herself to her flat, where she dropped her keys in her coat pocket. At least the dream ended there, rather than conducting her all the way back to her bed. When she awoke, it was still dark. An unpleasantly metallic taste was in her mouth. She wobbled upright to grab the light cord and kept on going out of bed. In the bathroom, she made to cup a hand beneath the tap, then washed her hands instead. Once they felt clean, she scooped up a palmful of cold water and gargled with it before drinking a handful. This done, and the toilet used, she plodded back to bed and fell asleep almost at once, exhausted beyond thinking. The taste was out of her mouth, the gritty sensation of her hands was washed away, and in honor of the new year, she resolved that by the morning she wouldn't even remember the dream. 12. First words. "I'll be off out now, then, Amy. You'll be forging ahead with your homework, will you?" "Looks like it." "So it does. Getting up to date for going back on Monday, eh?" "I'll just be a couple of hours with some clients. I shouldn't be long." "Fine." "You'll be all right, then, I take it. Is there anything you need?" "Like what?" "I don't know exactly. Anything I can bring you back." Amy thought of the evening before the Sunday he'd lifted her up like an offering to Nazareth Hill. She'd played snakes and ladders with her parents until she'd grown so tired the ladders had begun to wriggle, and she'd been unable to distinguish them from the snakes. When she'd started to nod over the board, her father had carried her upstairs to bed, where her mother had sat beside her and told her a story Amy couldn't now recall. She felt her lips part and her tongue move. "No," she said. "I'd best be off, then. Can't be back until I've gone, can I? I'll see you when we're older. Let's hope we're wiser, too. It looks as if you ought to be, at any rate, with all that reading." By now Amy was wondering how much of this speech and the preceding dialogue was simply his method of keeping himself there, and if he was just uttering as many words as possible, what he was actually thinking. She gazed at him across her notepad, surrounded by Shakespearean material, and saw a furtively anxious old man in an out-of-date gray overcoat and black scarf. His face seemed to have devoted its recent years to producing more of itself, its lower cheeks bellying on either side of the jaw and pulling down the corners of the mouth, while the underside of the chin had settled for adding itself to the throat. His eyebrows had always been prominent, but their grayness made them appear heavier and to be weighing down his eyes. At that moment he reminded her too much of the old man who'd refused to be coaxed back into Nazareth, and she didn't want to aggravate his condition. "Go on, then, before it gets dark," she said, which sounded more like a covert plea than she'd intended. "Don't worry about me." He gave a laugh that sounded closer to the opposite of one. "I'm afraid that comes with the job." "What? Insurance?" "The job your mother left me with." Even if he didn't mean her to, Amy felt accused. "Never mind," she said. "You won't have to do it much longer." "Only until I die." He rubbed his forehead hard, flattening his eyebrows, and frowned, not necessarily at her. "Don't let us become ensnared in another argument. You carry on improving as you have been, and I'll have no grounds to worry." "Carry on. There's a good teenager," he said, swinging one upturned hand to indicate her work, and buttoned his collar over his scarf as he strode into the hall. He hadn't meant her schoolwork to begin with. When the door at the end of the hall slammed, shaking its chain, she listened to be sure he hadn't lingered in the flat for any reason, and then she took the Bible out of her canvas handbag. It had been what he'd meant, but he wouldn't be so pleased if he knew why she had it. She opened it to Genesis and turned her notepad over. Maybe this time her attempts to transcribe the writing in the margins of the book wouldn't give her such a headache. She lowered her head until her nostrils filled with the smell of old paper, and she could see nothing but the cramped script. She shaded her eyes with her left hand, pinching her brows together with finger and thumb, and ran the tip of a pencil under the writing, a fraction of an inch short of marking the page. "I," the writing began, and repeated that a few words further on, where it was once again followed by, never mind the raised wand of the third letter, must. That seemed to unlock the handwriting for her, and all at once her pencil was dodging between the Bible and her notepad, as though lifting the words off one page onto the other. "I must set down my thoughts, that they keep firm. I must not count myself abandoned by God, as well as by my family, in—" so said the top margin, and Amy had to lean still closer as she turned the right-hand margin upwards. "This place." That there were such places I knew. That they were such as this, I could not have dreamed in my worst fits. Certes, no other book would be— Amy inverted the Bible— allowed me by the fiends my captors. Yet to use God's word as concealment for my own until the day comes for them to be read. Amy straightened up in order to turn the page, and wished she hadn't moved. Her headache had been waiting to be noticed as she emerged from her trance of concentration. Her forehead felt as though she'd clamped a metal band around it. Her cropped scalp felt raw, her neck not merely stiff, but stretched. She closed her eyes until the aches dwindled a little. Then she read what she'd written. She couldn't help being pleased with her achievement, especially with having deciphered certes, a word she understood only now she had written it down. More to the point, the passage was evidence that something had been wrong with Nazareth in the past, and she had to read on to discover what that was. Not today, however. When she tried to read the first words in the next margin, her headache closed around her brain. She sat back, working her shoulders in an attempt to relax, and leafed through the Bible to see how much she had to transcribe, page after page. As well as writing in the margins, the owner of the book had underlined parts of the text. Saul had put away those that had familiar spirits and the wizards. These words were underlined shakily 3 times, and so were fragments of another sentence. There shall not be found among you a witch, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a necromancer. The underlining had left alone a reference in the midst of this to anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire. But Amy had an impression she couldn't quite grasp, that the words ought to have some significance for her. A third underlined passage appeared with a whisper of stale paper. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. She copied that and the rest of the underlined words and gazed at them. What had they to do with anything? All that she was aware of knowing about witches derived from Shakespeare and from rhymes she'd read half her lifetime ago. When her headache began to renew itself in proportion with her attempts to think, she flipped the pad back to her schoolwork notes, in case her father came home early, and buried the Bible in her canvas bag as she stood up. For several reasons, it made sense for her to get out of Nazareth. She zipped herself into a black suede jacket that came down to her hips and let herself into the corridor. She wasn't going to allow its insinuating glow to daunt her, not the dimness nor the rest of the place. She went quickly downstairs, scowling hardest at the doors on the ground floor, daring the rooms to be other than empty. By the time she began to wonder how that could have any effect, she was out of Nazareth. Clouds had drawn a stained white sheet over the sky. Beneath it, at the end of Little Hope Way, the Christmas lights flared doggedly, doing their best to celebrate their last day. Children of about the age she'd been when her father had lifted her up to Nazareth were riding new bicycles around the perimeter of the market. One jingled a bell at her as she dodged into a gap in a haphazard parade of shopping trolleys and hurried whenever she could to the bookstall. From a distance, the bald, bearded stallholder's face reminded her of a trick illustration which you could invert and still have a face. She saw that wasn't possible as he straightened up to give a female customer a smile, which involved producing the tip of his tongue between his teeth. "Note wrong with romance. I could do with a bit in my life," he said, and noticed Amy. "I haven't forgotten you, girlie. Haven't turned it up yet." The woman included Amy in the frown she'd been aiming at him, then dumped her parcel of books, done up in second-hand gift wrapping, in her wheeled basket, and sped it away. "Might have been on there," the bookseller complained, then let Amy glimpse a grin not too far from apologetic. "Get many books for Christmas?" "Not since I was little. I'm looking for some now." "Cart away all you can carry with my blessing. How about some of these fat individuals? The history of mattresses, secrets of town planning, slimming through the ages. Not much call for that with you young bonesters. Insects, our household companions, character analysis through clothing." By now, Amy was sure he was inventing at least some of the titles, as he tapped spines with an increasingly dusty fingertip. "Something about witches," she said. Ah, you've heard about them. About the Partington witches. What about them? I mean, what? Weren't they supposed to dance up on Nazareth Hill? He sounded convinced she knew more than she did. I don't know anything about it, she insisted. When did they? Must have been before your place was a hospital. Just a ruin there'd have been. Why didn't you tell me about them last time? You never asked. He was gazing at her as though one of them was joking, but Amy's gaze more than equaled his. I'm asking now. What else do you know? Same as I already told you. They used to go there to dance and whatever else they got up to at night. If they were doing it that close to the houses, you'd have to reckon they thought the hill was some kind of special place. That's if you believed in them. You haven't got any books with him in? Aren't any that I know of. If your witches ever existed, they didn't last long. Maybe someone made them up to put the fear of God in kids. That's when you could. How about books about witches? None of those either. I've got none at the moment, that's to say. Pretty popular they are. Hang on, girlie, he said, though Amy had made no move. There might be this. He extracted one of a pile of books that were doing duty as a bookend, and throwing open the faded red cover, leafed through until he found a plate. Take a look at these, he said, twisting the volume towards her. That'd put the fear of God into you all right. What they used to do to them. Swung them around till they couldn't stand up, stuck needles in them, chucked them in the drink, and is it water they're shoving down her throat through that funnel? And when they've had their fun with them, they hung them on a tree. The plate reproduced several small woodcuts depicting these activities. The faces of the torturers and of their victims bore exactly the same look of grim determination. The title of the book was The Joys of Torture, Amy saw. Somebody had added breasts to all the male victims with a blue ballpoint. The bookseller was watching her reactions. For a moment she felt enclosed with him and the book. She straightened up, and the sounds of the market seemed to explode around her. "This isn't your book, is it?" she said. "Wouldn't have it in the house, only in the garage," he said, and in some of this playful tone. "Are you taking it?" "Christmas special. Going cheap for a scarce book." She was about to clap it shut and wave it away when he glanced past her. "Shift over so this chap can get at the westerns," he said. Then his voice blunted itself. "Oh, you're with her." The possibility of having been caught out made Amy feel as defensive as he sounded. When she swung to confront the newcomer, her revived headache reached for the top of her spine. "Oh, it's you," she said, but not for the reason she'd prepared to, because it wasn't her father. "Still interested in books, I see," Leonard Stoddard said. She was considering a retort along the lines of hoping he was too, when he leaned his large, skewed face over to examine the book which the stall-holder had defiantly left open where it was. "What's this? What are you getting mixed up with now?" He was showing me how they used to treat witches. Amy pushed the book away and waited for the librarian's face more or less to line up with hers. "Do you think you'd have any—" "We'd certainly have no books like that in any library we're connected with. That sort of thing may have gone on once, but it's time we forgot about it if we want to progress. Digging it up does nobody any good, particularly not at your age." "Any books about witches, I was going to say, if you'd let me finish." "Only in the little children's section. I should think you'd be too old for fairy tales. Pamela is." Maybe his daughter was too busy devising names for herself to have time to read, thought Amy. Could the libraries be quite as useless as he wanted her to believe? The stall-holder closed the book with some force to remind his possibly potential customers he was still there, and she transferred her attention to him. "Shall I put witches on your wants list?" he said. "Wants list? As well as the book about where you live." "I live there, too," Leonard Stoddard said, "and I think I'd be aware of anything about the place." "Good job someone else is, then. Get her to give you a lend when I come up with it." "Perhaps you should tell him what you said, Amy." She was tempted to take this request at face value, but instead she told the bookseller, "You don't know I said anything, do you?" He shook his head once, slowly, and after a heavy pause the librarian said, "I hope we can keep it that way. Are you going home now?" "No." "I should, to hide this," he said, showing her a small package wrapped in gold paper and tied with a silver bow. "Pamel's birthday next week." Amy didn't know if he was hinting she should buy a present or making her aware of not having been invited to the party, nor did she care. She'd thought of someone who would be able to help her in her search for information. Marty always kept books on the occult in stock, and surely that wasn't so far removed from whatever Amy needed to know. A van was parked outside Heads Not Feds, where several women were hefting cartons out of the back of the vehicle. They looked too permed and overcoated to be customers of Marty's, and in a moment Amy recognized that they were carrying their burdens into Charity Worldwide next door. She stood back for two women before dodging past the van, whose reflection was making the window of Heads Not Feds appear to be boarded up. She was at the doorway when she saw the window was indeed obscured, its inside covered with plasterboard, and the glass was smashed in two places. Down in the nearer bottom corner was a handwritten notice on which a great many stars surrounded a very few words. "Sorry. Move to Manchester." She tried the door anyway, then stepped back to gaze at it with all the reproach she was feeling for Marty. The women had stopped unloading the van to watch her. Though none of them gave the impression of being especially sympathetic, one took pity on her. "What's the woe, love? Hadn't you heard she was gone?" "No," Amy admitted, and instantly wished she hadn't, because Sean Pickles had strayed out of the marketplace to overhear both question and answer. His bony face looked less productive of hair than ever, and had intensified its mottling as a crackle of his walkie-talkie betrayed his presence. He shrugged his shoulders or squared them and stuck out his chin above his tight uniform collar. "Not much of a loss, if you ask me," he said. "Nobody did," she snapped, and walked so vigorously at him that one of the bystanders gasped. Once she was out of the space cramped by the van and the abandoned shop, she rounded on him. "I'll bet you had something to do with it, didn't you?" "Didn't need to have. I couldn't stop folks smashing her windows and posting what they did through her slot while I wasn't there, could I? Waved my hank right enough when she drove off in her bus, painted all over with the Lord only knows what crap." Amy remembered the minibus covered with images of flowers from a different and presumably better world. "Not missing her, are you?" the guard said. "She can't have been much of a friend if she didn't tell you she was off. Unreliable all round, from what I hear. Always late with her rent and the rest of her bills." "Is that why they told you not to look after her shop?" She saw him considering how to answer, and wondered if he was stupid enough either to agree or to claim the decision for his own. Abruptly, she didn't care. She was thinking of heading for Rob's when Pickles said, "Heard you the other night." "What an honor for me." "Don't listen if you can't be bothered. I just thought it was interesting." Amy halted by a butcher's stall. Could she afford to reject anyone who would listen to her? however unappealing they otherwise were. "What sort of interesting?" she said. "Well, I'll tell you." He paced up to her and put his hands behind his back. "My mam called me down when she heard it was you, so I got nearly everything. I heard whatever you want to call it." "I don't know. I'm not sure." "I could tell you." "You know about things like that, do you?" "Too bloody much." "You mean you believe in them? Are you saying something like that happened to you?" "Me? Me?" He displayed his fists before using all his fingers to indicate himself. "Hang on," he said, with an effort she was meant to notice. "What do you reckon we're on about here?" Amy saw her mistake and couldn't suppress a giggle. "I thought we were talking about what I said I saw." "That's a laugh. I hope you didn't think I swallowed any of that. Maybe your dad ought to be wondering what you were on when you saw it. I'll bet he'll be glad to hear that shop's closed down." Amy felt she'd had more than her portion of him. She was retreating alongside the butcher's stall when the guard said, "Don't you want to hear what I was going to say?" He was holding his hands apart in front of his chest, as though to demonstrate some measurement. "What you thought was interesting, you mean?" Amy said, and waited. "Just how you seem to get on so well with, people who aren't what God made them. The one who ran the shop, and that one on the radio." With each sentence he took a pace closer and lowered his voice. "We were discussing it at home after you were on. My mam said it was a phase some of us go through at your age. Only the feller you hang around with, him with all the hair and the ring in his nose, he should have gone through it by now if he's going, shouldn't he? I'll tell you something, though. I never went through it. So if you want to try a real man for a change, how about it? I don't like to see someone like yourself going to waste when you could be someone." The butcher grabbed a gutted rabbit that was dangling head down from a hook. A smell of raw meat invaded Amy's nostrils, and she could have taken it to be the smell of the inflamed patches on Sean Pickles's face. She felt sick, then furious, then hysterically amused. "Speak up," she said loudly. "I can't hear you." "Course you can." Nevertheless, he raised his voice a fraction, at the cost of some further mottling to his cheeks. "What didn't you?" "Go through it again, and I'll tell you, only speak as loud as this." "Keep it down, you're disturbing people." "Just this loud, then." "That's not too loud when there's so much noise already." "You're making a scene. I'll have to ask you to move on if you don't quiet down." "That's it, like you're speaking now. Go on. Say what you were saying to me before, unless you're ashamed to repeat it in public." Several stall-holders and at least as many shoppers were watching them, and now the staff of a video library came to the shop window. Pickles stared at the audience, then snatched the walkie-talkie from his belt and wagged its plump black aerial at her. "Move along, please. You're causing a disturbance." "What else do you think you just did to me?" Amy reminded herself that she'd had enough of him some minutes ago, and began to stroll away, wishing that tension wouldn't stiffen her legs. When she saw him following, however, she called, "You stay back, or I'll tell everyone what you were saying to me. Stay right back." She had to shout at him again more than once before she reached Little Hope Way. While she took her time over walking up the brief street, he stood at the end of it, thumbs stretching his belt. He wasn't worth another shout, although he made her feel as if she was being returned to Nazareth. She strolled between the gateposts and shook her head at the security lights as they flattened the facade against the sunset above the moors. Her anger with Sean Pickles and with Marty saw her through the ground floor and up the stairs. Once she'd slammed her door, she was able to keep the rest of the building out of her mind. Beyond the window of the living room, the market stalls were toppling with as little noise as distant pins. Amy played an Abnormal Smears video to distract herself from the silence, and sat at the table with a glass of fizzy Zingo, trying to rub some ideas either out of or into her forehead. She hadn't conjured up a single word to write on her pad when the tape relented long enough to allow the buzzer in the hall a chance. A glance through the spy hole let her open the door. She knew the large-boned woman's amiable face and her blonde hair that fell about as far down the back of her white silk blouse as her terse skirt extended down her black nylon thighs. She offered a smile with her wide lips shut and a wave that kept her elbow pressed against her rib cage. "Amy, isn't it? Hello, Mrs. Nothing. Donna will do. We're both girls, aren't we?" She widened her eyes as those members of Abnormal Smears who sang abandoned it so as to apply themselves to extracting more volume from their instruments. "Is this a good time? I was just after a word. I was only listening while my dad's out. How long will he be, do you think?" "Probably a while yet, knowing him. He likes talking to his customers." "A bit lonely, is he?" This interpretation hadn't occurred to Amy. She'd assumed loquaciousness was a requirement of the job. "Maybe," she said, not wanting to consider the issue now. "Old enough to know his own mind and sort himself out if he wants to," Donna took her to mean, which Amy supposed she might have, given the opportunity for reflection. "Do you think you've time for a little chat, and your music afterwards, or just turn down a smidge?" "I expect." Donna closed the door and lingered in the hall. "I'd forgotten your big eyes. I don't think I'd like to find them waiting when I got up in the wee hours for a sprinkle." She must have realized Amy might feel the same way, even if not previously, because she darted to another subject. "Do I take it since your mother... I mean, there hasn't been anyone else?" "I don't think he's bothered." "I'm certain I would be." She could easily have said that Amy would think differently when she was older, and Amy switched off the television as a token of appreciation. "You don't need to turn," Donna protested. "Well, whichever you like." Amy recognized that politeness was assumed to involve this kind of pretense as you grew up, and so she let it pass. "Drink?" she said. "If you are. Oh, you already are. I won't then, thanks. Let's just gab while we've the chance." Amy curled up in an armchair, and Donna sat opposite, exposing more thigh with a whisper of tight skirt and nylon. Seated, she seemed less certain how to proceed. "So," she began, only to follow that with a smile no words could slip through. After some seconds, she said, "I don't know if you heard a few of us were talking to your father." "When? What about?" said Amy, and with resignation, "Oh." "That was it, really. Your moment of fame." "Who was saying what?" "Mr. Schraf thought it could attract the wrong kind of sightseer. Mind you, I should think any kind is wrong so far as all of us are concerned. Mr. Greenberg, I'd have to say he was angry because, according to him, you shouldn't talk about the kind of things you went on the air about. They only distract people from what's actually bad in the world. Ghosts are, how did he put it? A way of romanticizing history, is what he said. And Mr. Sheen, he mightn't have said, but I think he was mostly peeved you hadn't gone to him if you thought there was a story." "Maybe I will when there's more of one. I just had an impulse to go on the radio." "I heard him promising your father he wouldn't touch the story now. It's yesterday's news, if it was news at all, he said. And what did you say? To him? To your father, not as much as I might have. Dave, you met my husband, told him you were just imaginative because you're an only child, and it's true, isn't it? Rather a loner. Most of my friends live in Sheffield. I don't like the people round here from my school. You must be looking forward to being old enough to drive. Anyway, about... You don't mind talking about it, since you talked about it, do you? Your father said you were very young. He thinks I still am. You should hear my mother sometimes. But you were half your age, weren't you? What made you bring it up now? I'd forgotten about it, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Even he remembers the day it did. If you forgot something that bad, it means it was traumatic. Do you... Well, never mind. Don't do that. I was only wondering if you're sure you remembered everything. I think so. I must have, Amy said, growing less convinced in proportion with how certain she declared herself to be. Why are you so interested? You know there's something, don't you? Have you seen it too? No, nothing. I'm sure there's nothing solid here. Let's say, nothing you could photograph. Maybe some places can make you see what happened in them, or feel how they felt when it did. Only people should be able to make that go away by living in a place and being happy there, don't you think? Depends what it was that happened. Precisely because Donna was appealing to her for reassurance, Amy was unable to provide it. What have you felt? When we were measuring, I've been trying to think how it seemed. Older than it looked, but older than it would have been before they got it up like this, I'd say as well. And maybe's almost as important. Maybe I've felt sometimes as if something that old is... I don't know if living here is the right phrase. Where? Down below. All the way down. You don't sense anything up here, do you? Not yet, said Amy, then wished she hadn't. Donna's impressions had clearly required some effort to communicate, yet she wondered if they were the whole truth. They were enough for now, since they were a good deal less comforting than Amy would have liked, and so she said quickly, "Did you find out what this place used to be?" "I haven't asked." "Wouldn't you have expected them to say when they hired you?" "I don't think they want to say, or maybe they really don't know. Don't care either. I'm trying to find out all about it," Amy said, only to realize how much more systematic than it was she'd made her research sound. "More power to you, Amy. I want you to know." She pressed her lips together, this time with hardly any of a smile, and stared towards the hall. Amy, too, had heard the outer door, the sound of its closing. In a moment her father called, "Hello?" "Hello, Mr. Priestley, it's Donna Gouge." "I gathered as much." With very little noise he was almost at once in the doorway of the room, where he opened his fist to let his keys jangle into a pocket. "Do please continue. You were telling my daughter what you wanted her to know." Donna opened her mouth and thought better of speaking, then apparently decided that not to do so might look worse. "Just that it isn't everyone who thinks she's been fibbing. At least one of us is of the opinion she may be onto something." "I doubt our next-door neighbors would care to hear you say so. I've this moment come from speaking to them, and now I'd like a word with my daughter, if you'll excuse us." "Oh, dear, I hope it isn't anything to—" "Good day to you, Mrs. Gouge." As soon as Amy heard the outer door close, she said, "Do you know how rude you are?" "It isn't rudeness to a woman of her sort." "You heard she believes me, and I'll tell you someone else I bet does. Beth." "It would tally with the rest of her old wives' nonsense. What a pair of supporters you have, a charlatan and a trollop. God be thanked you've better people who care about you." "Like who?" "Mr. Stoddard, for one. He informs me you're trying to dig up even more unholy nonsense about our home. I warn you now on behalf of all the good people here, finish. Stop at once." "And if I don't?" "I'll stop you." As he spoke, his hands gripped the doorframe, which creaked, and his shoulders broadened to block more of it. Then a look of slow realization settled on his face, an expression so heavy she could have imagined it was its weight that was nodding his head. "I know how," he said, almost to himself. "I'll show you what there is to fear." 13. Face to some face. The bus to Sheffield was smaller than last year's, and it was almost 10 minutes late. When Amy had arrived in good time at the brick bus shelter by the Scales and Bible, it was full of Bettina and Deborah and Zoe pronounced Zoe, or at least they behaved as if it was. They had made grudging room for her, though not on the cigarette-scarred bench under their names scratched on the wall, and once they'd each said hi to see whether she would respond 3 times, they had set about pretending to ignore her. Whenever any of them glanced at her, they all giggled behind their hands, and so she knew they were saving extra for the journey. She might have stood outside the shelter, except for the rain that was weaving its way through the town. While she gazed at the dance of water in the air, she was able to persuade herself that her 3 schoolmates had ceased to exist, until the sound of the bus chugging up through Partington roused her from her trance. The vehicle was less capacious than her bedroom. It smelled of upholstery faded by last year's sun, and of a recent presence that Amy identified, after some reflection, as wet dogs. By then she was seated immediately behind the driver, whose neck put her in mind of a joint of pork encircled by several grooves incised by string, and the 3 had spread themselves across the back seat. As the bus labored onto the moor, and the sky lowered a smoky chunk of itself to meet the headlights, she was tempted to hope the other passengers had forgotten about her. Then her left ear grew hot with a breath which at once turned into a shriek of "Boo!" She couldn't help jumping. She stiffened herself at once, and clamped her hands between her knees, but her reaction was good for a few shrieks of laughter from the girls at the back of the bus, as Bettina returned to it. At least Amy had resisted looking back. She readied herself for the next onslaught of wit, signaled by silence from behind. "Boo!" screamed Deborah, almost precisely when Amy expected her to, but in her right ear. Amy wasn't about to let it affect her this time, any more than whatever her father was planning would. "That's brilliant," she said. "That's really imaginative. Did you think it up all by yourself?" She was preparing to continue along these lines until Deborah either retreated or was goaded into a response as stupid as her joke, when the driver turned one cratered ruddy cheek, but not his eyes, towards them. "If you're going to play, sit at the back where I won't be irked." "I'm not playing," Amy protested, and heard how she sounded. Not just as petulant as her choice of words, but years younger than she ought to feel. She twisted round so violently that Deborah shied into the aisle. "Come on, Zoe," Amy called. "Your turn. Get it over with, say boo, and then the 3 of you can fuck off." Eh, eh, the driver said, the high-pitched syllables as terse as the pauses between them. "I won't have language on my bus. Any more and you'll be put off."
"You can't put her off out here in this," Bettina objected. Even if this wasn't slyly designed to cause the event it purported to be forestalling, Amy didn't want her tormentors to side with her. "I don't care," she said. "I don't give a what you are." Since she'd faced front, perhaps the driver thought she meant him.
"Just you remember, I know which school you go to. I know your headmistress."
"We know about you and all," Zoe told him.
"We've seen you looking at us in your mirror when we sit down."
At that moment, the blurred, speeding lights of the motorway swam into view ahead, and the driver braked. He was going to turn everyone off the bus, Amy thought. While she might resign herself to being left alone out here, might even perversely welcome it, being stranded with 3 of her least favorite people was another matter. But the driver had decided against this, unless he'd braked as a final warning. He set the windscreen wipers sweeping faster as the bus rushed along a mile of open road. When the vehicle found itself space on the motorway, it proved to be capable of as much speed as most of its competitors, even if it shook as though its nerves weren't up to the situation. Amy's weren't, not once she found herself thinking of her mother. It had been fog that had taken her, and the spray from all the traffic very much resembled fog. A watery taste kept trying to gather at the back of her mouth, and she knew that if any of the girls tried to torment her again, she would say worse than she had. They confined themselves to bursts of giggling, however, renewed when necessary by muttered comments. They didn't stir from the rear seat until the bus was out of the drowned race and in sight, or as much of it as the fleetingly clear windscreen admitted, of the school on the outskirts of Sheffield. Amy let them dash between the puddles in the schoolyard and into the elongated building, which was at least twice as dark a brown as usual, before she allowed herself to run. At least none of them was in her class. She shed her cap and hung it over her coat in her tin locker, just in time to join her classmates as they were herded to the assembly hall. That delayed her having to answer the questions and respond to the comments she could see had been stored up for her. Nevertheless, she felt conspicuous, especially once the headmistress had given her cropped head a sharp look while delivering her customary New Year speech with all the enthusiasm it extorted from the school. Some of the teachers went further than looking.
"I see we've a novice among us,"
the maths master remarked at the beginning of his class, and the English mistress said, "Dear, dear," before "dear." Perhaps a lofty endearment, as a preamble to informing Amy, "You make my head feel cold." All this was only a prelude to being surrounded when the bell at the end of the morning let everyone loose. As it turned out, Amy wasn't surrounded for long. Her friends lost a good deal of interest in her encounter at Nazareth once they learned how dated it was. Neither the uproarious dining hall nor the classroom to which the rain confined them afterwards seemed the place to discuss her subsequent impressions, even with those of her friends whom she would expect to be sympathetic, and so the conversation drifted on to the subject of horror videos that had left people unable to sleep, and the parties the films had been viewed at, and the boys who had been at the parties. The final lesson was religion. Last term's supply teacher had applied herself to raising ethical questions, but now Mrs. Kelly was back, 2 sizes thinner and the more intense for it. As she marched with a limp into the classroom, her eyes, which shared more than one quality with Slate, sought Amy out and shot her a rebuke. Long before the end of the period, crammed with sharp questions about biblical punishments, Amy was wishing the lesson could be like every one she'd seen in films. Lessons that lasted 2 minutes at the outside before being terminated by a bell. At least she proved to know more of the Bible than she'd realized, which might have been the reason why she became the target for more than her fair share of questions. After longer than she would have believed it possible for a lesson to drag on,
The bell was unable to restrain itself. She thought she was succeeding in concealing her relief as she headed for the door, when Mrs. Kelly said, "Who'll carry my bag to the staff room for me, Amy Priestley?" Despite their tone, the last two words had ceased to be a question. Amy picked up the battered leather briefcase stuffed with books and moved towards the corridor again. "No fire, is there, that I know of?" Mrs. Kelly said. "That's not the bell we heard." "I have to go to the library in town." "That's good to hear, at any rate. I'll be driving that direction, so." If anything, her last word made it even less clear whether she only now would. Apparently, the delay on which she'd insisted was to enable her to watch everyone other than Amy out of the classroom. "Tell me now, Amy Priestley," she then said. "Do you enjoy my lessons? Shame the devil." "Sometimes. A bit." "That's what I asked for, so," Mrs. Kelly said, looking as though she was bracing her face against an unexpectedly chill wind. "You can be honest when you want to be. A girl like you who reads her Bible. I'd think she would be proud of what she could achieve." By now, Amy had little sense of being alluded to, and less of how to respond. She said, and having heard the inadequacy of that, "You can't just read the book and put it away from you. You're the intelligent one, you know that, don't you?" Amy had to guess what she was being asked. Even by the standards of most of the teachers she knew, Mrs. Kelly appeared to feel entitled to use language as loosely as possible. "Thanks," she said. "Too intelligent to— Yes?" The last word was aimed with no little force at a third year who would otherwise have tapped on the open door. "Excuse me," the girl said, and hid her inky hands behind her back. "Excuse me," she repeated, apparently for having paused. "Excuse me, is she Amy Priestley?" "Oh." The syllable summed up so much disapproval that for a moment the teacher seemed prepared to restrict herself to it. "Has her reputation traveled all the way down to you young ones?" I don't think so, Mrs. Kelly. Has it?" The girl was confused enough to ask Amy the question. Not that Amy felt able to help. "Are you her?" the girl then said. "She is she. Perhaps now you could have the grace to address yourself to me and explain—" "Miss Sadler wanted me to find her and send her to the office." "Well, now you have. And you may tell the headmistress we are on our way. What class are you in, and your name?" "Gillian Fairbrother in 3A, Mrs. Kelly." "I shall look forward to taking you next year." Perhaps the girl had been hoping for praise. The implied threat sent her away trying not to look dismayed. Mrs. Kelly gave a sharp nod to indicate that Amy should follow the girl's example, which she did to the extent of stepping into the corridor, briefcase in hand, and her own bag strapped over her other shoulder. "So what do I hear?" Mrs. Kelly said. Though Amy had worked that out, she saw no reason to admit it. "I don't know," she said, which was a pronoun more than she would have offered her father. "What?" Mrs. Kelly waited until Amy had held open the fire doors to the staff corridor, and the doors had closed with a slow attempt at a thud. "You know you did wrong." "No, I don't. I didn't." "We've talked about false witness in my class, and worshipping false gods. A girl like you knows what those mean." Amy couldn't tell whether that was an accusation or a claim made on her behalf. "I don't know what they have to do with me." Mrs. Kelly either limped hard or stamped her foot, halting a few yards away from the open door of Miss Sadler's office. Worshipping false gods. I remember you were there the day we spoke about that, because you tried to make out capital was one. What were you, busy with your own thoughts when I counseled you all against spiritism? That's one of the paths to the false gods, no better than witchcraft. And bearing false witness is lying. I didn't lie. The other's even worse. Mrs. Kelly jabbed a hand at her, but only to seize the briefcase. Then the fierceness of the gesture transferred itself to her voice. You aren't telling me you believe in the things you told that fellow on the radio. Amy felt she had already answered this, and so nothing was left except to look forthright. Dear heaven, what a stare you have about you. You're giving me a headache, Mrs. Kelly complained, and glanced past her towards Miss Sadler's office. For a moment Amy felt triumphant, even though the distraction was presumably the headmistress, but when she turned she saw her father. The surprise wasn't pleasant, and gave her no time to choose her words. "What do you want?" she demanded. Mrs. Kelly uttered a sound between a grunt and a gasp, to which Amy's father responded with a smile, suggesting he was having to employ a habitual saintly patience. "I've come to run you home," he said to Amy. "We don't want you catching a cold in the rain and having to miss school." "I need to go to the library." "Not today, young lady." "Yes, today." Mrs. Kelly produced her sound again, and this time she followed it up. "I'm afraid, Mr. Priestley, you've a girl there that in my childhood we'd have called willful." "You'll be which of her teachers?" "Religious." "I'll do my best to ensure you see an improvement next time. Amy, look at me." Amy did so, earning herself more of a grunt and less of a gasp from Mrs. Kelly, who then stalked askance into the staff room. "Now, Amy," her father said, "we both know you don't want to visit the library for your schoolwork." "You don't know anything about me." "Oh, now, Amy." This was the headmistress, emerging from her room and folding her arms, as though to ensure her large breasts wouldn't draw attention away from her small, solemn face. "If I had a day off for every girl who thought that, we folk whose job it is to help you grow up do have the odd insight you might find useful, if you slowed down long enough to listen. We've been you, after all." Amy liked her enough not to want to antagonize her, and so extended her a smile as far on the way to agreement as she could force it, to which Miss Sadler responded, "Your father and I were just saying—" "What's he been saying about me?" "Amy—" "Thank you, Mr. Priestley. I was about to tell you, Amy. We were saying you're usually a conscientious girl, who can be relied upon to produce good work. And if you've any problems at the moment either of us can help you with, that's part of what we're here for." "Then tell him to let me go to the library. That's me being conscientious." "I can't intervene between you, of course. You must see that isn't what I had in mind. Was there anything else you wished to say?" Even if this wasn't just an invitation to apologize, it felt like one to Amy. "No," she said. "May I leave her in your hands, then, Mr. Priestley? Work never done and all that. Same for you, I'm certain, as long as we're both doing our best to look after those we're responsible for." She unfolded her arms, freeing her breasts in a gesture Amy found disconcertingly maternal. "You know where I am, Amy," the headmistress said. Amy did indeed, at least a generation distant, and far less understanding of her than the headmistress imagined herself to be. As though to demonstrate this, Miss Sadler said, "Before you trot off to make peace with your father, there was one thing I had to say to him." "Don't mind me." "I have," said the headmistress, with a look which hoped Amy had genuinely misunderstood her. "And now I'm saying it to you. Please don't be so severe with your hair. Moderation in all things is the way to social harmony." "Your headmistress means she doesn't want such hair at her school." "I'm prepared not to go quite so far this time, given Amy's previous record. Let it grow out as soon as nature provides, Amy, if you would. In most ways she has shown herself an agreeable girl. I'm sure this is just a token rebellion," Miss Sadler said, and even less to Amy. "May I leave further discussion to you? Please do feel free to contact me at any time within school hours." She'd taken hold of the inner doorknob when Amy said, "Did you hear me on the radio?" Miss Sadler looked disappointed. "I'm glad to say I didn't, Amy," she said, and closed the door. Amy hadn't expected much better. She marched at the fire doors and held one open with her foot, just long enough for her father not to have a reason to accuse her of having let it swing in his face. Then she walked fast through the school. By the time she reached the next pair of doors, he was too far behind for her to bother holding one. She heard them repeat their creak behind her, and her father calling, "Amy, Amy," low and sharp. He sounded as though he was summoning a dog and trying not to admit to his attitude, she thought. She could keep walking, out of the school and away to the central library. How could he stop her? Surely the library would be one where you still weren't supposed to make a noise, and so he would have to leave her alone to research. But the long windows overlooking the corridor had started to rattle and crawl with tendrils of water, and as soon as she let herself out of the heavy front door of the school, she couldn't see for rain. She was knuckling her eyes in a fierce attempt to clear them, and feeling infuriatingly as though some of the moisture was or might soon be tears, when her father took hold of the arm she was using. "Don't stand there, you're getting drenched. This way now. Our vehicle is over here." She had to give in. The Bible from Nazareth Hill was in her bag, and long before she reached the library it would be soaked, its message illegible. Yet she couldn't help feeling that her eyes had been affected in order to trap her. She suffered herself to be guided across the swimming concrete, which appeared to be emitting jabs of rain, to the blotchy, reddish lump that proved to be the Austin. Her father held on to her until he'd unlocked the passenger door and handed her into the car, and then she was alone for a few seconds with rain trickling down her face, a trickle she didn't manage to palm plopping on the bag she'd transferred to her lap. By the time she'd finished wiping her face, her father was beside her, and the doors were locked. He switched on the headlights to catch the rain and set the wipers sluicing the windscreen, and waited while 3 girls dashed shrieking out of the gates before he advanced the car to the road. As he accelerated cautiously along the road out of Sheffield, Amy demanded, "Did she call you?" "There was no need. I had to be here." That was about as clear to her as the smudged street beyond the side windows. "What were you saying to her about me?" "Let's pass over who said what. The issue is that we agreed you're having problems that require addressing. We decided what I already thought. They have to do with your view of where we live. Mend that, and we're sure you'll improve." Amy stared at the wipers as they wagged mindlessly at her. "What were you saying to her about me?" "Carry on as you choose. You won't wear me down like—" He braked as the underwater beacons of a pedestrian crossing inflated their glow ahead, but nobody was waiting to cross. Once the orange blobs had floated by, drawing the edge of the city with them, he drove faster towards the motorway. "I may tell you we heard your teacher facing you with your reputation," he said. Amy held herself silent and still almost to the motorway, but as the Austin sped up the ramp she burst out, Who did you mean I wore down?" He sent the car into the discolored wake of an oil tanker, peered in his mirror, swung the car into the middle lane. Settling into the speed of the traffic ahead of and behind him appeared to give him a chance to reflect, since he then said, "You exasperated me. I wasn't suggesting you wore anybody down, just that you might have if our situation were different." "You were talking about my mother." "I was, yes. That is, I am." At once, Amy knew what he'd stumbled over. "You talked to Miss Sadler about her." "We may have exchanged a few words on the subject." "About how I killed her?" Amy had to rage, or she would have wept. "How I got on her nerves so much she crashed her car?" "You're imagining horrors again. You weren't like that." Instead of adding, "then," out loud, he said, "If anyone ruined her nerves, it was her mother." "You're not saying there's something that wasn't my fault?" "You're being unreasonable. You're just indulging yourself." He eased the car into the inside lane before frowning sidelong at her. "You haven't really been blaming yourself for the accident all this time, have you?" "Not that long." "Truthfully, I can think of no reason why you should, so please don't. It can't be helping your state of mind. You'll hardly remember her mother, will you?" "I don't remember yours either." "My parents fell out with me once they found I was set on marrying Heather. I should point out we were both considerably older than you. Her mother was the cause of the trouble with my parents. She already had a history, you see." "Oh, I thought you didn't believe in history." "You're going to hear this. It's time you did." He swerved into the middle lane so abruptly that she thought the wind, laden with rain, had taken control of the wheel. "By the time you were old enough to travel, she and Heather's father had moved down south. They kept inviting us, but we always managed to find some excuse." "You never lied. Not you." "We did it for your sake. Perhaps you should realize. That ought to show you how seriously we regarded the problem. She was forever seeing things and hearing things, but when they were getting ready to move, she turned worse. Wouldn't stir out of the house until she'd read all her daily horoscopes and consulted her tea leaves and laid out her cards. And after the move, every letter we had from Heather's father contained some new tale of her. She wouldn't leave the house because everyone she met knew she could see the future and was out to stop her. And if it wasn't that, it was her thinking she could prevent the future she'd foreseen, if she kept still enough. Heather went to visit her a few times, but it only distressed them both, her mother trying to convince her God knows what was in store for her, and having hysterics when Heather tried to calm her down. "I remember being left alone with you when I was little," Amy said, but she didn't have time for nostalgia. "What's all that supposed to have to do with me?" "In my view, she scared herself out of her wits with her tripe. Scared herself, as they say, to death." "I'm not scared." "Maybe you should be a little more than you are in some ways." "You mean of you?" "That wouldn't hurt." His eyes flickered as the sign for Partington swam out of the gray depths of the downpour. Once he'd rejoined the cortege in the inside lane, he turned to her for as long as he could bear to keep his eyes off the red lights that were being dragged ahead of him. "Can't you see? I'm frightened for you." "Well, don't be. You needn't be." "If I weren't frightened for you—" His left hand jerked towards her face and raised the lever to indicate he was about to quit the motorway. "I wish your mother were with us," he said, barely audibly. "She might have handled this better." "So try and be like her." "You imagine you could get round her, do you? I think she would have had to agree with me." If it had occurred to him to allow Amy some concession, he had clearly changed his mind. He drove up the exit ramp, beyond which even more rain was waiting to assault the car, and reverted to talking mostly to himself. "I'm the one who has to live with it, and it's my task to deal with it. If I'm wrong in my course, God forgive me." Amy felt as though the chill of the sodden moors had found the dampness of her clothes. She'd assumed that his reminiscences about her grandmother had been the source of fear with which he was determined to confront her, but now... She shivered and said angrily, "What are you ranting about?" "Action that should have been taken some time ago." The Austins sped up the crest of the Partington Road, and Amy saw the glow of the marketplace repeatedly flickering as the windscreen wipers scythed the rain. It looked as though someone was failing to douse a fire under the pale blotch of Nazareth Hill. The idea made her feel feverish, as hot as she had just been cold. "Don't tell me, then," she said almost as indifferently as she wanted to sound. "See if I care." "You'll see soon enough. If this doesn't cure you, God only knows what will." If he was as uneasy as he seemed, thought Amy, perhaps he would leave the threat unresolved, to be revived whenever he didn't approve of her behavior. She wasn't going to ask any more questions, in case they revealed her own nervousness. The car plunged downhill between the streaming banks of the road as the wipers toiled to sluice away the town. Of course, Partington wasn't smaller than usual, yet as the car dredged it towards the windscreen, Amy felt as though the streets were closing in. Each time another gray wash of rain inundated the glass, fewer houses were visible beyond it, and she could fancy the view being cleared to show that the town had dwindled to a former size. When the car crossed the town boundary, the street lamps looked dimmer and less numerous than usual. The streets were deserted, and so were the lit shops apart from their staff, who turned one by one to watch the passing car. Their faces were so blurred, wads of flesh under glass, that she imagined all of them knew what she was bound for, were wishing it upon her, perhaps. Then the car halted by the massive, drooling cross that reinforced the wall under Rob's Lane. Amy was thinking of making her escape, and telling herself her father was capable of nothing that could frighten her enough to justify her flight, when the Sheffield bus to which the car had deferred sloshed away, and the car swung up Moor View. Cottages slithered through the rain on the side windows. The street was fleeing Nazareth Hill as fast as she was being borne towards it. They cut off the glow of the marketplace, but although the security lights were dormant for the moment, the building shone with the pallor of something kept for a long time in darkness. At each sweep of the wipers, the pale hulk wavered in order to reform larger and more solid. Only the railings stood between her and her father's destination for her, the railings and the gates that had been erected since she'd left for school that morning. Except that surely nobody could have worked outside on such a day, and as she realized that, she saw there were no gates. The railings and the gate-posts writhed, then they and the emptiness between them steadied. Her cold hands and colder feet stiffened as her glimpse made her feel vulnerable to seeing worse than gates which didn't exist, or existed no longer. She rubbed her fingers against her palms to render them controllable. She wriggled her toes until she felt the skin chafe against the damp toe-caps of her shoes, as the car crossed Nazareth Row and veered onto the gravel drive. As Nazareth Hill magnified its pallor and lurched at her, the rain redoubled its attack on the roof of the car. With that, she could have imagined the illumination was lightning, but instead of flickering out, it grew more relentless. It froze her thoughts as the car pulled up at the entrance. "Run in and wait for me," he said. "I'll be with you as soon as I'm parked." "I'll be upstairs." He turned his head and stared at her. Any emotion in his eyes was hidden by the glare of Nazareth Hill. "No," he said. "Not upstairs." "Wherever, I don't care," said Amy, and tried not to as she groped in her bag. The backs of her fingers slid down the cover of the Bible, snagging her knuckles on a cross. She couldn't tell which way up it was. She closed her fist around the keys and dragged them free of the tangle in her bag. In the seconds it took her to dash around the car, the rain jabbed at her eyes, as though the ashen blaze of Nazareth was acquiring substance and splintering into the air. The car screeched away, water and gravel spraying from beneath its wheels, as she landed on the massive doorstep and searched with her key for the lock. It seemed she had barely felt metal slide into metal when the door yielded. She stumbled inside, dabbing at her eyes, trying to rub away more darkness than the corridor ought to contain. She heard the doors meet behind her. They still sounded like glass. Perhaps it was the rain on them that made the corridor appear gloomy and flickering, but how could that be? As if in response to her thought, the view ahead stabilized, although not to any very reassuring effect. She could have fancied that the 3 pairs of doors facing each other in the sly light were sharing a silent message. If her eyes rather than the light had been flickering, that didn't reassure her either. She felt that Nazareth had somehow changed, or was poised to change, and having dropped her keys into her bag, she reached for the door handle. At that moment, a hooded figure loomed beyond the glass, a figure whose outline crawled in and out of shape. The doors parted and took their watery crawling with them. The new arrival was her father. She'd known that, despite not having heard his approach over the gravel. He threw back the hood of his raincoat and wiped his eyebrows with the side of his hand, a gesture which made him look to be surveying the prospect ahead. Then his gaze lit on Amy, and his eyes widened a little, as though to make room for more than the determination they held. "Would you like to go up first and get changed?" "Before what?" Either he wanted to be done, or believed she was pretending not to know, because his gaze hardened. "On second thought, never mind. You aren't as wet as your father, and this oughtn't to take long. Besides, it's never cold in here." Amy thought it was, or was about to be. Certainly her hands and feet were. She had an unhappy impression that their stiffness was keeping her captive as she watched his fingers vanish into his coat pocket. She heard a metallic rattle, and he pulled out a bunch of keys, not those he habitually carried. "What are they for?" she demanded. "Where did you get them?" "Why do you suppose I was in Sheffield? As to their purpose, that's up to you. You tell me." This sounded threatening enough, but Amy could make nothing of it until he said, "Which room did I nearly deposit you in that you are unable to forget?" They were the keys to the ground-floor apartments. He'd borrowed them from Housel. By undertaking to do what? "You're not locking me in there," she said. "I didn't say I would," he said, but his expression didn't waver. "I simply want you to see once and for all that there is nothing to be afraid of." "All right, there's nothing." "No, that won't do. You have to be shown. I want to see you realize," he said, and jangled the keys. "Which was it?" "Can't remember." "As you wish. I've as much time as is required. We'll go through them all." "Try and make me," Amy almost said. And then she saw the chance she would be missing. If she saw anything this time, he would have to see it too. "Don't you remember?" she said. "It was at the front, I know that." He frowned as though he suspected her of trying to trick him into more of an admission than he was willing to concede. Then he pointed with a key. "I believe it was in that area, where the old gentleman who was starting to imagine things lived with his son." "It must have been, if you say so. In there, yes." It wasn't, Amy knew. The room had been across the corridor, where the photographer had died and the old man had found him. Not only him. Abruptly, the notion of venturing in there, even with her father, was not at all enticing. For now she would be satisfied with convincing him that he'd persuaded her she was wrong, and surely there was indeed no reason for her to be scared of the apartment, where even the old man had found nothing to fear. So far as she knew, came the unwelcome modification, to suppress which she said, "Go on, then. Open it up." Perhaps she oughtn't to have seemed so eager. When he held up the keys in front of his face, she thought he was taunting her with them, until she realized each key bore a number. He identified the one he needed and inserted it in the door which had briefly belonged to the Roscommons, and Amy heard a faint clawing sound, which she told herself was being emitted by the lock. He pushed the door inward and withdrew the key with a swift, harsh scrape. "In you go," he said. It struck Amy that the reluctant illumination of the corridor didn't reach as far along the hall as it should. "You aren't going to—" "I said I wouldn't. Hop to it before I change my mind." He glanced into the apartment and sighed, and knuckled the light switch before returning the fistful of keys to his pocket. "Now you can see. I pray that's the end of any foolishness." Amy gazed along the hall, which was maintaining its resemblance to a paneled corridor in a country house. All 5 doors, 2 in each wall, and the kitchen door at the end, were shut, and she was beginning to appreciate how much effort and nerve it would take her to open any of them. At least she wouldn't be alone. She made herself step over the threshold and shivered, at which he uttered a harsh, terse breath. "Have you begun?" He was close behind her, already in the hall. There was no use telling him what she'd sensed too late, that the apartment had been waiting for them, and now it had them. Its mockingly unchanged appearance made her want to cry out, to batter at the walls until the panels cracked, but all she said was the least of the truth. "It's too cold in here." "The chap from Housel must have turned the heating down while the floor is empty. Quick march, and you won't notice it so much." She heard the rattle of a chain at her back and whirled round. He was closing the door to the corridor. "Leave it open," she pleaded. "Let some of the heat in." He grasped the latch and held the door where it was, more than half closed. "I'll leave it if you open one of those." Amy made herself turn to the hall. Neither her hands nor her feet were eager to function, and their cold stiffness seemed to have infected her mind. On one side of her lay the main bedroom, on the other the room that was the equivalent of hers, but she'd lost the ability to judge which would be which. The prospect of opening the door to the windowless room and having to reach in to switch on the light dismayed her so much she couldn't think. At least the main bedroom shouldn't be entirely dark. Or had the curtains been shut when her father had driven up? She reached for the left-hand door, then stretched her other hand towards the door opposite, only to be brought to a standstill. "What ceremony's that?" her father said roughly. "Are you supposed to be on a cross?" "Can't you hear that?" Amy said, jerking her fingers, as much to move them as to indicate. "What is it?" "Good God, child, we won't get far if you kick off like this. Of course I can hear it. In my day, it was called rain." She screwed her torso round and stared at him. "How can we be hearing it? I couldn't even hear the tree being cut down." Because it's—" He waved a hand at the outer corridor, and she saw him grow aware that the slow, hollow dripping was somewhere within the apartment. "Keep that look to yourself," he said, and shoved himself away from the door. "If it isn't rain, it must be a tap." Amy grabbed at the door, which the force of his movement was closing, and having pushed it wide, propped her canvas bag against it. He'd brushed past her to stride to the end of the hall, where he flung the kitchen door open and slapped the light switch. The colorless glow of a double fluorescent tube snatched at the surfaces of the fitted kitchen before gathering itself to fasten on them, by which time Amy's father had arrived at the sink beneath the silently inundated window and turned away. He tramped back into the hall and held up his hands, miming uncertainty as to which side of him the bathroom was. He lurched leftward to seize the doorknob and disappeared into the room, where Amy heard a light cord being tugged almost simultaneously with the cessation of the dripping of liquid. As she tried to find some reason in that to relax at least a little, he rushed into the hall. "Happier now, are we?" To an extent she was, since she knew the bathroom had to be next to the other windowless room. She made herself step to the door of the main bedroom and grasp the chill brass handful of the knob. She needed to add her other, equally unwieldy hand before the knob would turn. Then it did, and she could only push the door away. The windows were uncurtained. The Roscommons had taken the curtains with them, of course. Except for the abstract indentations left in the carpet by the furniture, there was no sign that the large square room had ever been occupied. Yet she faltered on the threshold, because the walls on either side of her appeared to be streaming with damp. She ducked her head just far enough into the room to locate the switch, and fumbled the light on. The walls, which were papered in a discreet leafy pattern, betrayed no movement at all. She must have been seeing shadows of the rain, she told herself, even if the glimpse she had driven away could have been of bare, wet bricks. She managed not to start as her father's breath stirred the hairs on the back of her neck. "Now," he said, "show me anything in there that could frighten a child half your age, let alone a big girl such as you're supposed to be." Amy switched out the light. The walls began to shift at once, shadows appearing to soak the paper off, though not yet exposing the brick. "Are you going to show me?" her father said, crowding her into the room. It felt colder than she liked, as cold as a room composed of bare wet bricks would feel. "I can't," she blurted. "Of course you can't. I could have predicted as much. Have you seen enough?" "Yes, oh yes." "Come along, then." When he stepped back, she felt liberated, until she saw that he was heading not for the outer corridor, but for the main room. He must have thought she was dawdling as she trailed after him, because he threw open the door with some impatience as she arrived beside him. "Well," he said. The chill of the crawling walls reached for her. Since the room was larger, it felt colder than the bedroom had, and was darker. "Same thing," she told him. "Put on the light, so you're sure." Amy clenched her fists and forced herself across the threshold. She punched the switch, and the light seemed to inch the walls back, as well as renewing their paper. For the instant between her finding the switch and the blaze of illumination, the space in front of her had felt constricted, as if it had been divided into more than one room. Her father was staring into it with a pained expression, eyebrows high. "Satisfied?" he said. "Nothing to see." "That's satisfactory, isn't it? Or were you hoping for the reverse?" When she didn't answer, he sidled past her and switched out the light in the room. "Please don't turn destructive because you can't win me over. You might have broken that switch. Next time use a little restraint if you don't mind." Amy might have pointed out that she was restraining herself more than a little, except that arguing would delay her escape from the apartment. She retreated along the hall while he shut the 3 doors he'd opened. "That's it. Go on," he said. She'd passed the door to the windowless room when he called, "Not out! Don't try on your cleverness. It's time it was your turn again. Otherwise I shall be bound to doubt you're cured." He wanted her to open the last door. Amy halted closer to it than to the corridor. It was almost within her arm's length, which was why she pressed her arms against her sides. As she'd come to a stop, arrested less by her father's words than by her sense of how unreasonable they were, she'd heard movement inside the windowless room. Not long before they'd taken up residence in Nazareth, she'd encountered a mouse in their old kitchen. She'd heard it in the dark and had switched on the light in time to glimpse it scurrying into the wall. Now she'd overheard a noise like the one in the kitchen, the sound of something which had been discovered in the dark and which was preparing itself, but its source was audibly much bigger. She dragged her gaze away from the door to see how her father had reacted, and found he was squeezing his lips together, turning them the color of the exterior of Nazareth. He opened them only to say, "What are you waiting for?" "Didn't you hear?" "I heard nothing. There is nothing. You keep saying so." Without warning, he stalked at her, so violently that she shrank back. "Don't you dare leave this apartment," he said. "Stand here." He'd halted opposite the unopened room, and looked ready to shove past her so as to slam the outer door. At least, while she could see the corridor, she was able to remind herself that someone might come home at any moment, when she wouldn't be alone with her father and his single-mindedness. She went reluctantly to stand beside him, but that was the most she could do. When he jabbed a hand at the doorknob, she dug the knuckles of her fists into her hips. "Deal with it, for the Lord's sake," he said. "It's only a door." "Then you open it." She hadn't said 3 words before she wished she hadn't even thought them. Her father glowered at her. Then he jerked forward. She was afraid he meant to capture one of her hands and use it to turn the doorknob, but instead he grabbed that himself. There was silence beyond the tall wooden slab, a waiting silence. As he twisted the knob and thrust the door inward, a dead smell crept out of the room, and Amy flinched against the panel of the hall. Then she gasped, and her father swung around to glare at her. "What the devil is it now?" She couldn't speak, couldn't move. The back of her right hand had touched the wall and felt not wood, but cold bare brick. That was why she had gasped and stumbled away from the wall, but it wasn't why she was paralyzed now. The dim walls of the windowless room were peeling and patchy with moisture, and so was the face of the figure that had reared up beneath the unlit bulb. It was taller than her father, and thinner than anything except bones could be. Through a gap in the rags which might be the remains of its skin, she glimpsed a shriveled slit, which meant it had been a woman. A mass that looked composed as much of cobwebs as of hair dangled from its brownish piebald scalp. Its left eye glittered, or at least the contents of the socket did, before flying round the head to the other eye. Even if the figure couldn't see Amy, she could tell it was aware of her, because its right arm wavered up to gesture at its face. The arm was appallingly long. One finger wagged at the cracked brow, where it might have been describing a cross or some less angular sign. Perhaps Amy would know when it spoke, because a blackened object was starting to protrude between the lipless teeth. Then the jaw fell open against the stringy throat, miming a laugh or else a scream as soundless and as desperate, and the object tumbled out to crawl between 2 exposed ribs. Amy's father was scrutinizing her face and muttering with dissatisfaction. All at once he raised his voice as though to penetrate some barrier between them. "Don't put yourself out. Don't say a word if it's too much of an effort to speak to your own father." He sucked in air, and she thought he'd become conscious of the smell from the room behind him, until she saw he was replenishing his breath. She was struggling to utter a sound, even if it was only a cry, when he turned away from her and poked a hand into the room. He was leaning through the doorway when the light came on. Amy saw the eyeless figure with the yawning, withered mouth fling up its impossibly long arm. It was more than one arm, she realized, as the other brandished the torn stump of its elbow. The hand at the end of the composite limb collided with the light bulb, and the light vanished amid a muffled tinkling of glass. Darkness filled the room, as if the glistening walls had exuded it, and the figure scuttled to the corner farthest from the door. The next moment it had gone through the wall which the apartment shared with its neighbor, gone through a door where no door should be. Amy's father was still confronting the room. His shoulders had writhed and hunched themselves up, but otherwise he hadn't moved. She couldn't see his face. She was wondering whether to touch him or otherwise remind him of her presence, wondering how hysterically he might react if she did, when he spoke. "I trust you aren't proposing to make anything of that." Amy thrust her lips, which felt stiff and swollen, open with her tongue. But even when she'd moistened them and rubbed them together, she was able to produce only one word. Of the damned light going pop. Shuffle in if you think there's anything you haven't seen. I'll even come in with you if you wish it. Amy could think of no response. He'd looked straight into the room while the light was on, and had seen no figure, no hand with half an arm in it, no partial yet animated face. She felt as though his inability to see had settled on her mind to crush her thoughts. When he leaned further through the doorway, she shrank into herself, but he was only flipping the switch preparatory to closing the door. He turned to her, and determination took over his face. "Let's be shaking a leg," he said, and dug in his pocket. "We're going to look in every room down here."